Misunderstanding by Stephanie Lessing. From my mother and sister, the first girls I ever loved, and from my father, who pretty much taught me everything. Acknowledgements. I'm going to skip over. Chapter 1. I'm not sure if this qualifies as some sort of obsessive compulsion or just simple fear of children, but I've just taken my 3rd consecutive home pregnancy test, and I'm about to reach for my 4th. One can never be too sure. That's why I've taken to buying these little sticks in bulk. Of course, the results are always negative, but because the truth is I've only got my period maybe a handful of times in my entire life, and I'm about to turn 30. There's obviously something wrong with me, something very unfemale, and yet I live in fear. After 26 rings, I pick up the phone and hang it back up. I think I like to think this is our signal, but in all likelihood, Chloe isn't aware of the fact that I'm trying to avoid her, which I can manage to do for so long because she keeps calling me back. Hello? Hi, it's me, so I imagine. I was just wondering, what are you planning to wear tomorrow? Shouldn't you be asleep? It's 9:30. I was asleep. I had a nightmare. About my clothes? You were wearing a turban. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. Just tell me so I can picture it. Either shorts or sweats or something nice. I'll see. I'm getting up and coming over to help you. No, you're not. Go back to bed. So you have to make them think you're an ally. If you dress yourself, you'll show up looking like an angry, confrontational, antisocial freak who came from left field. Let me help you at least appear to be one of them. I appreciate your faith in me, but the truth is I refuse to use some sort of wardrobing affectation as a tool to influence people. Either they'll like and accept my ideas for the magazine, or they won't. I couldn't care less what they think of my appearance. So really what you're saying is you have no idea what to wear. That too. But I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I know that's not true, and I know you're pretending not to care. You're the one who always says clothes make the man because they make a woman believe anything. When did I ever say that? I don't know, but it got stuck in my head somehow, even though I'm not even sure what it means. Me neither, but if I did say it, I'm sure it was in the context of not giving a. There's no sense in trying to hide what I am. I'm sure Dan's already explained to the editors that I intend to make changes to the magazine, changes that reflect my values. I don't think they're expecting someone to walk in there dressed like a model. But if you're that afraid, come over and do what you have to do. I'll wear whatever you want me to wear. I've got 8 million other more important things to worry about. I like to get started obsessing on them right away, so let's get this over with. When Chloe arrives at my apartment, she's wearing a velour sweat outfit with some kind of skirt over her pants, an abnormally long, skinny knitted scarf around her neck, and a pair of well-oiled cowboy boots. All this, and it's about 80 degrees outside. Is it cold in your apartment? I ask. Don't worry, I won't pick out anything like this for you. I was half asleep when I got dressed. I'm not worried. I don't have any sort of ranch wear or anything velour. In fact, I've got nothing. You were right in suspecting that I was exaggerating when I hinted at a breakthrough. All I did was walk into my closet and then walk back out. I can't imagine how you're going to pass me off as deputy editor of anything, least of all a fashion magazine. I thought Michael finally threw that thing away, she says, pointing to the Save the Peregrine Falcon t-shirt I'm wearing. I've had it since middle school and it still fits me. For some reason I stopped growing in 7th grade. Nope, I still have it. He tries to hide it from me every now and then, but I always find it. I look down at my t-shirt. The picture of the falcon is so hideous and frightening, no one would want to save it, and yet I can't part with it. I have a thing for unlovable birds. My sister and I make small talk for about 30 seconds, and then she heads off to my closet to do her job. I follow her into my room and sit on the bed facing the window, trying to make it clear that I'm ignoring her, but she doesn't notice things like being ignored and immediately tries to get me involved. How is this possible? She calls out. How is what possible? I call back. Everything in here is pea green. Pea green is my favorite color. There's a few moments of blissful silence. But then she starts in again. You don't even own a belt or one pair of normal-looking shoes or any pantyhose with feet. And believe it or not, I just found your field hockey skirt from 8th grade. Suddenly the tone of her voice changes and she says, although we might be able to use this somehow. I walk over and take a quick look at my sister, who's sitting on the floor of my grossly oversized closet looking up. She's always been the type of person who believes that if you pray very, very hard, things you really want will fall from the ceiling. She looks so hopeful in there, despite the fact that the only thing my closet is really good for is hiding cartons of art supplies I have no intention of unpacking. I haven't painted anything in months. At this point, it's healthier if I just forget I ever tried and use the cartons for additional seating, particularly since I'm not really into decorating furniture in the traditional sense. Chloe spots a bunch of copies of Michael's latest books hidden in the back of my closet. She digs one out and starts flipping through it. "Is this one that he's traveling around to promote?" she asks. She reads the title with the same degree of enthusiasm Michael intended. "The New Conservatism. It's all right." "I'm afraid so, and how embarrassing is that title?" "You should be more supportive of the books he writes. He can't help it if they're boring." "I am supportive, considering how I feel about them." I take the book about her hand and glance over the back copy. "It's not that I don't appreciate his long-winded, antiquated notions of the importance of American political supremacy. On the contrary, I find it very comforting to know that I live under the corpulent wing of the prodigious father of all other nations. I just can't believe anyone go around bragging about it. The fact that I am knowingly and willingly living and sleeping with a Republican makes me the biggest hypocrite I know." "I wonder if Dan's a Republican," Chloe says, biting her lip. Everything about my relationship with Michael reminds me of the time Chloe gave a speech in front of the entire school on how high school students need to get more involved in the animal rights movement. The speech was surprisingly educational. Unfortunately, Chloe wore a fur vest to school that day. The truth is, I'm in love with Michael for all the wrong reasons, and by reasons I mean key body parts. I can't help myself. He's so long and lean and muscular. All of his clothes lie perfectly flat on him. His long body and long straight bangs are a killer combination for someone of my height and hair texture. Sometimes I think our whole relationship hinges on the fact that I admire him for never looking wrinkled. And like most couples whose relationships are based on purely external features, we've learned how to live with our differences simply by fighting. "I need at least one shirt with buttons to create the illusion of professionalism," Chloe suddenly yells out again. Out of nowhere, trying to sound authoritative. I almost forgot she was in there. Michael's closet has loads of shirts with buttons. Feel free to look in there and check out how his shirts face the same way. While Chloe meanders back and forth between the two closets, I go back and sit on my bed and open my laptop. I still can't believe that in less than 24 hours, I'll have access to the minds of literally millions of high competitive, willingly objectified, brainwashed fashion and beauty addicts. Once I hold up a mirror to their inner workings of the self-destructive girl's psyche, and show them how to stop physically and intellectually starving themselves to compete for male attention, they'll finally be empowered to redirect their collective energy toward competing against those very same men. It's imperative that we get ourselves elected to positions of real power that will enable us to make the kinds of decisions that affect our minds, our bodies, and ultimately our collective fate on this planet. It's now or never. We've got to stop undermining one another and start building the bigger, better team. What if Oprah gets hit by a car? Then what? I glance at my headline ideas for tomorrow's editorial meeting, hoping I've chosen a voice that the readers of issues will relate to and understand. I need to appeal to them on their level and somehow lead them down a path they'd ordinarily ignore. It's very difficult for me to talk like them and think like them without sounding a little condescending or as though I'm just outright laughing at them. Some of them could be cheerleaders for all I know. The idea is to strike just the right chord, gain their trust, and then enlighten them with just the right dose of humor about the way girls of all ages think and behave. That's the first step toward recovery. I think these article ideas are a perfect vehicle for change. Do you despise your female boss, your female coworkers, most of your girlfriends, and pretty much all your female relatives? If so, you're not alone. Why, your girl boss hates you way more than you hate any of those other people. Why, your girl boss is mean to you when you dress up for work. Why, girls are mean to redheads, fat girls, girls with freakishly large breasts, and sluts. Why, some girls eat their makeup. Why, some girls' teeth fall out when they drive over speed bumps. Why, your mother-in-law still shops for the junior department. I close my screen and try to hear what Chloe is saying. She sounds upset. I really can't blame her, but she brought this upon herself. You don't own one decent pair of black pants. What if somebody dies on short notice? I wish you had told me a few days ago. I wanted it to be a surprise. Well, I hate to tell you this, but your only real option is to wear one of Michael's shirts tomorrow. We'll just have to roll up the sleeves and cut out about 2 feet off the bottom. You can wear it with your field hockey skirt. That's the best I can do. Fine, now go home and get some sleep. You look exhausted. Are you kidding? That's one outfit. I want to set you up for at least a month. That's totally unnecessary. I'll be fine. I'm working on a plan. Me too. I can already see you in a tight little 1940s boucle jacket with peplum, a knee-length straight skirt, and some really pretty vintage jewelry and pearls. It's a shame the stores are closed. I'd love to take care of this whole concept and fresh in my mind. Somehow she got a second wind. Are you sure that's me you're seeing? I asked. I'm positive. Why? Well, seeing as how I'm 4'11", I tend to look like a prison guard in knee-length skirts. And I don't think I should wear short, tight little jackets either, I say, pointing to my unwieldy set of 36 double Ds. Okay, how about we replace the jacket with a beaded sweater? You don't have to wear the sweater, of course. Just keep it hanging on the back of your chair. I have to dress my chair, too? You don't have to, but I'm trying to help you blend in. Everyone at Issues dresses their chairs, whether it's a sweater or a cute jacket or a really adorable handbag. I'm already thinking my usual ugly, unblendable thoughts. I'm afraid dressing my chair simply isn't in the cards at this particular juncture in my life, and I'm pretty sure I'll never own any of the articles of clothing you just described either. Work with me, Zoe. Just do a little fill-in shoppings first thing in the morning and then swing by the magazine. I'll just explain to Dan that you don't own any clothing, so you weren't able to come at 9. I can't be late on my first day because I went shopping. That would be blatantly taking advantage of the fact that Dan is your husband. So, she shrugs, her eyes still scanning my closet. What's in that box over there? She's pointing to a huge carton in the corner that I was hoping would eventually shrivel up and disappear if I ignored it long enough. I have no idea. I think there are clothes in there, she says. How can you tell? I ask, squinting at it. I just have a feeling. I begin to pry it open. Chloe could very well be sensing something I'm naturally ill-equipped to detect. As soon as I lift one corner, I spot a big ball of t-shirts. I rip off the rest of the tape and stare into the box. I think you're going to be a little disappointed, I announce once I've gotten a good look. There must be something interesting in there, Chloe says, gently nudging me aside. At first she doesn't comment on the fact that there's hardly anything in the box. Instead, she starts pulling things out and throwing them on the floor. When the box is empty, we both stare at the wee little pile. How many outfits did you say you wanted to make? Because I'm thinking 30 is probably an unrealistic number at this point. What are we going to do? Chloe asks. I think she might actually cry over this. I can always wash and repeat. I once wore this exact same thing 3 days in a row when I worked for the Radical Mind. Actually, I was wearing a different pair of pants and shirt each of the 3 days, but they were triplicates of each other, so no one believed my clothes were clean by the 3rd day. It was pretty amusing over there, but I doubt it would go over well at a place like Issues. Did you do it to be funny? No, I thought I had a little look going. When you have a little look going, you still have to change something about the outfit every day. Do you even speak English? Odd as that question may sound, I can explain. When Chloe was a little more than a year old, and I was 3, she fell down a full flight of stairs while trying to balance in a pair of our mother's high heels. Ever since then, it's almost as though she has 2 brains, one normally functioning brain and one tiny hard-of-hearing brain that doesn't realize the other brain just said something. I'll never forget that day. She had just taken her very first steps only a few days before, and even without shoes had yet to master the finer points of walking. Like most toddlers, she had a tendency to take a running start, flailing her arms around, drunk with power, unencumbered by any specific planned time frame or a clearly defined destination. In an effort to steady herself, she was always grabbing onto objects that made no sense, like she'd pick up the phone receiver or a candy dish or a bottle of wine. Things were always crashing to the floor as she walked by. I remember when she first appeared at the top of the steps in those giant heels, I felt my heart skip a beat. My whole body went stiff. The next thing I knew, she was on her way down, head first. I saw the whole thing from the bottom of the stairs where I was playing with a Tonka truck, a stinging detail that never fails to humiliate me. She must have hit her head at least 17 times. I was so scared I started crying hysterically. But Chloe didn't even care. She just reached up to check that her little hair clip was still in place and then turned around and went right back up the steps. Where are you going now? I screamed, petrified to let her out of my sight. New shoes, she answered, and then returned moments later wearing the exact same lethal pumps in a different color. I should have recognized this as an early warning that my sister would one day assign shoes in general much more importance than they deserve, and that her goal in life would be to grow up and become shoe editor of a fashion magazine, which she did. I've been watching Chloe like a hawk ever since, and I still hold that fall responsible for half the things she does and says. Years later, when I saw her line up the shoes and assign them various office jobs, I got a flashback of her flying down the steps and naturally assumed that she was suffering from some sort of post-traumatic schizophrenia caused by the repeated head bashings. And when I witnessed her dressing up in a gown women's clothing and applying about 20 coats of lipstick so she could fire herself in the mirror for showing up to work 10 hours late, I really started to get frightened. I spoke privately about it to our pediatrician, who explained that my sister was engaging in a common form of play that many normal little girls enjoy, known as make-believe. Peculiar as that seemed to me at the time, I was nevertheless relieved, but I kept my eye on her just in case. Chloe starts sorting through the little pile of clothes, shaking her head as though I'm the one with all the mental problems, and then she spots my black boots. What are those? They're my boots, Chloe. You know that. You see me wear them every single day. I know what I would do without them. They go with everything, I say quickly as I can before she has a chance to criticize them. What's all over them? I think it's mold. She picks up a t-shirt and holds it between her thumb and index finger, keeping it as far away from her body as possible, as though it's infested with red ants. Where do people buy these Ramona t-shirts, she asks. Look carefully, Chloe. It says Ramones. Oh, right, like that old band. I almost forgot about your punk phase. Punk phase? I had one band t-shirt, and it wasn't even mine. I would never let myself fall into the grips of any sort of sado counterculture club that enslaves its members by forcing them to adhere to some monotoned, graphically uninspired, formulaic dress code. That's why I refused to become a brownie, remember? She's ignoring me now because she's preoccupied with separating my clothing into 3 distinct piles. Garbage, to be ironed, and maybe. There is no yes pile as of yet. For some reason, one of my favorite t-shirts is in the garbage pile. Are you throwing that away? I ask. Of course I'm throwing it away. It has a hole in it, she says, careful not to look me in the eye. No, it doesn't. I just wore that t-shirt the other day. I guess some off ate it in the meantime, she answers, making a bored yawn. That's impossible, Chloe. You ripped it, didn't you? Don't be silly. You've been standing right here this whole time. No, I was sitting over there going over my notes a few short minutes ago. Don't rip stuff you don't like. Just put it in the maybe pile. Okay, fine, she says. I can't believe her. Even I wouldn't rip an article of someone else's clothing just because I didn't like it. Actually, I would, but I'd be more likely to do it while it was still on them. She looks around some more and lets out a big sigh. We both walk toward the living area, and she sits down on a box I was just about to sit on. I could really use some more cartons in this room. We're going to be up all night. Call Dan and tell him I'm sleeping over, she says. Chloe's husband, Dan, happens to be the editor-in-chief of Issues magazine, which is run by his father, his uncles, and to some degree his mother. Chloe had been working at the magazine for about a month, and so when Dan discovered her locked in the magazine shoe closet talking out loud to a pair of Mary Janes, he fell in love with her that same day. Then he met me and fell in love with my articles on the politics of corporate prostitution, women who compete with one another in the workspace using skirt lengths and heel height as their weaponry, liposuction addicts, and girls who just go ahead and tweeze their eyebrows right off with any sort of backup plan, and offered me a job. I accepted the job Dan offered me under one condition. I forced him to make Chloe shoe editor. It was something she wanted her whole entire life, and I wanted her to have it. It was a mortifying moment for everyone, but Dan, like most good husbands, proved he isn't opposed to humiliating himself to make his wife happy. Now that I'll be working with my sister, I'll be able to watch over her all the time. Are you going to keep that? Chloe asks, pointing to my old beret which landed in the maybe pile. Yep. May I ask why you bought it? It was an emergency. My hair puffed up out of nowhere, and I had to give a presentation to the volunteers for my Women in Crisis group. I needed the hat so as not to make a mockery of the situation. Big hair is very in, I'll have you know. Yeah, well, not for me it isn't. I tug on the ends of my hair to make sure it still reaches my waist. I never cut it, but it's so incredibly stubborn. Every now and then I find a slightly shorter, stray curl reaching for the sun. I guess for old time's sake. My entire childhood was ruined because of my hair. That and my complete lack of any sort of social skills. In retrospect, the thing I found most perplexing about being a kid was that most of the girls in my class reminded me exactly of Chloe. They looked like Chloe, dressed like Chloe, talked like Chloe, and played like Chloe, though none of them had sustained multiple blows to the head at any time in their lives. Believe me, I asked, not even a mild concussion. It was almost as if my sister had been a member of this exclusive club I had no idea existed. They all seemed to know things instinctively that would take me years to figure out. They operated according to a completely different set of rules than the ones I made up for myself. Almost like a secret code. For instance, unlike other girls, I thought that if I asked a boy, I should alert him immediately. How else was he supposed to know? Since I liked all the boys in class, I just wrote one note that said, I like you, and passed it around. The other girls wrote notes to boys that said, I don't like you. A lot of good will that do them, I thought. Go figure. That's the interesting thing about secret codes. You have to crack them. Everything girls did and said was a mystery to me. On my very first day of school, my mom begged me to wear the jean miniskirt she had just bought, but I insisted on dressing more conservatively. There was something freakishly adult-like about me, and I wanted to make sure the teacher knew I was a serious student, so I wore brown shoes with a buckle, navy blue anklets, a sort of brownish-greenish gray dress. It was hemmed just below my knees, and what I thought was a very arresting red cardigan. Although I am completely inept at dressing myself to create any sort of desirable effect, I do recall that outfit being particularly morbid. I'll never forget my first day of kindergarten. Well, how was it? Did you have a good day? Did you make any friends? My mom asked. She was standing at the door with this huge, hopeful grin on her face. My heart went out to her. It really did, even at that age, but I had to tell her the truth. Well, Mom, I'm not sure it was a good day, but here's how it went. The teacher opened the door to greet us and then told us all to just walk around and introduce ourselves. I guess I didn't understand her because I walked right out the door. I wasn't sure what the walking around the hall exercise was all about, but later I realized I didn't hear her say the part about introducing ourselves. While I was walking around in circles in the hallway, I suddenly felt like running. I ran back and forth for a while, which made me feel better until the 4th grade science teacher found me. Once he brought me back to my classroom, I saw that everyone was sort of clumped together in the middle of the room. I walked right into the middle of the huddle and tried to shake hands with some of the girls, but no one really felt like shaking hands once they all knew each other. After a few minutes, I sat down in a chair next to the coat closet. Finally, a girl named Karen Westman came up to me and asked, "Are you going to wear that wig all day?" "What wig?" I asked her. "The Annie wig," she said, tapping her foot as though she thought I was pretending not to know. "This is my regular hair," I told her, and then a few minutes later she told on me. Can you believe that? She told on you for doing what? For not sharing. I guess it was impossible for her to believe that anyone was actually born with an orange wig as hair. "You've got to be kidding," my mother said. "Yeah, well, it would seem that way, but I'm not, and it gets worse. When the teacher asked us to find which seats in the central circle, I asked this girl, Emily Coddington, if I could sit in the empty seat next to her, but she said no." "Why not?" I asked her. "Everyone else is already sitting down, and there's no one in this chair." But she said she was saving it now, the off chance that someone else decided to sit there later, so I had to sort of keel down next to the chair so the teacher wouldn't think I was standing. At this point, my mom, who normally forbade my sister and me to even smell sugar, took out all the cookies that my dad had hidden around the house and lined them up in front of me. I took a bite of vanilla wafer and said, "Oh yeah," and then this other girl, Ellen Clark, who I was 80% sure was going to be my best friend for the whole year, told the teacher that it said looked like my corpse, which was entirely untrue. Said that I said she looked like a corpse, which was entirely untrue. Wait a minute. Who did you call a corpse, the teacher or Ellen? My mom asked. Neither, but Ellen said I called the teacher a corpse. And then this girl, Mary Alice, colored in her upper lip with magic marker, and then one of the boys told her it looked horrible, and she wiped it off on my cardigan. Oh, and then by mistake I ate Morgan Bogdanfy's lunch instead of mine. Morgan had 2 cupcakes in her lunch and a bag of real potato chips. I thought it was mine, sort of, otherwise I never would have eaten the entire thing. And when I offered her the lunch you packed for me, you know, the one with the green tea-marinated tofu chunks and the unsalted organic soy chips? She put her head down and started crying uncontrollably. She cried for so long I thought she was going to pass out, but then out of nowhere she stopped and looked up at me. She just sat there staring at me for the longest time, almost as though she thought she knew me from somewhere else. Her head was tilted and she had this really funny look on her face, so I thought she was going to say something like, "Wow, where did you buy that dress?" But she didn't say that. She just kept staring and slowly tilting her head from side to side, like something was confusing her, and then she said, "Are you a clown?" Oh, and just as I was getting on the bus, I peed in my pants a tiny bit by accident. "So, how was your day, Mom? Make any new friends? 'Cause I'm pretty sure I didn't." "Did you remember to bring home your cardigan?" she asked, reaching for the cake mix with one hand, stirring a vat of chocolate pudding with the other. "Nope, I gave it to Caroline Pritchard, because she swore on a stack of invisible holy Bibles that only she and 5 other girls could see that it was hers." "Why didn't you tell the teacher?" my mother asked. She was clearly distraught, but trying to remain an air of subtlety. "Why would I tell that corpse some girl took my cardigan? Anyway, I didn't want it anymore. It had magic marker and saliva all over it, and besides, I've got her shoes," I answered, feeling justice had been somewhat served. My mom looked down at my feet, which were neatly tucked away in the shoes of a brand new pair of sneakers that were at least 4 sizes too big for me. "How old is Caroline Pritchard?" she asked, looking at the giant shoes engulfing my tiny feet and imagining I had given up my cardigan to a grown woman. "She's my age, Mom," I said. "See how big her shoes are? That's how big her feet are, and that's how big most of the kids in my class's feet are. Is there a reason why you never mention that I'm a midget? You're not a midget, you're just small for your age. You'll grow, everyone grows, and don't use that word, she said, trying to convince herself. She immediately looked up Pritchard in the school directory and marched over to the phone. As she was waiting for Miss Pritchard to answer, she asked me, how did Caroline Pritchard fit into your shoes? I have no idea. She's no Cinderella, I'll tell you that. My guess is she bent the heels down and wore them as slip-ons. I can't be sure, though. I've never actually saw her wearing them. Basically, she just said, that's my cardigan, and I said, no, it's not. And then she did that whole swearing on a stack of Bibles thing surrounded by all her friends. So I said, yeah, well, those are my sneakers. And she said, here, take them, see what I care. And then she took them off and threw them at my feet, so I threw mine at her, too. And that was that. I didn't wait around to make sure she was comfortable with the fit. I couldn't tell my mom was a little nervous to talk to Caroline's mom, but the strangest thing happened, something I never would have imagined in 1,000 years. After only a few minutes on the phone, my mom started laughing. I mean, really laughing. At one point, I heard her say, cute sneakers, and then I could swear I heard touche, and then a few minutes later she said Bloomingdale's. The only explanation I could come up with was that my mom was challenging Miss Pritchard to some sort of duel in a nearby department store. And then it dawned on me. My mother and Miss Pritchard were becoming friends by way of, and here's the clincher, cracking jokes and pretending nothing mattered. I grabbed a pen and started taking notes. As soon as I wrote how to make friends, A, say something funny, and B, act like nothing matters, I got an overwhelming sense that I was in serious trouble. How in the world would I be able to convince myself that nothing mattered when everything mattered so much to me? The next day I officially began my study of girls. I recorded the way they interacted with one another, entire conversations word for word, what they wore, how they did their hair. I was particularly interested in hair talk because my hair spoke volumes about me from every possible angle. And I was anxious to try my hand at figuring out what the other girls were trying to make their hair say when they were experimented with different hairstyles. Day after day they sauntered into class with their new headbands and updos. I'm a fun girl, said Jennifer's high ponytail on Monday. Fun girl, got it, said Rachel's high ponytail on Tuesday. I'm trendy, said Andrea's hair clip with the dangling loose-sight balls. I'm pretty no matter what I do, said Laura's defiant pigtail buns. Don't even think about coming near me, said Mary Alice's slice on Wednesday. I tried to fashion my curly dome into some fun shapes too, for the each of it. But no matter what I did, it always popped back into a perfect semicircle by the end of the day. I even tried to crazy glue some of my curls directly onto my scalp, but my hair is immune to things like glue. By the time 7th grade rolled around, I finally figured out that if you let curly hair grow long enough, it eventually keels right over. That was the same year I discovered that if you color your hair, it's no longer red. For the moment I saw myself with dark hair, I knew there was no turning back. Coloring my hair is the one thing I do that falls under the category of careful grooming. That and the constant showering. The showering is more of a disorder, though. I think it stems from the fact that our mother bathed Chloe and me in Fisofex every night for the first 3 years of our lives. If we played with other children, we soaked in it for at least 45 minutes. They eventually took Fisofex off the market, probably because they got wind of how our mother was using it. I recently found it's back on the market, and it's taking every ounce of my willpower not to run out and buy it. When you've been bathed exclusively in germicide for a number of years, regular soap is a pale substitute. Chloe walks over to my bed and starts reading my notes. What's this stuff? She asks. Those are just some headline ideas I was planning to present tomorrow when Dan introduces me to the other editors, just to sort of give them an idea of what direction I'd like to take the editorial. I think these ideas will really hit home. Look at all the exclamation marks I used. You're kidding, right? No, why? These article ideas are totally sarcastic. What could you possibly be thinking? I'm just trying to subtly engage them in a little self-deprecating humor. There is nothing subtle about any of this, and I think you should know that the editors of issues never engage in self-deprecating humor. They engage in hair and makeup. I know your intentions are to cure girls of their bad behavior so they can no longer be reduced to stereotypes, but in the end, you're going to be the one accused of stereotyping. I promise you, Zoe. No one is going to get this bizarre method of rehabilitation you've cooked up. She scrolls down a little further, her eyes bulging. And how could you possibly suggest putting Michael Moore on the cover of your fall issue? I'm only suggesting Michael because he embodies the spirit of the underdog and the infinite possibilities that are created when the opposed band together. Women need a role model, Chloe, but he's not even a girl, and what does any of this happen to do with updating your wardrobe? Look, we've got to turn issues into something that will empower and transform our readers into intelligent, civic-minded individuals. Once we get our audience to understand the importance of banding together as a collective force in both government and corporate world, instead of encouraging them to sit around wallowing in who's wearing what or who's dating whom, the world as we know it will never be the same. But he doesn't even brush his hair. You're missing my point. Women need to form a coalition. In order to do that, they must take a good look at why they can't get their minds off their hair, their bodies, their clothes, and their obsession with undermining one another. Magazines have always pitted them against one another for the sake of their advertisers' profits, and they keep upping the ante, forcing girls to think they need more of this and more of that to outdo one another, when there are a lot more important things that could be teaching them. But first they need to really look at themselves and laugh before they can change. Zoe, there are plenty of dull magazines out there for people who don't care what they look like, and besides, girls need to undermine one another. That's how they make friends. There are other ways to make friends, and there will still be plenty of fashion beauty advice, but it will be healthy, conscious, self-esteem building advice. Someone should at least tell our audience that it doesn't make sense to look at girls who are 5'9" and weigh 98 pounds for outfits that will look good on them, considering that the majority of our readers are between 5'3" and 5'6" and weigh somewhere between 130 and 160. I know our readers. They want fashion tips and beauty advice from tall, skinny girls, period. She says and slides off the bed. At least she's walking back to my closet. She turns to look at me for a second. She looks incredibly sad. Chloe, I thought you were happy that I'm kind to work with you, I say, watching her sift through the little maybe pile. I was happy because I thought we'd be able to go out to lunch. I understood your plan to incorporate girl relationships into the editorial, but I thought you were going to do it in a nice way. How could you think that? When was the last time I was nice to anyone? She's walking toward me with a pair of beige socks in her hand. She puts them on the bed. I know they're beige. They're Dad's, I say before she has a chance to say anything. Personally, I blame your entire clothing situation on Sarah Lawrence. Mom should have put her feet down, but you are so adamant about going there. All they did was turn you into a slob. Now we have nothing to work with. What a waste of money that place was. Granted, I'm not the best-dressed girl in New York City, Chloe, but college opened my eyes. Opened your eyes to what? How ridiculous it is to be feminine? You should have gone to charm school, not Sarah Lawrence. Look, Zoe, I think it's great that you want girls to recognize the absurdity of their own behavior, but you have to admit your sense of humor is a little off. I like that skirt you're wearing, I say, changing the subject. You do? Yep, I say. It worked every time. Do you want it? Not really. We'll take it anyway. It's way too short on me. I roared to work a few days ago, and I think my underwear was showing all day. It'll be perfect on you. Look at that. Now I have 2 outfits. Maybe I'll wear it tomorrow instead of my hockey skirt. I just told you I wore it the other day. So no, you can't wear it. That's a basic rule. You can't wear something right after I wore it. Everyone will know it's mine. How could you not know that? No one will notice. That's all they'll notice. Fine, I'll wear it the next day. No, you have to wait at least a month. Even that's risky. But try it on anyway, she says. I hate trying on clothes. Then at least try on the outfit I picked out for you to wear tomorrow. If there's anything wrong with it, you'll need to know now. You don't want any surprises, and you're going to be late tomorrow morning as it is. Why am I going to be late? Because you're going shopping, remember? Like that'll never happen. Chloe takes off the skirt and gives it to me. It's brown corduroy with a brown leather buckle on each side. I think it might look great with a subtle pea green t-shirt. As soon as she takes it off, I ask her if I can have her velour pants too. She takes them off immediately, and I tell her I was only kidding. But then I have to turn around for a second because I don't want to laugh at her underwear. They have a little ruffle on each hip. Sometimes I think she might actually be a little retarded. I slip off my t-shirt and reach for hockey skirt and the white shirt she found in Michael's closet. At that moment, Michael walks through the bedroom door. I'm wearing a bra and underpants, and Chloe's wearing her velour sweatshirt jacket. Those frilly underpants and her boots. She lost the scarf in the meantime. I didn't hear you come in, I say, standing in the balls of my feet to reach him. I'm not complaining, but is there a reason you're hanging out in your underwear? He asks, hugging me back. Chloe is outfitting me so we can fool everyone into thinking I'm one of the girls tomorrow. Really? Since when do you care about dressing like a girl? I don't, but she seems to think it's important for me to look the part. As a ruse, they'll have their guard up if she walks in there looking like some radical feminist. Good thinking, but what's going to happen when she opens her mouth? And cute underpants, by the way. You really like them? She asks, ignoring his question. They're a little out there for me, but you look nice in them, he says. Chloe puts her pants on, and I put on the outfit she picked out for me. Once undressed, he gives me the thumbs up and squints a little and asks, Is that my shirt? I didn't have anything with buttons. What do you think? I think you look a lot better in it than I do. Then you won't mind if I cut the bottom off of it? I ask, slipping it off. You can do whatever you want, he says, and kisses me on the head. We talk for a few minutes, and then Chloe hugs us both goodnight. As she's leaving, she turns around and looks at me. What are you looking at? I ask. Did they get bigger? She asks, pointing at my chest. I think so. Wow, that's truly amazing. I think they get a tiny bit bigger each year. I always forget how big your chest is compared to the rest of you. It's uncanny if you really think about it. I'd rather not. Which reminds me, we need to go bra shopping too. Why, what's wrong with my bra? I ask while quickly slipping Michael's shirt back on and wrapping it around me. It doesn't fit you, and it makes your breasts look like torpedoes. In a bad way? I ask, without looking in their direction. I typically avoid looking down at them unless they are caught on fire or something. They look a bit more obtrusive than usual. About 3 seconds after Chloe's gone, Michael and I have sex. I should have taken the shirt off first because I couldn't wait. I really missed him, and it's looking a little rumpled at this point, and the collar won't seem to stay down on one side. I guess it'll be fine if I smooth it out a bit. While we're having sex the second time, I look down and notice that 2 of the buttons are now dangling by a thread, and it's significantly more wrinkled. It occurs to me that I should try to take it off, but Michael won't stop moving. When it's all over, I take the shirt off and lay it down on the floor. I vigorously rub my palms back and forth on my thighs to heat them up so I can flatten out some of the deeper creases. I can see why irons are so popular. Next, I take off the hockey skirt and lay it down neatly next to the shirt. After I shower, I quickly take another pregnancy test and get back to bed. While Michael goes into a long, elaborate description of the discussion he had defending our current administration with the poor guy who was unlucky enough to sit next to him on the plane. As he's talking, I get back up and pick up my black combat boots and put them down next to my skirt and Michael's shirt. I think they look pretty good together, all things considered. Besides, no one will notice. Chapter 2. I realize that 5:30 a.m. is entirely too early to call someone. It's just that I need to tell Chloe about my decision to forego shopping this morning, which means I'm now available to commute with her, and I'd much prefer to get an early start. I'm so anxious to get there, my whole scalp feels tight. Actually, my scalp has been feeling tight a lot lately. I'm thinking that if I shoot uptown to get Chloe right now, we'll be able to completely avoid rush hour, be in Midtown by 6:30, have time for a quick breakfast, and still arrive at work by 7:15. I'll go back to the living room, sit in the nearest carton, and stare at the wall. What do people do in the morning that makes them late? I've already retyped all my notes and taken 2 more tests. What else is there? I even had time to locate 2 Chinese safety pins in lieu of shirt buttons. I get up and go back into the bedroom where Michael is sleeping in another time zone. He won't be available to keep me company for at least another 6 hours. He's lying on his stomach with his arm hanging over the side of the bed. He has the most sculpted arms of any man I've ever known. Everyone in Michael's family is blonde and blue-eyed except for him. He has dark hair and brown eyes. Like me, he often wonders where he came from. And also like me, he harbors a suspicion that it's not the same place his siblings came from. This feeling at being different from our families is pretty much the only thing that Michael and I have in common. So far, it's enough. I sit down next to him and watch him sleep. There's no question that he's beautiful. Every strand on his hair, on his head, is perfectly straight and exactly the same as every other. I could look at his hair for hours, contemplating its sheer dependability. No matter what happens, he knows exactly what to expect every time he looks in the mirror. He never has to wonder if it's defying gravity while he's just sitting there talking to someone. As much as I hate to admit it, I would do anything for that hair. I lift up the blanket to look at his body, still perfect. I keep expecting to wake up one morning, only to discover that he's sprouted a patch of hair on his lower back. I expect this because that's the part of the body I love the most, and I'm certain God is planning to ruin it for me. I kiss Michael on the head and stand up to leave the room, but he grabs my arm. "Are you finished checking me out?" he asks. "I thought you were sleeping." "I know," he says, pulling me down on the bed. "I thought so too." There goes another button. I make yet another mental note, never to have sex in my clothes right before work ever again. I take everything up, get back in the shower, and go through my routine over again. Once my body is dry and my hair is conditioned, I slip on my underpants, skirt, socks, and boots, and survey my bra. I knew I heard something crack when Michael pulled me on the bed. This is the 3rd bra I've lost to a faulty clasp. That is why I hate plastic. Anything that cracks under extreme pressure is useless, as far as I'm concerned. And now I'm getting a sore throat and a headache. I hope my throat isn't sore, but I inadvertently swallowed a little piece of the clasp. I could just see myself on the news as the first person to ever die from a bra. Now, what am I supposed to do? That was my last bra. How could I possibly walk out of here braless? I haven't been outdoors without a bra since 3rd grade. Maybe Chloe has one I could borrow. What's even more upsetting is that Michael's shirt is now missing 3 buttons, and there's a little rip under the arm. Overall, it sort of resembles a crumpled up piece of paper, but I'd hate to cut off the bottom of another one, considering I haven't even worn this one outside yet. I search around the apartment for another safety pin. No luck, but this bread twist tie might work. I take a steak knife and make a little slit where the 3rd button used to be. I slip the wire through both holes and twist the 2 ends together. This actually doesn't look too bad. I probably invented a whole new thing there. Twist tie buttons. I called Chloe to tell her it's almost 8 o'clock and to meet me at the subway on the north corner of 77th Street in 25 minutes and bring me the biggest bra she can find. I grabbed the longest scarf left there last night, drape it across my chest, and run out. As soon as I see Chloe walking toward me, I realize she's having a problem negotiating her way from one end of the block to the other. She can't see me yet because she's totally fixated on her feet. It looks as if she's trying to ice skate for the first time uphill. She's not even attempting to lift her feet off the ground. That's how she always walks when her shoes are too big. She must have made a particularly absurd purchase this time, because she's taking millions of tiny steps instead of the standard 30 that it takes to walk one city block. Chloe will buy pretty much any size shoe if they don't have one of her top 3's favorite sizes. As soon as she's close enough, she grabs onto me as though as the nearest railing. I'm about to suggest that we take a taxi the rest of the way when she says, "I have to go back." "Why, did you forget something?" I ask. "I think I left my blow dryer and oven on in the shower running." She lies, still looking at her feet. "I'll just go ahead without you then," I say, pretending to believe her. "Are you sure you don't mind?" "Yeah, I'm sure." "Do you want me to spin you, or can you turn around on your own?" I ask. "I think I can do it. I'll see you there," she says. She carefully navigates a 180-degree turn and begins awkwardly skate-walking back to her apartment. I try to estimate what time she'll get to work at her current speed. I'm thinking somewhere between 11 and 11:30 if there's no traffic and a taxi happens to be waiting at her front door. As soon as she's gone, I break into a sweat, realizing I'm still not wearing a bra. I quickly feel around to make sure my safety pins are secured and adjust my scarf. The good news is that she didn't even notice my boots, which means they probably look even better than I thought, although she didn't really have any opportunity to adequately assess my appearance, what with trying to lie and keep her shoes on at the same time. It must be such a great feeling to aimlessly bumble along without a care in the world. I always try to imagine I'm Chloe when I'm panicking about something. This morning was a perfect example. Just as I was about to walk out my door, I started imagining all these bizarre little scenarios that might cause me to be late until I actually had myself convinced I was late, despite the fact that my watch showed otherwise. And the whole time I was panicking about being late, I kept giving these little stomach jabs every time I remembered that I washed my hair twice this morning, which on more than one occasion has produced horrifying results. And then just as I was rounding the corner to the subway, I spotted a little girl who looked exactly like me when I was a little girl, at which point I had this uncontrollable urge to kneel down and tell her not to go to school, which is exactly when I started feeling my all too familiar flu symptoms coming on. All of this, coupled with the realization that I knowingly and deliberately took a job at a fashion magazine and the creeping suspicion that I'm a hypochondriac, nearly put me over the edge. But then as soon as I saw my sister happily toddling along the sidewalk in a pair of shoes that appeared to be at least a size 15, looking utterly ridiculous and yet completely unaffected, it all just fell away as though nothing mattered. Human Valium. And now I'm walking down the subway steps, rejuvenated, carefree, ready to face the world with open arms. I take a deep cleansing breath and cheerfully look around at my fellow subway users. I'm trying to feel good about these people, but everyone always looks so swollen and unhealthy in the morning, almost like they all have a cold. And they're always looking at each other. There's a woman standing a few yards away who's staring right at me. I can't stand that. I reposition my shoulder bag, which is so huge and stuffed with notebooks and papers it covers more than half my body. I turn my back to her and wait a few seconds. Then I slowly turn my head around, and sure enough, she's still staring. She's wearing a flannel shirt and a pair of pants that look like they might be part of a policeman's uniform. As soon as the subway door opens, I slip in and rush to get a seat, but the woman in blue pants beats me to it. Now I have to figure out a way to hold on to the pole without actually touching it. Poles are notorious for banking E. coli bacteria. I reach into my bag, rip out a piece of paper from my notebook, wrap it in a pole, and hold on. Naturally, in doing so, I feel uncomfortable calling so much attention to myself, but it's better than grabbing onto the back of someone else's shirt. I hate standing here not making eye contact with anyone the whole time. It's so much work. Everywhere you turn, there's another face. Life would be so much easier if our heads were designed to perpetually swivel. That way it wouldn't be considered insulting to look away every couple of seconds. I close my eyes for a second, thinking about how Chloe just flat out lied to me back there. She lies about everything, so it's not as though I was caught by surprise or anything. Unfortunately, there's nothing she can do about lying. Lying is genetic. And Chloe got a mad dose of the pathological liar gene. She got this from our mother's side of the family. I once tried to count how many times our mother lies in a day. I came up with an average of 80. My personal favorite is the one about the special pill. The special pill that will prevent her from ever dying. That particular lie was a huge mistake because Chloe still believes her. At least my mother was smart enough to tell Chloe to keep it secret. As soon as I get out of the subway, my scalp starts tingling again, but this time I know it's because I got a little freaked out there for a second and I was stepping off the platform, and I got a whiff of the guy's breath who was standing next to me. It smelled like ketchup, which is usually an indication of strep throat. I'm pretty sure I held my breath in time to avoid picking up the germ, but you never know. The subway station is only 2 blocks away from Issues, so I sprint the last block. I always feel like running in the morning. I pull open the door, rush through the lobby, and pass right through security with my temporary ID. I dash by the elevators and head toward the stairway door. I can run pretty fast in these boots. 7 flights of stairs shouldn't be a problem. I've been to Issues several times to visit Chloe, so I know my way around. As soon as I get to the 7th floor, I whip the door open and bound in. I'm a little out of breath, but I manage to introduce myself to the receptionist, who nervously looks me over from head to toe. I look back at her, but then she looks away. She's a little preoccupied because she's wrapping the ends of her hair around her arm. She's having so much fun, she's actually making herself laugh. "Are you looking for the art department?" she asks. "No, I'm looking for Dan Princely. Is he in?" "Dan Princely, the editor-in-chief?" she asks. "Yes, that Dan Princely," I say, biting my tongue. I don't want to unintentionally call her an imbecile. "Oh, sure, he's in. Wait, let me look at my list. Are you Zoe Rose?" I nod. She's giggling again. Hair is fun. "His office is right over there. I'll buzz you through those doors, and I'll let him know you're here." As I'm walking away, I turn around to ask her if Dan is alone in his office. She doesn't hear me at first because she's too busy trying to get her arm out of her hair, so I repeat the question. "No, he's not alone. Miss Princely is in there with him," she says. "Chloe won't be in for another 3 hours. What is wrong with this girl?" "Are you going to be okay?" I ask. "Yeah, it's not really stuck. I'm just playing around." "Okay, well, have a good time." I wave and walk through the double doors. As soon as I spot Dan's office, I barge in. Dan immediately stands up to greet me with a big smile. "Hey, there you are, right on time. Oh, wow, what happened?" he asks, looking in the general direction of my chin. "What do you mean? It's just that you've got—" "Never mind. No, seriously, what?" I ask. "No, nothing." I rub my chin a few times in case I accidentally drew on it or something. The woman sitting across from Dan turns her chair around just enough to show her face, but not enough to actually make eye contact with me. It never occurred to me that Dan's mother would be sitting in his office at 8:30 in the morning, but I would never have recognized her from the back anyway. She must be wearing some sort of fake hair. Of course, she doesn't bother to get up. Why would she? I'm only her daughter-in-law's sister. How could I possibly be of any value to her? Dan tilts his head in her direction, letting me know there's a third person in the room. Little does he know that I would rather spend the whole day riding back and forth on the subway seated next to a kid with a mono than give her the satisfaction of saying hello first. There's an awkward silence as I plunge the better part of my upper body into my bag and pretend to root around for some sort of hidden treasure, while Anita immediately engages herself in pulling invisible fuzz off her sweater. "Mom, you remember Chloe's sister Zoe from the rehearsal dinner? Why don't you officially welcome her aboard?" "Well, well, well," Anita says, forcing herself to look me in the eye. "Well, well, well? What the hell is well, well, well? You're looking smart this morning, Zoe. I see you've decided to dress with your usual casual flair for your first day of work." "Thank you, Anita. Nice hairpiece," I say, with my head still in my bag. "Oh, you noticed? You're very observant. Isn't it fun? I have one in every length. I'd have half the hair you do. I wouldn't need this silly thing, would I?" She reaches over to touch my hair, but I flinch so vehemently, she quickly pulls her hand back. I don't know what she's so worried about. I would never hit her in front of Dan. "Well, welcome aboard. I hope you find your office and co-workers satisfactory, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. Dan raves about you. You can't imagine how curious I am to see what all the fuss is about." "I guess time will tell," I say, smoothing my hair with one hand as though I'm consoling a rabid dog. Anita gets up to leave, and I can't help but notice what a nice figure she has for such a wicked old woman. She's tall and very thin and has beautiful legs. Her posture is absolutely perfect. She has the body of an aging, starved ballerina, magnificent and tortured. I'm sure Anita would still be very pretty had she let herself grow old gracefully, but her face has been stretched and tucked so many times it looks as though she's peering out from behind a mask of saran wrap. Every feature on her face is slightly askew, and yet there's beauty coming from somewhere. I just can't figure out where exactly. Everything she's wearing fits her perfectly except for her pearl earrings, which are much too big for her tiny earlobes. I can't help remembering bits and pieces of an article I once wrote about a certain Arabist countess who is known for her audacious gems back in the 90s. Everything about her screams ambition rather than good breeding. She reeks of that overly perfumed pungency unique to climbers. Stand close enough and you can smell her working. Nothing came easy to this woman, that much is clear. All one has to do is look into those piercing, bloodshot blue eyes to see her ferocious will. She clawed her way to the top, and she is determined to stay there. I should really dig that article out in case I decide to do a feature on Anita one of these days. The whole thing is already written. All I have to do is change the name. I'd probably start off with a description of her clothes. After all, this is a fashion magazine. I can hear Dan talking to me, but I'm too engrossed in trying to imagine how I best describe Anita's attire for my new fantasy fashion column. Anita Princely is wearing a simple, pale salmon cashmere sweater, gorgeous heather gray herringbone skirt. Just below the neckline of her sweater, she has strategically placed a colossal canary diamond and pink sapphire pin that could easily double as a machete. Zoe. From a distance, Anita would appear to be the perfect new mother-in-law for my sister. She certainly loves to shop, but when I think of the way she talks down to Chloe and the way Chloe is completely unaware of Anita's resentment toward her, it breaks my heart. My sister deserves so much more. She has no idea that Anita has it in for her, but I do. Zoe! What? Oh, I'm sorry. Were you talking to me? I was just thinking about something. My mother was just saying goodbye to you, Dan says. Anita is halfway to the door when she realizes that she forgot her purse. She walks over to her chair and bends over so slightly at the waist as she reaches for the tiny brown clutch lodged between the cushions, but I quickly reach in and pull it out before she has a chance. Looking for your colostomy bag? I ask, holding her purse up in the air. Oh, for heaven's sake, Zoe, what a perfectly wretched thing to say. That happens to be a very fine alligator skin, she says, taking it from me. Wow. Anita says something to Dan under her breath and gives me the slightest hint of a nod and walks out. As soon as she leaves, Dan gives me a look. What? I ask. I know she can be penetrating, but try not to totally ignore her and then insult her, okay? I wasn't ignoring her. I was just thinking about something I would like to write about her one day. You don't think I was being nice to her? You can do better. I try to look surprised, but he's not by it. He takes me to my office, which is just around the corner from his and right next to Chloe's. Chloe sits right over there, doesn't she? I ask, pointing to her office. That's right, he says with a big smile. The man is a saint. Take a look around, get yourself settled, and, you might want to wash up in the ladies' room or something. I bet I look sick. I'm probably anemic again. You have plenty of time to prepare your notes for the editorial meeting, so try to relax. Your assistant should be here at 9 o'clock. Her name is Amanda. She's very good. I had her transferred from the publicity department, where she was very much in demand by all 3 publicists, but this new position is a promotion for her, and she's very excited about it. After Dan leaves, I take a look around my new office, which is surprisingly large and bare. Other than the hideous vintage issue covers that someone wasted their time framing and hanging all over the walls, it's not bad. Not bad at all. I'll have a desk, a chair, and there are 2 other chairs neatly arranged on the other side of my desk. Pretty standard, nothing fancy. It's almost calming in a way. There's some nice cabinets above my desk, and with a few candles I could transform this place into a tranquil writing den. And pull a pile of notes out of my bag and arrange them on my desk. Now all I need is a stapler, and I'll be just fine. There's got to be one in here somewhere. I staple things all the time. Granted, I sometimes find myself banging on it incessantly for no reason, but I still have to have one. As a matter of fact, I often keep 2 staplers on my desk so that if anyone runs out of staples, I have a backup just in case I don't have time to reload. I slowly begin operating and closing a few drawers in my desk, but as it becomes more and more apparent that there's no stapler, I begin frantically opening and slamming every drawer and cabinet in the office. I can't work without a stapler. This is ridiculous. Calm down. Breathe. Breathe without holding your breath this time. Here comes the sweat and the nausea. In the midst of my angst, a guy with long blonde hair appears at my door wearing all black. He's pretty enough to be a girl, but there isn't anything particularly feminine about him besides his coat, which is a little on the girly side even for a girl, and the way he keeps putting his hair behind his ears and his nail polish, and the fact that we're both wearing the same boots. Actually, the boots aren't girly at all. I look down at my feet. I never noticed how incredibly masculine these boots are. They're not even tomboyish, they're out-and-out mannish. I never should have worn them, and I can't believe that he just meandered in here as though I've known him all my life. I've got to calm down. Hey, he says without looking at me. Who are you? I ask. I'm Tri. I work in the art department, and you're Zoe, right? I used to work with your sister until she married the prince, and you got promoted. I assume she's back for her little honeymoon? That's right, her new office is just right next door, and you must be the guy who used to eat her lunch all the time. Yep, he says proudly, working the hair. Yeah, well, those days are over. Who told you to come in here? I ask, as I resume opening and slamming the doors. Normally, I would resent the remark about Chloe marrying the prince and getting promoted, but he's clearly torn up about it. He looks like a lost Cocker Spaniel with that blonde, floppy hair. No one. I just wanted to meet you and see if, you need anything. His eyes are starting to wander in that downward direction. I'm assuming they will land right about now. I need a stapler, I say to interrupt his visual tour of my chest. The more I look at him, the younger he gets. No problem, I'll get you one. I'm a stapler guy myself. You can't really rely on anything else if you want to keep things together, can you? He says with a little laugh. That is so funny. So, can you get it for me now? I ask. I can't stand the staring for another second. As soon as he leaves, I try distracting myself by imagining Michael wearing nail polish, and then I adjust my safety pins, which were clearly not doing their job. I pull my shirt tighter and refasten everything and flatten the sides of my scarf over each breast. Then I continue searching my drawers. There's an astonishing amount of supplies in here. Not that I don't love office supplies, I do. I take great comfort in large quantities of anything. As a child, I lived in constant fear of running out of things. When I was 11, I had a shoebox filled with lip balms. By the time I was 12, I discovered a certain type of hairband that actually went all the way around my ponytail. Every time we passed a drugstore, I'd make my mom pull over so I could run in and buy a few more packages. I also had a fear of running out of tampons in case I ever got my period again, a certain type of notebook divider, and I had several bouts with different types of granola bars. There must be 50 packs of Post-its in this drawer. I get up and walk over to the little closet behind my desk and pull open the door. There are stacks and stacks of printer paper, toner, pens, pencils, notepads, spiral notebooks, scissors, magic markers. There's even a whole box of self-addressed stamped envelopes, a carton of staples, 2 packs of hair rubber bands in every color. I don't believe this. These people think of everything. There's also an entire shelf devoted to beauty product samples. I've never seen so many tiny bottles of hair conditioner. I grab a few and throw them in my bag. I pulled out a big box of slides and bring them over to my desk. Most of them are blank, but there's a smaller box in there with duplicates of old issues covers. There's a loop on my desk, so I pick it up to get a closer look. One of the girls looks very familiar. It takes me a few seconds to realize she looks exactly like Dan. Wait a minute, this is Anita. She can't be more than 15 or 16 years old in this picture, and she couldn't have weighed more than 80 pounds back then. Talk about skeletons in your closet. She looks so delicate and sweet and vulnerable and pretty. What happened to her? I'd hate to think that it was Dan and Chloe's wedding that did her in. Talk about the best laid plans backfiring. Anita planned things for that wedding that no one would ever dream of. My personal favorite was the receiving line rehearsal videotaping session. The objective here is for the videographer to record funny things, and he was planning to say in the actual wedding day video. In the event that she never got the opportunity to deliver her lines, she was instructed to splice them in. And then, of course, there was the pre-wedding hair and makeup consultation, the hair and makeup rehearsal luncheon, and the pre-wedding cocktail party for who's who in the publishing industry, and after the wedding dress fabric consultation breakfast, Dan got fed up and canceled everything. Chloe was devastated, and Anita was furious. "What's wrong with picking out fabrics?" Chloe protested, but Dan put his foot down and they eloped. To this day, Chloe still doesn't understand what turned Dan off to the idea of a wedding with a guest list of nearly 500 presents. My sister loves presents almost as much as Anita loves guests, but Dan assured Chloe that she could still wear her wedding dress, so she agreed to run away with him. Anita didn't take the news of their decision to elope very well. She promptly checked herself into the Betty Ford clinic, where she remained until precisely the day Dan and Chloe returned from their honeymoon. Chloe was horrified to learn that Anita had gone on a drinking binge. Dan was neither horrified nor surprised. He would have predicted it. It was her way of saying, "Congratulations, you win," Dan explained. "What did we win?" Chloe asked, hoping for something from Tiffany. Chloe never pays attention to Dan's issues with Anita and her desire to control their lives. If you ask her what she thinks of Anita, she'll say, "I think she's pretty." I'm just about to take another look at Anita's picture when Try comes in. "Here's your stapler," he says, and puts it on my desk. "Thanks," I say, reaching over to grab it. "So, where's your sister?" "Don't have any work to do?" "Not really. Where's your sister?" "She's on her way. Do you want me to give her a message, or perhaps your lunch order?" At this point, he's staring point blank at my breasts, even though they're completely covered. I'm tempted to let him know that I'm fully aware that he's doing, and I'm contemplating calling security, but he's so obviously in love with Chloe, I feel sorry for him. I tilt my chin up, just as I always do, and I sense something is checking out my chest. It's an acquired body language that all big-breasted women learn. It's our way of leading the viewer away from the boob area and up toward the face area. If you're looking at someone and they start looking up, you will too. Except this guy, he refuses to let his eyes be led. "So what's the age difference between you two?" he asks my left breast. "They're twins," I answer on behalf of both of them. "But Chloe and I are 2 years apart. I'm older." "Oh," he answers. He's totally distracted. I wish I could make one of them talk. Neither of them understands English, so if you have any more questions, you should direct them up here at my head, I finally suggest. He laughs for a second and then announces that he has to go. No apology. Nothing. On the way out, he runs into Dan, who is on his way to the office. I can hear them talking in the hall. "Hey, Mr. Prinsley, how's it going?" "It's going well." "I've told you many times, call me Dan." "Cool, how's Chloe, by the way?" "She's good, she's great, actually, thanks for asking." "Yeah, her sister's really hot, too, excellent call. I'm glad you approve." There's a little laughter out there, and I feel my face heat up. Then Dan walks in and announces the meeting is about to begin in the conference room, that he'd be happy to escort me. As soon as we're in the hallway, I can't help but notice that Dan is finding it difficult to look at me. I'm getting the idea that my hair is doing that thing where it keeps expanding until it looks like I'm using it to hide a second head. So, have you been to the ladies' room yet? He asks. No, but I think I'll stop on the way. Oh, good, it's right over there, he says, and points to a door right next to the conference room. And feel free to visit the fashion closet if you're in a bind with that shirt. See you at the meeting, he says with his little sigh of relief. I walk into the ladies' room and check my safety pins. I can see why he felt uncomfortable. I lost a pin, and that's a sickening amount of cleavage I've got going here. I take another pin and sort of move it up to gather the fabric together, which looks sort of interesting if I must say so myself, almost like smocking. I rewrap the scarf so it's tucked into the open areas of my shirt and hovered to the wall mirror above the sink. Unfortunately, it's too high for me to see anything except the very tip of my head. I try to stand on my toes to see some more of my hair, but it's almost impossible. I jump up a few times, which helps, but I still can't see much, even with the back of a few steps to take a little running start. I glance down at my boots for a second to see if they're tied properly. For some reason, I can't get as much air as I usually can. I used to be able to jump twice as high in these boots. I also can't help noticing how old and dirty they look. Maybe it's the lighting in here. Alright, so my shirt head over to the wall mirror above the sink. Unfortunately, it's too high for me. Okay. For some reason, I can't get as much air as I usually can. I used to be able to jump twice as high in these boots. I also can't help noticing how old and dirty they look. Maybe it's the lighting in here. I grab a paper towel to turn on the faucet and let the water soak the paper towel. I can't wring it out because the paper towel touched the faucet, so I pick it up and hold it over my boots, letting the water drip onto the lighter areas of the leather so they'll blend in with the darker areas. I'm trying to create the illusion that the boots are all one color and give them a gentle cleansing at the same time. That's the best I can do without a can of spray paint. I drop the paper towel in the sink, check out the top of my head one more time, and then I reach for another paper towel so I can wash my hands before I leave. I use this second paper towel as a little barrier between my hand and soap dispenser and push it a few times, letting the soap fall into my hands. I use the same paper towel to turn on the faucet. I let the water run a few seconds and then carefully position both of my hands under the water so they don't accidentally touch the faucet and sink, and then I slowly lather up. Once my hands are clean, more or less, I grab another paper towel. The purpose of the third paper towel is twofold. I'll use it to dry my hands as well as to pick up the other two paper towels lying in the sink. Once I'm finished and ready to leave, I push the door open with one foot and hold it there while I look for a garbage can. Unfortunately, the garbage bin is too far to reach from the door, so I have to let the door slam shut. I'd rather repeat this entire process all over again than touch anything with my bare hands in a public bathroom. I'm just about to take a step forward, the garbage, when I hear someone in one of the stalls. So where was I? You were talking about Chloe. Oh, right. Can you believe how much weight she gained on her honeymoon? Are you sure we're alone in here? Of course, you heard the door close, didn't you? Yeah, but I'm always so paranoid around here. Well, stop worrying. There's no one in here. The meeting's going to start in a little while. They're probably all downstairs getting coffee. I still can't believe Dan made Chloe's sister deputy editor. According to Anita, she's like 3 feet tall with the most enormous implants on a planet. What? And don't expect another Miss Sweet and innocent like her sister. Anita said she's a total. More importantly, I'd say Chloe easily gained 8, maybe even 9 pounds since their honeymoon. What's your guess? At least I thought 8, but I'm leaning towards 9 as of yesterday. Then it's totally 9 to fat chicks. She's so done. You'd probably be sick of her by now anyway. She's so dumb, it's unbearable. How amazing does he look with that tan? What a waste. Where did they go on their honeymoon? Some island that he bought for her so she could get her fat tan without anyone seeing her. There's a part of me that wants to tiptoe out of here and think this through. But then there's that other part of me. First I knock on one stall, then the other. Excuse me, I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to introduce myself to both of you. Perhaps you've already heard of me. I'm Zoe Rose, Chapter 3. It's been at least 5 minutes and neither one of them has said a word or hinted at any signs of caving, and I'm sure not going anywhere until they both show their faces. It's amazing how much time girls spend in the common areas of public bathrooms. I can't think of anything even remotely entertaining to do in here. I guess it's a lot more fun if you can see yourself in the mirror. Or I should at least turn the water on and off a few times to make it seem as though I'm still in here for a reason. But I don't want to waste it, and it's not like I'd be fooling either of them. We all know why we're in here. It's just a question of endurance at this point. I'm this close to flinging myself under one of their stalls. I walk over, squat down, tilt my head so I can see if their feet are moving under there. Unbelievable. It's like they're both turned to stone. I squat down a little more to get a better look. I wish Chloe were in here with me. She'd probably get a real kick of looking at people's shoes without them knowing. One of them is wearing a pair of silver ballet slippers, and the other one is wearing the exact same slippers in gold. I wouldn't mind getting the silver pair for Chloe. I know she'd love them. They've got to be at least a size 8, but Chloe would probably make them work. I put my ear up to her stall to see if I can hear her breathing, but there's absolutely nothing coming out of this one. I put my ear up to the other stall. Nothing there either. They can't possibly be holding their breath this long. I hope I didn't scare them to death. The meeting is going to start any minute now. I walk over to the main bathroom door, kick it open as hard as I can, and then stand aside to let it slam shut again. Neither of them fell for it, but I am now leaning against the wall from their stalls. Across from their stalls, examining my scalp for tumors when Courtney walks in. "OMG, hi," she says, throwing her arms around me. I wasn't expecting that. I've only met her a couple of times, and I didn't recall being particularly friendly to her on either one of those occasions. "OMG, yes, hello there to you too," I say, trying to be equally cheerful while stiffly patting her on the back. "I just came in to tell everyone that the meeting is starting," Dan said to check the girls' room. "Who else is in here?" she asks. "I'm not sure. Maybe you can recognize them by their shoes," I suggest, tilting my head toward the stalls. Courtney bends down to look and says, "Blair and Sloan, the meeting is starting." I look down at Courtney's shoes. She's wearing a pair of bronze stilettos with silver flowers embroidered all over them. What is it with this place and metallic shoes? As soon as Courtney stands back up, I can't help but noticing her pants don't fit her at all. I always thought it was a standard procedure to hide one's at work. Wait a minute. Blair and Sloan. Blair and Sloan. Where have I heard their names before? Oh, right. Now I remember. Blair and Sloan were the two editors who collaborated on that infantile attempt at a scathing expose starring Chloe as an evil assistant. Chloe sent me a copy of it last year. It was so poorly written, we hung it up at the Radical Mind for a few laughs, but deep down, I didn't really think it was that funny. In fact, I had a nightmare about it. I don't want to repeat what I did to Sloan and Blair in my dream, but suffice it to say, the police got involved. Courtney and I walk into the conference room together to find Dan seated at the head of the oval table. As soon as we come in, he puts his face in one hand, starts tapping a pencil with the other. "Is everything okay?" I ask, but then it occurs to me that Courtney is standing right next to him, and he probably can't bear to see a choking to death any more than the next guy. Nothing. "I was just thinking about something," he says without looking up. "Can I get you some more water, or how about a little shoulder rub?" Courtney asks with her little giggle, and then sits right down next to him. "No thanks, Court, I'm fine." I must have heard that wrong. No one would ask her boss if she wanted a little shoulder rub, especially with her boss's sister-in-law standing right there. I'm about to sit down and contemplate what she really said when I spot Rhonda, the recently appointed art director from the promotion department. Rhonda walks into the meeting with a sugar-glazed cheese Danish in one hand and an enormous paper cup of coffee in the other, as though she just happened to be walking by and spotted a group of old friends. I can't help but love Rhonda. She's always been incredibly loyal to Chloe. I guess in a way she's like family. Rhonda and I give each other a quick kiss, and I tried not to laugh at her hair. For some reason she has it all teased up like she's impersonating a country western singer or something. "How are you? How have you been?" I ask, trying to mask my smile as something joyful and warm as opposed to childish and immature reaction to a comical hairstyle. I must be staring, though, because the next thing she says is, "How do you like my hair? I know it's ridiculous, but what can you do? This is the style now." She's puffing it up even more by pulling on it from every possible angle. She's also wearing a poncho that comes down to her knees, but I could swear she just mumbled something under her breath that sounded like, "Fix yourself up a little, honey." I smooth my hair down a bit, but I'm more concerned about where I should sit, which is never an easy decision for me. I'd like to sit near Dan, but I want to leave a seat or two open for Chloe on either side of me. I, however, behind my two best options while trying to anticipate who will sit where, and many people are likely to arrive before Chloe. After a few nerve-wracking moments of hemming and hawing, I finally sit one seat away from Dan, but then Rhonda immediately sits down next to me on the other side. I feel a little flutter of panic, but it quickly subsides. Rhonda says hello to Dan and then to Courtney, who's sitting up so straight her chest is pointing toward the ceiling. She carefully tucks two little pieces of her scorched blonde hair behind her ears and says, "Hi, Rhonda." She then reaches for the entire stack of magazines in the middle of the table and neatly arranges them in the front of her like a little fan. She picks one up and starts reading it as she's sitting in her living room. I wonder if I'll ever feel that relaxed here, although I'm really never even that comfortable in my own living room, so I doubt it. I look over at Rhonda to see if she's going to try to start up a little conversation with me, but as soon as I turn toward her, she takes a huge bite of her Danish. She then begins chewing so haphazardly, it looks as though she might spit everything right back out. I've never seen anything like this. There's cheese and hardened sugar all over her mouth and chin, and she's just leaving it there. Before she even has a chance to swallow and have her teeth professionally cleaned, she takes another reckless bite and says, "This is out of this world. Want some?" I don't know what to do. I can't possibly answer her without activating my gag reflex, so I just shake my head no. My stomach is turning so fast I have to press on it to make it slow down. I've always had a bit of a problem understanding my emotions, but I'm almost positive I was jumping the gun when I said I loved Rhonda. I look at Dan to see if he's going to perhaps fire her, but he's so deep in thought he doesn't see a thing. Just then, her cell phone rings, and I nearly jump out of my skin. Her ringtone is Piano Man by Billy Joel. Again, I look at Dan to see if he's reached his breaking point, but he barely lifts his head. Other people's chewed food is not something I tend to handle well under any circumstances, but I'm especially squeamish today for some reason. And if she doesn't stop chewing at this instant, there's almost no way I can continue to sit next to her. Despite her history of protecting my sister from virtually everyone and everything in this place, I just can't get past the smacking sound of her tongue trying to pry itself off the roof of her mouth. I'm about to get up and change my seat when Ruth walks in with two strikingly beautiful models. Ruth is Chloe's ex-boss who somehow managed to get a pass from the underworld to torture Chloe for a full year while my sister did everything in her power to please her. Once Chloe was promoted, she was nice enough to then have Ruth promoted. Chloe, in her mind-boggling innocence, was convinced that the promotion was all Ruth needed to become a better person. Now Ruth is the Creative Services Director for the Promotion Department, but I seriously doubt the new title had any kind of remedial effect on her. Her mental state is so far from what anyone would consider normal that she often spends the better part of her day sitting in her office making phone calls. I'll never understand why companies keep people like Ruth on staff. It just doesn't make any sense. Even more puzzling is why Dan invited models to this meeting. Maybe he thinks they're people too. One of them is the color of whole white wheat bread with long honey brown hair and green eyes, and the other one is a buttery blonde with the blue eyes and peaches and cream complexion. Bread is wearing extremely low-cut jeans and a few layered t-shirts, each of which could barely fit a newborn. Butter is wearing bright-colored flowery dress that sort of looks like curtains. Rhonda snaps her cell phone shut and whispers, "Here come the dynamic duo." Actually, 3 people enter the room, but Ruth hardly qualifies as one of them. For one thing, she is casually in her 60s. As for another, she only dresses in costume and can hardly walk because she is riddled with bunions. I can only get a glimpse of a little bits and pieces of the 3 of them because Rhonda's hair is in the way and everyone here is so tall. Ruth and the classic breakfast combination sit down next to Courtney. All 3 of them ignore Courtney, but Bread and Butter make it a point to give Dan a warm, friendly hello. No one goes far to acknowledge Rhonda or me. In fact, no one will even look at me. I try to make small talk with Rhonda, who has finished mauling her Danish, but then I immediately regret it. You cannot imagine how many leftovers are on her face. As soon as Rhonda makes a move to throw away her napkin, I get a full view of Ruth, who is examining herself in a compact mirror that says, "Girls just want to have fun." I got to assume she's checking to see if there's lipstick on her teeth, which is not a bad idea. She must have applied it using a pair of tongs. Besides the lipstick smeared all over her teeth, she's got some under her eye and a few little dabs on her forehead. She keeps scraping at the lipstick on her forehead with her nail, which is starting to bend backwards a little. Chloe used to buy those same press-on nails all the time when she was a little kid, and then she'd beg me to polish them. I found the whole idea of 3-inch plastic nails a little spooky, but Chloe had so much fun picking things up and pointing to objects around the room. With her fake nails, I always gave in. I can see Ruth has much talent for nail polishing as I do. It's all over her cuticles. Ruth is probably the only person in this whole building who's dressed worse than I am. She's wearing a pink satiny blouse with a gigantic ruffle around the collar and a white terry cloth skirt. You'd think they'd put an age limit on ruffles. I always feel a little sorry for Ruth whenever I see her walking around in one of her atrocious outfits. I know how hard it is to get dressed when you have no idea what you're doing. God knows what a challenge it must be for a person who imagines herself 40 years younger than she actually is. I'm a little worried that Chloe's going to miss this meeting, and I'm so concerned about the lack of ventilation in this room. It's very constricting, and lately I've been experiencing the telltale signs of adult asthma. I put my hand to my forehead to see if I've been walking around with a low-grade fever. It's hard to tell, though, because my hands are freezing from the nerves. I already want to get out of here, and the meeting hasn't even started. I hardly know these people yet. I already can't stand half of them, and I'm pretty sure the feeling is mutual. Another abnormally tall girl with long, straight black hair and no makeup except for expertly applied bright red lipstick walks in and over to Dan. She boldly shakes his hand and says, "Sorry I'm late. I was filling out forms in Human Resources." She looks like a little young Cher, but only from the neck up. From the neck down, she is dressed impeccably. She's wearing gray and white flannel pinstripe jacket and with gray cuffed trousers and black patent leather lumps. She has on a dainty little pearl and crystal necklace and a perfectly pressed white button-down blouse. That's exactly how I would dress if I knew how. I watch her look around the table, nodding and smiling. She's extremely confident and yet not overbearing. That's an art in itself, the ability to take control of a situation without peeing people off. Not your fault, don't be sorry, Dan says, and then he looks over at me and says, "This is Amanda, my assistant? That's not what I was expecting." I say, "Hello," and Amanda says, "It's a pleasure to meet you." She motions to the chair next to me and asks, "May I?" I want to tell her that I've been saving the seat for my sister, but because I've been a grown woman, I say, "Of course." She walks over to me and puts her hand out to shake mine. She's staring right into my eyes. I stand up to greet her and immediately feel deformed. She's got to be at least 6'2". If she so much as lifts her heels off the ground to get something on a high shelf, and I happen to be sitting next to her, I'll be looking directly into her crotch. I sit back down and try to forget about Amanda, but she's one of those people who's impossible to ignore. Her perfume, although not overpowering, is everywhere, and she has very large hands. I feel like she should be my babysitter, not my assistant. Hopefully Dan will be able to find another job for her in the building, perhaps on a floor with higher ceilings. I'm sure she doesn't want a boss who comes up to her private parts either. She's probably thinking the same thing I'm thinking. Dan looks at his watch and clears his throat. "I guess we can't wait much longer, so let's get started," he says. He folds his hands and begins thanking everyone for coming. This is obviously going to be a very informal meeting. Courtney is reading a magazine. The perfect girls are talking to each other, using their hair as privacy curtains. Rhonda is picking food out of her teeth like a credit card. Amanda is sitting with her hands folded in her lap, and Ruth is examining her clothing for what appears to be small insects. She's picking off tiny bits of something with her fingers, and then flicking her hallucinations across the room. Her seat isn't even pushed in. She's sitting in the aisle. I'm tempted to get up and push her chair in, but I'm afraid she'll think I'm giving her a ride. Before we get started, I wanted to make one point very clear. Some of you will undoubtedly find yourselves questioning our new editorial plans, and that's to be expected. We're certainly going to out on a limb here, but as long as we're in this together and our collective goal is that the editorial enhancement and growth, and we'll be able to rise above whatever minor disagreements come up. I think you all know how much your support means to me, and now more than ever, we're going to really have to pull together. Since we're already had a number of discussions regarding the key objectives of the new editorial, I'd like to get right down to business and tell you a little bit about our new deputy editor, Zoe Rose. As many of you know, Zoe had a very popular column at The Radical Mind, a business and news magazine most known for its liberal, outspoken political commentary, which was several highly coveted awards over the past few years. Many of those awards were directly linked to Zoe's extraordinary work, exposing countless cases of corruption in some of our country's most high-profile corporations, particularly in regard to the discrimination against women, and in many cases discrimination against women by other women. A lifelong student of human behavior, Zoe is anxious to leave the world of hard news and investigative reporting and begin enlightening a different kind of audience, our readers. Although The Radical Mind has lost a valuable contributor, the world of fashion and beauty has gained an inspiring new voice. We will soon be the first fashion and beauty magazine in history to give a primary focus of image to the issues women have with one another and how those issues hold them back professionally, politically, most importantly, personally. Our editorial will now be geared toward improving how women look on the inside as well as on the outside, as of course we will be disseminating that information through the eyes of Zoe's unique, comedic, and very entertaining perspective. My cheeks, eyes, and neck are burning up from the combination of fever and my overwhelming sense that everyone in this room is already sick of hearing about me. If he doesn't stop talking, there's an excellent chance that I will have cooked myself into a pile of ash before I even have a chance to say a single word about what I have planned for the magazine. Dan continues talking as a trickle of sweat meanders its way down my right sideburn. And then, as if an angel has answered my prayers, there is a sudden commotion just outside the door, which forces Dan to stop talking. After a few seconds, a woman walks in the room who makes every head turn. She's that alarming. Her shampoo, commercial, bouncy hair, her flawless skin, Her power suit and her legs all come together in a way that makes everyone else in the room look like a whimpering housefrau. Something about the way she walks sets the whole mood in slow motion. She's in her early to mid-30s with enormous brown eyes, long chestnut hair, and not one split end. As beautiful as she is, everything about her is strictly business right down to her brown briefcase. She is not attempting in any way to reflect the style of the magazine or express her creativity. She's not trying to appear whimsical, intellectual, preppy, funky, sporty, trendy, waspy, or anything else that clothes are used for around here. She is simply a woman who on this day has chosen to wear brown. She also has a good-sized slit on the side of that skirt, which can only mean one thing. She's in sales, and I would venture to say that she's the advertising director. The woman in brown shuts the door behind her and walks over to Dan to shake his hand. She apologizes for being late and explains that she just flew in from London office, where she was giving the overseas sales team a heads up about the upcoming editorial changes. Then she sits down in the chair next to Dan, the one that I was saving for Chloe. Her BlackBerry is out of her bag and on the table in a matter of seconds, and she's ready to go. Dan asks her if she would like him to repeat what he said so far. That won't be necessary, she says. I caught a bit of it out in the hall. Feel free to pick up where you left off. Our seats are somewhat far apart, so I have to lean all the way over to get a good look at her. She gives me an abrupt smile and a quick nod and then pulls the tiniest sliver of a laptop out of her bag. She looks at Dan as if to confirm that he should get on with it, but there is still a little excitement out in the hall. Dan excuses himself and gets up to open the door, and in walks Chloe. "Oh, you made it," he says. She walks in smiling and gives him a quick kiss on the cheek. I am happy to see her. I nearly jump out of my seat, but as soon as she sees me, her face goes blank. Since I last saw her, she's changed into a pink and cream tweed suit with a little scarf knotted at her neck, but for some reason she's still hobbling around in those gigantic shoes. I can't see her feet from where I'm sitting, but there's no way she could possibly have more than one pair of shoes that cause her to walk like she's changed to a cinder block. Why didn't she change her shoes when she changed her outfit? She had all the time in the world to find a pair of shoes that fit her because she obviously had time to go shopping. She's carrying about 9 shopping bags. She shuffles over to me with her packages, completely oblivious to the fact that everyone now knows she went shopping when she should have been at this meeting. I feel my pulse quicken as I try to imagine what everyone is thinking. I close my eyes for a second and try to get a grip. I hear Chloe dragging a chair from up against the wall to the narrow space behind me. I quickly check her out as she maneuvers herself toward me. She doesn't look fat at all. If she gained even a single pound on her honeymoon, I sure can't see it. What could Blair and Sloane possibly have meant? She looks perfect, nervous and pale, but perfect. I hope she doesn't have a fever, too. Are you feeling okay? I ask her, but she can't even answer me. She's almost as though she's in shock or on the verge of collapsing. I wonder if a salesperson was rude to her this morning. So help me if... Hi, I'm Chloe, she says to Amanda, trying to force a smile. Do you mind if I squeeze in between you two? I really want to sit next to my sister. It's her first day. Poor Chloe. She can't even control the volume of her own voice. She said that so loud everyone turned to look at her. Oh, of course, Amanda says, while Chloe makes a huge racket with her chair and packages, trying to reposition herself that her legs of her chair are now intertwined with mine. I never dreamed she'd be even more insecure than I am in this meeting. She's practically in my lap. Sorry, Dan, go ahead, Chloe says once she's comfortably seated. Dan picks up where he left off about how we're all going to recreate the term women's magazine. As he's speaking, Chloe puts her hand up to my ear and starts whispering something I can't possibly decipher. All I can hear is the sound of her lips popping against one another. I look over at Dan, who has every right to be annoyed that Chloe is whispering in my ear like a 14-year-old. But he shows no sign of disapproval, so I whisper back, I can't understand what you're saying. Chloe asks Amanda if she can borrow a piece of paper. Amanda rips out a piece from her planner without taking her eyes off Dan and slides it over to Chloe. A few seconds later, Chloe asks her if she can borrow a pen. Amanda hands her a pen once again without moving her head, while Dan says something about how we should all be willing to embrace change. I'm trying to stay focused on Dan and read what Chloe is writing at the same time, but it's almost impossible because she's holding the paper so far away. Zoe has a very clear vision on how issues can become a vehicle for readers to explore the inner workings of their own minds as well as the minds of all the other girls in their lives, particularly the ones they can't seem to get along with no matter how hard they try. I slowly manage to look down as I hear Dan say, women need to come to terms with what it is about other women that causes them to experience such strong visceral emotions, and then I catch a glimpse of Chloe's note, which says, one of your breasts got out. I take the pen and paper from her and write back, what does that mean? She takes the pen and paper back and writes, it means your shirt popped open and one of them escaped. Are you sure? I write back. Look down, she whispers. And so I do, and there it is. poking out of my shirt like a freakishly large bald head. You'd think I would have felt something like that. Both safety pins are dangling helplessly on either side of my shirt. Unbelievable. How could you possibly show up here without a bra? She whispers. I broke my last one, and I distinctly asked if you could borrow one of yours, but you forgot to bring me one. Unlike you, I don't have time to go shopping. 3 safety pins were holding me up fine until you walked in. I don't know why I'm taking this on her. I can't believe you. No one breaks a bra. I twist my body toward Chloe as she slips off her jacket and holds it in front of me while I try to reattach the safety pins. Unfortunately, they're both shot. The good news is that when I turn toward Chloe, my breast went right back in my shirt. That means it probably only pops out when I'm sitting at a certain angle. It's entirely possible that it just snuck out when Chloe walked in. Whether or not that's true, I will go to my grave believing it. Where is my scarf? The only thing that held up was the twist tie. I slip Chloe's jacket on, but it doesn't even come close to buttoning, so I take it off and put it on backward. Fortunately, no one seems to notice because all their eyes are on Dan, who has raised his voice so dramatically over the course of the last 10 seconds he is now virtually yelling at them. This is his way of distracting them from the horror show that is my breast, and he's doing an excellent job. I look over at Chloe. She's sweating so profusely her hair is soaking wet. I feel sorry for her. We've only been working together for 2.5 minutes, and I've already completely dehydrated her. She picks up the scarf I'm wearing off the floor and hands it to me. How did I lose that? I ask. I lose this thing all the time. It slides off for some reason, she answers. Maybe it got caught under the wheel of your chair when you sat down. Just try to forget about it, she says. That should be no problem. Seeing that I am now completely clothed, Dan abruptly wraps up his speech with, so in conclusion, I'd like you all to give Zoe a warm welcome by going around the table and introducing yourselves, and then Zoe, I'd like you to take the floor. There's a light applause while I stand up to face my audience on my first day of deputy editor, wearing my sister's jacket backward. I thank them all for coming and look around to see who will be the first to introduce herself. Chloe is busy organizing packages. The businesswoman is typing word for word what Dan has just said. Bread and Butter are deeply involved in a conversation behind their hair wall. Rhonda fell asleep, perhaps, from insulin shock. Ruth is smiling at the ceiling. And Courtney, oddly enough, is still reading her magazine. I look around the table once more, hoping that someone will gain consciousness. After a few seconds, the businesswoman looks up and begins speaking. Zoe, I'd like to be the first to welcome you to Issues. I'm Alex Daniels. I'm the advertising director, but I'm very much looking forward to working with you. I nod my head and say thank you, but for some reason we're still staring at each other, and I'm getting a very uncomfortable, tight feeling in my chest. I hope someone in this room is carrying an inhaler. Before I have a chance to turn to the next person, Courtney says, I'm Courtney, as you know, and I'm the mental health editor, as you know. I write the column, Don't Be Afraid to Ask Courtney, as you know, and well, I'm just thrilled to have you here. I'm thrilled to be here too, I say, trying to come across as a person who knows what it feels like to be thrilled. Then I turn to look at the model sitting next to her. I'm Sloane Worthington. I'm the beauty editor, Butter says, avoiding eye contact with me. Butter is Sloane? But of course, I say, trying not to swallow my own tongue. I feel a surge of rage expanding my constricted airways. I might even be breathing normally again. I had no idea anger cures asthma. But just to be sure, I turn to Chloe and ask her if my face is blue. She assures me that it isn't, and when I turn back toward the other model-like creature, and don't tell me. You must be Blair. Well, I can't tell you how great it is to finally put names with faces. Gosh, I've heard so much about you two. I'd like to go on, but I can't already feel Chloe stepping on my toe. You'd think she'd realize that I can't feel a thing in these boots. And you are? I say, turning to face Ruth. I'm Ruth Davis. We've met several times. Your sister used to work for me in the promotion department, she spits. Really? Oh, wait a minute. Now I remember. You're the one who likes her coffee camel-colored. Not brown, not tan, but camel. Isn't that right? Ruth lets out a loud, hearty laugh of celebration of being singled out for being quirky. She looks around the room for friends to share in the festivity of heart-rending stories about herself, but no one is paying any attention to either of us. Next is Rhonda. I'm Rhonda Gold, as you know, and let's just say I think you're going to fit in just fine around here, she says, and slaps the table. A few little crumbs pop up. Rhonda is the kind of person who is always there when you need her. I make a silent vow never to be in the same room with her while she's eating to keep things in perspective. Last in line is Amanda, who I just met and already mentally fired, so it's easy for me to be nice to her. It's my way of apologizing. I'm Amanda Cummings. We shake hands again for some reason. I guess to show the rest of the people in the room what professionals we both are, and then she gives me this incredibly warm smile as if to acknowledge how formal we're being. Gee, idiot, tall as she is, she's obviously a very good person. Now that I'm going to do. There are a few weak claps as I sit down and gather my notes. Well, now that I know who all of you are, I'll tell you a little bit about myself, but not too much because Dan pretty much told you everything there is to know already. Little nervous chuckles all around. As Dan said, I wrote for the Radical Mind for 7 years, but focus has always been on people behind the politics, and since I am a girl, as you all bore witness to, I am particularly interested in the criteria we use to judge one another and how these criteria prevent us from getting along and getting ahead in the world. What I plan to do, and this is a phrase I often use, is raid the locker room of the female psyche and rip open the frilly facade of femininity once and for all, with satirical articles aimed specifically at how girls really think, how they unfairly ostracize one another, and most importantly, why we can't go on like this. Once girls learn to accept the fact that we aren't going to get anywhere in this world without one another, we can begin to explore the way to retrain our thinking, embrace one another, and gain our rightful place in business, politics, and society. As a cohesive, unified, supportive, and well-functioning team. Courtney's hand shoots up. I don't get it. What don't you get? Are we going to be making fun of girls, or are we allowed to do that? Chloe shrinks down in her seat about 8 inches. One of the main purposes of satire, particularly with respect to social commentary, although often misunderstood, is to promote change. Our objective is to give women the chance to see the humor in what motivates them to want to annihilate one another instead of help one another. Once I open our readers' eyes to the fact that it's men out there, not each other, who need to overcome, I think we'll all be able to sit back, have a good laugh, and get down to business. There's not a person in this room who doesn't know what I'm talking about because every single one of us is guilty of this, myself included. I try not to look at Amanda. That's so very big of you to include yourself, and I was just wondering, do you have any specific article ideas that you can share with us? Sloane asks, particularly ones that tie into fashion and beauty, Blair adds. As a matter of fact, most of my article ideas tie into fashion and beauty, because after all, that's what Issues is all about. We're not planning to change that. We're simply going to add a little insight into how girls use fashion and beauty to formulate opinions about one another. I'm very anxious to show you a few of my article ideas, but first I'd like to quickly pass around copies of this letter from an editor that I'd like to use for our first issue. I hand the stack of letters to Amanda, who seems slightly taken aback. As you see, the letter is about my first best friend, and how all the other girls made fun of her because she wore a dirty prank party dress on the first day of school. She was the kind of person who would give you the shirt off her back, but because she was ugly and dressed so foolishly, no one would even talk to her. I'd be happy to read it aloud. It's a lot of fun. Dan thumbs up the letter and begins rubbing his temples. Zoe, a letter from an editor is supposed to be a paragraph or two. There are too many pages here. I realize it's lengthy, but I think it sets the tone for the whole magazine. Exactly what tone are you going for? Sloane asks with a look of horror on her face. Young and fun, I say. This is the most depressing thing I've ever read in my life, Rhonda says, flipping through the pages. True, but it's depressing in a young, fun way. Here, let me read it aloud, the way it's meant to be read. Dear reader, my first best friend had only one dress. I know, but it's true. It was a big pink party dress with white polka dots all over it, and she wore it the first day she came out to our school. Her family had just moved to New Jersey from Oregon, and as you can well imagine, they were totally mesmerized by the fact that the new girl showed up to school in evening wear. Besides falling way out of bounds of the appropriate for school clothing and accessories list most of our moms carried around in their purses, the dress was, well, quite frankly, it was filthy. And even more noteworthy was the fact that the dirt was old. The dress consisted of a thin sheath of pink polka-dotted tulle, layered over a pink polyester lining. There was an enormous limp bow safety pinned to the back of the dress, and the lining was hanging out an inch or two longer than the top layer of the dress. There was also a little hole right next to the zipper going up her back, and the dress was sleeveless. It was in early January, and she came to our school, and she had to wear was her sleeveless dress. No coat, no scarf, no gloves, no sweater, nothing. Her arms and legs were so skinny that they looked like they could easily crack right off. It hurt to look at her. As I'm reading, a thought occurs to Courtney, and so she half raises her hand. Do you have something to say? I ask her. Well, I was just guessing about this, but does she turn out to be really pretty in the end? Because I think I've read something like this before. Anyway, go on. I think it's really good so far and totally related to fashion. At recess, I noticed her run by me toward the swings. Her face was flushed and sweaty, and she had gotten herself even dirtier than when she first arrived at school. I imagined she was the bravest person I've ever known. I was even considering trying the swings. I usually avoided them because I had a tendency to pump myself into such a frenzy. My hair often got caught in the chains, but she had a way of making everything look a lot more fun than it actually was. When we got inside, the teacher called the new girl to the front of the classroom to introduce her. She stood there with her hands folded behind her, swaying back and forth, so her dress could swish from side to side. I was enjoying the dress switching slow, but I was concerned about the fact that her skeletal legs were covered in cuts and bruises. I made a note to myself to offer her some Neosporin after class because at that particular time in my life, I was obsessed with skin infections. I'd like to introduce you to a new member of our class who traveled all the way from Oregon, said Miss Whitmore. I bet she wore that dress the whole way too, Karen Westman said. Our teacher, Miss Whitmore, told Karen not to say things like that, but anyone could see she was trying not to laugh herself. I'm just about to continue reading when Chloe whispers in my ear, "Is it possible you've confused your letter from an editor with your autobiography?" The next day at recess, the new girl and I were on the swings when one of her brothers walked over to us. When she introduced me, I immediately fell in love, and I'm pretty sure that's when I had my first panic attack. Feeling I would faint, fall off my swing, and crack my head open on the pavement, I began alternately pumping my legs with wild, reckless abandon. You usually see when a cartoon character is being chased by a bear. All I could see was the blur of the brother's bony knees through his jeans and my blood flooded my veins. After about 2 or 3 minutes of agonizing, heart-wrenching pumping, my brother finally grabbed both our swings and told us to get off, and so we did. As we were walking away, I couldn't help noticing that he was giving us the finger. I looked at the new girl to see if she was so upset as her brother bullied us into giving up our swings, but then she whispered something in my ear that assured me that she was fine with it. "Don't worry, I peed all over that swing as soon as I saw him coming," she said. I was, of course, completely sickened by this at the time, but looking back, I think she did the right thing. The next morning, I saw the new girl walking toward the school, wearing only the pink lining of her dress. I also noticed that she had taken the bow off her actual dress and attached it to the front of the lining. I asked her what happened to the rest of her dress. She said she was saving it. I looked at her very carefully to see if she was ashamed to be wearing only the inside of her dress, which, to me, bore a striking resemblance to a nightgown, but she didn't care. She wasn't thinking about it at all. When we got into the class, I was overjoyed to see that we had a substitute teacher, Miss Desmond, but as soon as she told us to take out our markers, and I dropped mine all over the floor, she suggested I leave the room. I asked the teacher if I could go to the nurse instead of just standing out in the hall, and the new girl offered to escort me, which I thought was not only kind and considerate, but wise in safety measure. I was feeling a little wobbly after being yelled at. It would have been nice to have someone nearby in case I accidentally fell down a flight of stairs. Unfortunately, she was told to sit down and mind her own business. On the way to her seat, she looked a little something out of a garbage can that appeared to be a huge wad of gum and put it on Miss Desmond's seat. We spent the entire night on the phone making plans to run over Miss Desmond. As soon as we learned to drive, the new girl was opening up a new world for me. When my alarm went off the next morning, I jumped out of bed. I was ready to go back to school. I knew there was something unfair about teachers who picked on little kids, but I figured it wasn't any more unfair than the wardrobe God gave the new girl. One afternoon after school, when I was waiting for the bus, I saw my new friend and her brothers leading together to walk home. As she was walking away, Karen yelled to her, "Your underwear is showing." "Oh, never mind, I forgot. That's your dress." My friend's 3 brothers ran over to Karen, and within seconds, they had her pinned to a tree. I started crying because I thought I was about to witness a murder, and also because I saw the new girl in the background twisting her dress around so she could get the bow off. I watched her unhook the safety pin and quickly pin the bow to the front of her dress so it would look less like a slip. Something about seeing her do that just tore me apart. "I think I'm going to cry," Courtney interrupts. Toward the end of that year, my best friend told me that she was moving back to Oregon because her dad lost his job again. On the last day of school, she wore a pair of pants for the first time. The pants were at least 3 sizes too big, and they looked an awful like the pants one of her brothers always wore. When she turned around to talk to me, I noticed that she had tried to sew a little patch in the shape of a pocket over one of the holes by her knee. It took me a long time to figure out why girls treat the girls who don't fit in as if they did something wrong. I had to do quite a bit of research, but I understand now, and I'm going to pass on everything I've learned about girls over the years to my readers. Hopefully our new magazine, Misunderstanding, A Girl's Guide to Girls, will help us all see each other differently. Even enough so that another little girl shows up in class wearing the lining of her only dress on the second day at a new school. We'll have all taught our daughters how that must feel, and how wrong it is to want to hurt someone's feelings for being poor and different and dirty. Well, I hope that explains what I've come here to do. Have a great day. Sincerely, your new deputy editor, Zoe Rose. I can't help but sense a heavy stillness in the air, almost as though I've just announced that all of us have only a few seconds left to live. I don't mean to sound stupid, but I've never heard a letter from an editor like that, Courtney says, wiping a tear from her eye. Maybe we can use it for something else, Blair suggests, perhaps our farewell letter to the industry. It's a good letter, Zoe. We can definitely work with it. We'll just need to cut it down a bit, like I said. To about a paragraph, Dan says. He's massaging his temples again. I was going to field some questions, but since there don't appear to be any, I'll just go ahead and read off some of the fashion and beauty-related ideas I'd like to use for our first issue. Now, in keeping with the whole judging people by their appearance theme, I've got what dirty, stained clothing really says about you as a person and a potential friend. Understanding girls with mustaches. Why girls are mean to overweight girls who want to borrow their clothes. Understanding ugly girls. Why models are such a-holes. I look around the room. Blair and Sloane are frozen stiff. Rhonda gives me a thumbs up, and I thumbs up her right back. The advertising director, Alex, is frantically typing and trying not to smile. Courtney is waving her hand in the air, and Amanda has her head down, all the way down. Ruth has inadvertently turned her chair all the way around, and she is now facing the door. Sadly, she is unaware of this and just sits there, continuing to pull imaginary objects off her clothing. Chloe is slouched so far down in her chair, her head is now just below the table, and Dan looks like he just saw a ghost. I should have warned them that I rewrote some of the headlines we'd select for the present day. I point to Courtney, who says, I have 2 questions. The first one is more of a suggestion. If we go with the article about the overweight girl, I was thinking we should start featuring some more carb-free products as part of our editorial. She looks around the room, smiling and hopeful, but gets very little in return. My second question is, even though that one wasn't really a question per se, are these articles supposed to be a little mean? Because on the one hand, we're telling girls not to make fun of each other, but on the other hand, that's sort of what we're doing. I understand your confusion, but our goal here is to magnify these behaviors by exaggerating what they look like on paper. These article ideas are intended to represent the absurd criteria girls use to judge and alienate one another. That's why they themselves sound absurd. How about doing an issue on how we judge girls who wear rotting old boots to work? Sloane suggests. I hear a little thump and realize that Chloe just bumped her head on the table. Absolutely, I answer Sloane. Now you're catching on. It's funny though, isn't it? You think when we were sitting in the 5th grade with our neat little notebooks and matching highlighter pens, that we would be the ones to grow up and become the decision makers for the country, but somehow those little sluts who never handled in their homework and refused to brush their teeth ended up ruling the world. Do you ever ask yourselves how we ended up being their secretaries instead of their bosses and their president? It's because instead of eliminating the talented players because they were afraid of being shown up the worse yet, afraid to be seen with a guy who might have something really great to bring to the table, but was unfortunately wearing the wrong boots, the boys were out there patting each other on the back, on the field, and then inviting one another to their offices. They figured out long ago that by building hugely successful teams, they could run the world. And while they were out there collecting each other's talent, we were cleverly disinviting one another to our parties. I'm not saying all women judge each other by their shoes or the size of their... There are plenty of educated, evolved women out there who get it, but you can be sure that millions of girls who read issues are exactly the girls that we need to teach. Don't you think our readers will feel betrayed when they pick up their favorite magazine only to find out it's been infiltrated by some hostile, militant feminist? Blair asks. I think rescued is a better word. In your letter, you spoke about a name change. Is that definite? Alex asks. That's entirely up to Dan. I do think the name Issues is more fitting than ever, but I also love the name Misunderstanding, A Girl's Guide to Girls, because I think it's more feminine, more descriptive, and more fun. I want the magazine to be a best friend to all types of girls. That's sweet, Blair says as sarcastically as she can, although I could have said it so much better had I been the one answering me. That's enough, Alex says, and turns her chair toward Blair. This meeting has been called so that Zoe can explain her vision for the magazine. We have plenty of opportunities to express our opinions after she's finished speaking. In the meantime, if you can't control yourself, perhaps Dan will agree with me that you should probably leave. I think Alex is right. Let's hold off expressing our concerns until we're fully acquainted with the material Zoe's presenting, Dan says. Let me put it to you another way, Sloane interrupts. We're going to turn the magazine into a rant fest for intellectual frumps who think ugly, overweight girls who don't know enough to wash their clothes are better than the rest of us simply because they're unattractive, and Zoe is going to speak on her behalf because the rest of us feel like shallow, looks-obsessed, dumb blondes. Why? Why would we want to do that? I'm not so getting this. What about the other readers? What if they hate this new idea? Shouldn't we have asked them first? Courtney asks, folding down the page of her magazine. Hold on a minute, Courtney, Alex interjects, and then quickly turns their attention to Sloane. If you're honestly incapable of grasping this new editorial concept that I'm beginning to think you are, we can certainly ask Dan to hire you a private tutor. But for now, I'd like to ask you to keep your negative comments to yourself for the remainder of the meeting, so as not to confuse Courtney. And to answer your question, Courtney, the reason I assume Dan and Zoe have decided to make an editorial change is that they believe they are doing the right thing. Sometimes people make a moral decision that has very little to do with the dollars and cents. Perhaps our readers will love our new editorial, and perhaps they won't. There's a chance Dan is willing to take, and it's our job to make sure he succeeds whether we agree with it or not. We are taking a risk for a cause. Does that make sense? Yes, thank you. And despite my concerns, I still think this all sounds very electrifying. I'm very interested to see how this is going to play out as well, said Amanda, whose words I can't help noticing are remarkably carefully chosen. While I'm sure our new editorial will cover some fascinating aspects of female behavior and relationships, and rest assured we'll get plenty of press. I will tell you this, however. Satire is typically unsavory bait for advertisers, but I support you 100%, and I will do everything I can to tell you the idea of every advertiser I can get my hands on. It's not often that a salesperson is privileged enough to sell a product she truly believes in. Alex looks at Dan and then at me and says, "Thank you both." I'm assuming the meeting is now over, but just then Alex turns to look at Ruth, who is still facing the door, and proceeds to talk to her back. "Ruth, I'd like to meet you later to discuss some ideas for selling pieces. In the meantime, I'm also going to need you to contact the research department and get me some hard-hitting numbers with regards to buying habits of the type of reader Zoe is trying to reach. Go with the following demographics: 18 to 45, nothing less than 4-year college degree, and likely to have a graduate degree or perhaps some graduate work. Income somewhere between $30,000 to $100,000 a year max. Next, we'll need some figures on highly educated avid readers. As far as the music preferences, plug in alternative, classic rock, classical, and jazz. For shopping venues, plug in vintage, boutique, internet, and bulk. For car preferences, plug in hybrid, Volkswagen, Mini Cooper, Volvo, Subaru, Honda, and Audi. I'll get you some more target words as soon as I get a minute to think. Also, since our age group is just expanded considerably, plug in one or more children and all child-related product buying habits. Although I firmly believe that we're going to lose a large chunk of our 20-something and single readership, I will do my best to keep our current advertisers. Somehow we'll have to convince these guys that we're going to convert our readers into people who think below the surface without influencing their buying habits. It's a long shot, but as I said, it's for a good cause. I'll talk to Rob about splitting up the sales team into 2 groups. Those who will spend all their time trying to keep our current advertisers, and those whose job it will be to go after advertisers who appeal to that particular-minded academic, the intellectual set, the women over 30, who may have a couple of kids, a minivan, and a mortgage competing with their discretionary income. I commend you, Dan and Zoe. You both have great courage. Alex looks over at Ruth again without missing a beat, continues talking to the back of her head. I'll send you a memo this afternoon. We're going to need some support material immediately. Ladies, Dan, have a good day. I can't lie, I worship her. Alex collects her things and gets up to leave. She has my letter from an editor on the top of her pile. She glances at it and lingers at the door for a moment while she reads. Dan addresses the group and asks if anyone has anything to add before we adjourn. There are a few minor questions, all of which Dan answers. After a couple of minutes, Alex, who is still standing at the door, lifts her head from the letter and says, "I have a question, Dan. It's actually a question for Zoe." She turns to look at me and asks, "Did you by any chance grow up in New Jersey?" "Yes, why?" I asked. "No, it's just that—" "No, it couldn't be." "What?" I asked. "For a second I thought this letter was about me, but my best friend in 2nd grade was a redhead, so never mind," she says and walks out the door. Chapter 4. By the time I get back to my office, I'm already completely inundated with emails, and Amanda keeps walking in with more and more messages. I've asked her to hold my calls while I try to pull myself together. First of all, my best friend's name in second grade was Allie, and her family moved back to Oregon, and she was nothing at all like Alex. That's just not possible, although I guess it's not entirely out of the question that she moved back to the East Coast, changed her look, and picked up a new nickname. Over the course of the last 23 years, these things happen. Part of me wants to go flying down to her office, but I don't even know her. If it is her, the thing I'm most surprised about is that she even remembers me. I'm sure I couldn't possibly have had the same impact on her life that she had on mine. Aside from Chloe, I haven't even had too many best friends since Allie. I've always had a lot more in common with boys. That's probably why I remember Allie so well. I wonder if it was the same for her. Nevertheless, I should at least find her and apologize for telling the staff she peed on a swing, just in case it is her. As I stand up to stretch my legs, Chloe pops her head into my office. "I brought you a sweater and some shoes," she says, "and don't worry, I have an idea to get you out of this mess." "What mess?" "The whole girls' guide thing. What are you talking about?" "Zoe, you totally bombed that in that meeting. No one understood what you were trying to say, least of all poor Courtney, but everyone will be going to lunch in a little while, and it's pouring outside, so they'll all be going down to the cafeteria. While everyone's sitting around, I'll just casually mention another idea, as though you and I had been working on it all along, and before you know it, no one will even remember today's meeting ever happened. You'll see, everything will be fine." As she's talking, she's taking one shoebox after another out of her shopping bags. "Chloe, please understand that I don't need your help with the girls' guide." "And what are those?" I ask. "Ballet slippers." "Are you taking ballet lessons?" "I bought them for you." "Why?" "I went shoe shopping this morning, so you could change out of your boots." "Oh, so that's how I left the oven to blow my dryer on translates." I thought that was understood. "I didn't think you even noticed my boots. And why didn't you just tell me you were going shopping?" "Why did you have to lie all the time?" "I don't know, I just sort of thought you knew, and at the same time, I didn't want you to try and talk me out of it." She takes another pair of slippers out of the box. "These are silver, Chloe. They're the same shoes Blair is wearing." "I know, aren't they adorable?" she asks, taking out the gold pair. "Are you crazy? Isn't there some rule about me copying Blair and Sloane?" "Actually, no, you're allowed to do that. Besides, everyone in the whole building wears these slippers. I got this suit on sale today, too, and the sweater I just gave you. I would have given it to you during the meeting, but I didn't want anyone to know I went shopping." "Are you joking? You walked into that meeting with 50 bags. So? I could have just been carrying them around for all they know." "What do you think of my suit?" she asks, petting the lapel. "It looks great, but why do you get yourself a pair of shoes that fit you while you were out shopping?" I ask, putting the ballet slippers back in their boxes. "What's wrong with these?" she asks, turning her foot from side to side. "Nothing, they're beautiful, but you can't walk in them." "Sure I can, which is amazing because they're 9.5. "Chloe, you wear a 6. "I know, that's what's so amazing about them." I'm about to explain to my sister why it doesn't make sense to buy shoes that are 3 sizes too big when Ruth tears into my office with Amanda running right behind her. Amanda is asking Ruth if she can help her with something in an attempt to stop Ruth from barging in, but she just ignores her and walks right up to me. Amanda steps in front of her, but Ruth pushes her aside. "Let me push it to you this way, Zoe. What we have here is a rant fest for intellectual frumps who think ugly, overweight girls with stained clothes who don't know enough to get their mustaches waxed are better than the rest of us." The room is silent. No one knows what to say. She just wigged out in front of everyone. Rhonda must have heard Ruth ranting out in the hall because suddenly she's in my office too. I can already see there's very little privacy in this place. "Don't worry," Rhonda chimes in. "She's been doing stuff like this all the time lately. She'll be fine." "We are young, sexy, and hot," Ruth bellows. "We are not a bunch of intelligent mustaches who can't even think straight." "Ruth, I think perhaps you've misunderstood something," Amanda begins. "Save your breath," Rhonda whispers to her. "We don't need to sit on the sidelines booing the winners because we can't measure up. We are the yardstick of what is hip and what is now. We are not afraid to swim with the sharks because we are the sharks. I mean, look at me, for example. Look at what I've accomplished in my career simply because I've been able to stay on top of trends." "This from a woman who wears orthopedic Keds," Rhonda adds, a little insensitively, "even for my taste." Ruth walks out of my office even though she came in just to tell me that she was leaving for lunch. "What was that?" I ask, looking at everyone. "I think she might be very ill," Amanda whispers sympathetically. "Would you like me to call someone?" "Don't be ridiculous. This is nothing. She once called our publisher and told him to come down to her office immediately because she just received a threatening email from one of our advertisers. and she wanted to discuss it with him in person. When he walked into her office, she was lying on her desk with her shirt unbuttoned and her skirt hiked up around her waist. Her door was wide open. I saw the whole thing. The poor guy. I've never seen him so shook up. When everyone else came back from lunch, she was still lying there on her desk, Rhonda explains. Oh my goodness, that's terrible, says Amanda. What's so terrible about it? She fell asleep. She falls asleep all the time, Rhonda continues. She probably just went back to her office to take a light nap right now. Well, she obviously is suffering from some mental illness of some kind. It's almost as if she were talking in her sleep. She has no idea what she's even saying, and yet she was trying to repeat what Sloane said in the meeting. This is very scary, Amanda says. No, she's just drunk. Personally, I think she's having the time of her life. It's hard for you to understand how happy she is because you didn't know her before. But this is the best she's ever been. She finally has a job she's wanted for 7 years, and she's wearing a new blouse. If we call someone to help her, she'll spend the rest of her life under strict psychiatric care. The humanitarian thing to do, in my opinion, is ignore her. Besides, the Princeleys will never fire her. She's always threatening to sue, and that's been trying to build a case against them for years. That's true, Chloe says. I saw her files. Well, I guess as long as she can function, Amanda says, trying to consider Rhonda's point. She can function, all right. Then she can make your life miserable when she's sober. Just be grateful that they all transferred you from publicity to editorial instead of the promotion department. Chloe had to suffer with Ruth as her boss for an entire year, and all because she pressed the wrong button on the elevator when she came for her interview. The poor kid got off on the wrong foot, stumbled into the wrong office, and ended up getting the wrong job, Rhonda explains. That's true, too. I did press the wrong button, Chloe says. This conversation continues as Amanda, Rhonda, and I head downstairs for the cafeteria. Chloe says she's going to find Dan and that she'll meet us down there. As soon as I have my tray of food, I look around for a place to sit. I'm ravenous, to say the least, and since I was the first one to get off and off the lunch line, it's up to me to pick a spot. I can see that Anita is lunching with Blair, Courtney, and Sloane at a table in the corner, but I'd rather share a trough with a family of lepers than eat with Anita, and look at that. Here comes Ruth. Somehow, she managed to pull herself together. She's heading over to Anita's table with a tray filled with desserts. I find a seat at an empty table just as Chloe and Dan walk into the cafeteria. I motion to Chloe and she holds up a finger. She cuts in front of the line, puts the money for the brownie on the counter, and comes and sits down. Dan, Rhonda, and Amanda join us as I dive into my vegetarian chili. It's not very good, but I wouldn't care if there were a big hunk of meat sitting right on top of it. I've never been so hungry in my entire life. As soon as everyone's comfortable and settled, Anita walks right over to our table and sits down, as if she's been invited. I can't help noticing that she carelessly left her empty tray for someone else to take care of, nor the fact that Courtney, Blair, and Sloane followed her lead without a moment's hesitation. Remarkably, Courtney is still reading the same magazine she had at the meeting, and her head is still buried in it while she follows the three of them over to our table. She sits down without ever once lifting her head. I have no idea she was such a voracious reader. Ruth doesn't notice that they all got up, so she just sits there, staring at the wall. I think she might still be a little drunk. You forgot your bus trays, I tell them as they are walking over. We never do, Blair says. That's very thoughtful of you, I say, somewhat under my breath. Dan, Anita cuts in, ignoring me. I'd like to say something, if I may. The girls were just filling me on at how the editorial meeting went today, and I'm more than a little concerned. I'm sure you've taken into consideration the fact that we don't intend to swim in waters that may very well be over our heads. Although brainstorming sessions are always fun and entertaining, we are nevertheless committed to who we are and what the purpose of the magazine has always been, are we not? On the contrary, our intention is to start giving the magazine some character and integrity, Dan says. Wait a contraire. Anita begins to speak again, but Dan gives her a look, and she instantly shuts up. I'd love to be able to make people stop talking like that. I hear Courtney whisper to Blair, this article I'm reading totally reminds me of my first boss when I worked as a makeup assistant at Bloomingdale's. She was so mean to me, and I could never figure out why. I thought it was because I was very naive and inexperienced at the time. But then later, I found out that she had irritable bowel syndrome, which makes perfect sense. If only I'd known. If only I'd known what? Blair asks. That she was suffering from bowel-related irritability. At that moment, Chloe clears her throat to begin speaking. I hope she's not about to try to save me. I'm almost tempted to jump her and cover her mouth, but I don't want to make a scene. I look at my sister sitting there with her little pink and cream suit, and I can't help but remember her as a little girl pretending to be a fashion editor. She looks almost exactly the same, except she's not wearing the shower cap. She looks at me and gives me a little wink and a smile as if to say, don't you worry, I have everything under control. Well, I hate to disagree with you, Anita, but I absolutely love Zoe's new editorial idea. But I was just this second remembering of another idea that I think is equally philosophical and psychological, but a little more on the fashiony side. This particular idea is one that Zoe and I talked about a few weeks ago, so in a way it's as much Zoe's idea as it is mine. So if you all like it, you can thank her as much as you can thank me. Amanda leans over to me and says, "She's very sweet, isn't she?" I can't even answer her. I'm too busy praying for the fire drill. Anita has her hands folded at the table and the same expression on her face that she always has when Chloe is talking. She looks like a cat who just ate a mouse, and the mouse is still alive, and the cat's trying to hide how much she's enjoying it. "Okay, here I go," Chloe says, and looks right at me. She said her idea was both philosophical and psychological, two words that should never be used in the same sentence. But maybe she's on to something. It's possible that she figured out a way to package all the pieces of Girls' Guide to Girls in a way that will finally resonate with them. Okay, my idea can be summed up in only 5 words. Shoes, a metaphor for life. Courtney stands up and starts clapping as though Chloe announces she's just discovered a cure for wrinkles. "Are you serious?" Sloane asks. "Why wouldn't she be?" I say, hoping and praying that she's not. "Well, it's just sort of like we went from one extreme to the other," Blair says. Suddenly Ruth turns around and says, "Well, that's a novel idea, isn't it?" and then proceeds to roll off her chair and onto the floor. "I knew that was coming," Rhonda says. Amanda rushes over to help her off the floor, and Ruth tells her to get her filthy hands off her before she calls the cops. She's now flat on her back with her arms and legs spread eagle. Dan gets up and walks behind the food counter to call security while Ruth tries to roll herself over. Everyone is frozen in their seat except Chloe, who stands up and walks over to Ruth. She leans over her and reaches out to put her head on Ruth's forehead when Anita rushes over. "Do not touch her," she says, grabbing Chloe's wrist, as though she's afraid Ruth might spontaneously combust. "Why shouldn't she touch her?" I ask, even though I would much prefer if she didn't. Ruth could be harboring any number of diseases. "Just do as I say," Anita demands. I'm so tempted to tell her to go, but instead I use Anita's command as an excuse to keep my sister away from the festering lunatic lying on the floor. "Just get away from her, like Hitler said," I sort of whisper and sort of say really loudly as I pull Chloe away. "Hold on, Ruth. Help is on the way," Chloe calls to her as I usher her back to her seat. "Don't anyone touch me. You people are going to find yourself with a big fat lawsuit on your hands," Ruth says. I feel Anita's eyes penetrating me as if to say, "See, I know exactly what I'm doing at all times, never question my authority, and always do as I say." As 2 security guards walk in, pick Ruth up under their arms, and escort her out. "I hate to report something like this, but I think you're right about her, Rhonda. I definitely detect alcohol in her breath," Amanda says regretfully. "Well, if you hate to report something like that, you can keep it to yourself," Anita says and sits back down. "I'd like you all to forget what just happened. We can't afford to get sidetracked by our employees' personal problems. I'll make sure Ruth gets the medical attention she needs. In the meantime, Chloe, permit me to save time by letting you know that we won't be using shoes as a metaphor for life in any princely magazine, so there's no need to waste any more of this lunch on such a thing." Dan looks at his mother and tries not to react, but he's obviously lost his patience. "Chloe, please continue with what you were saying," he says, looking at Chloe encouragingly, despite the vein bulging out of Anita's forehead. "But she just said—" "I said, continue." Poor Chloe doesn't know whom to obey. Dan nods and tells her again that it's okay to continue. "As I was saying, the reason I chose shoes, a metaphor for life, is because if you think about it, they really are. It's the way they look at everything and the way, as you get older, you want different things out of life and out of your shoes, and the way you always remember what shoes you are wearing on the occasion that mark the big milestones in your life, and there are all the sayings that you wouldn't have without shoes, such as, 'Don't judge someone until you walked a mile in their shoes,' which is sort of what Zoe's been saying from the beginning, and also the one about not wanting to be in someone else's shoes, and of course there's 'Look before you leap,' but I guess that's not directly related to shoes." "I know exactly what you mean," I interrupt. "It's almost as if shoes are designed to be perfect little models of who we wish we were. They're like our little spokespeople. Take running shoes, for example. When we choose the hottest new sneaker, for example, sure, we're buying athletic footwear, but we're also buying into a lifestyle. Running shoes say we're living on the edge, cool and fast, that we're free to dress down. And then when we put on those running shoes, we actually believe that's who we are, and we walk around hoping to project that image." Yes, 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 Chloe says. "And when we choose a high-heeled, simple pump, we feel grown-up, important, ladylike, and in control, and hopefully, if we can walk in them, we can project that sort of image as well." I knew she'd catch on to what she was trying to say. "For instance, take my boots," I say, lifting my foot above the table and holding it in the air. When other people look at these shoes, they might see a lame attempt to hold on to a youthful, rebellious persona and perhaps some unsightly discoloration. They might also notice that they are a boy's size 3, which translates into a girl's size 5. However, since I think a little differently than the average girl, I see comfort, independence, and power because they say I'm not like you, I don't want to be like you, and you can't make me like you. They also make my feet look a lot larger than they really are, which makes me feel as though I'm the same age as everyone else, which I rarely do because I have a height complex. So in a way, these shows are a metaphor for my life. I look over at Blair and ask if she's taking notes. They prove that I'm not like other girls, and that I'm fine with it, and that is why I see them as one thing, and other girls see them as something else. You forgot to say holes, Blair says. Excuse me, we see holes. There's a hole in the toe. That must have just happened. It wasn't there before. Okay, great, Dan interrupts. That's certainly an interesting concept, Chloe. You reiterated it very well, Zoe. I will definitely give it some more thought. I know how important shoes are to you, Chloe, and you've done some fabulous promotions using shoes in the past. I'm sure you'll continue to find ways to spice up our Girl's Guide with some interesting articles about shoes as well. You don't like my idea at all, do you? Chloe mumbles. Of course he doesn't. It's preposterous, Anita says. Of course he does, Chloe. He loves it. He wants to use it. He just said so. I disagree. No, he said he wants me to spice up the Girl's Guide with some interesting shoe articles, which is a nice way of saying he's heard just about enough of shoes. Don't be ridiculous, it's a great idea, I say. So can we use it instead of this whole Girl's Guide thing? She asks as though she's suggesting soup instead of salad. Chloe, we can't just bag a whole concept in exchange for articles about old shoe sayings, Dan says impatiently. I can't blame him for being annoyed. This lunch has somehow turned into a continuation of the same grueling editorial meeting we just ended. He has the most horrible mother in the world, and this shoe thing has got to be the worst idea anyone has ever had. Well, you have to admit it's a lot less risky than printing articles about girls who are mean to each other because they're fat and hairy. What if no one gets what we're on the ugly girl side, Courtney asks. OMG, that's right, Courtney. But if we go with my shoes, a metaphor for life theme, we will not only be providing our readers with thought-provoking editorial, we'll be making our advertisers happy by helping them sell more shoes. According to my research, we are down close to 11% in shoe advertising dollars. Does anyone realize what that means for our economy? Women typically spend more money on shoes than any other item in their wardrobe, and shoe sales are down all over America. Somewhere along the line, we've lost communication with our readers. We're not teaching them what they need to know. They're not even showcasing our shoe advertisers' products properly. In fact, the whole shoe market is at risk. I can't hold it in anymore. This is going too far. Chloe, you're talking about the shoe market as though it's something worth giving about. We're trying to reform a nation of women here. Zoe, you may be right about a lot of things, but we can't turn our backs on the entire shoe industry and therefore the economy at large. Chloe, please listen to me. This could be a very exciting time in history if we take advantage of the fact that we have a magazine with a huge readership at our disposal. We have an amazing opportunity here to really make a difference for women. I'm afraid the shoe thing might be a tad limiting in light of what it's taken here. I know you think my idea is dumb, but I can't let you do the Girl's Guide. It's a mistake, please believe me. They already tried this whole womany thing in the 60s, and maybe it was the 50s. I can't remember anymore. Whenever that Feminine Mystique book came out, we all had to read in 11th grade. Perhaps the two of you can resolve your editorial differences elsewhere on your own time, because I, for one, do not think either of your ideas warrant further discussion. Zoe is obviously some sort of misogynist. I can't imagine who you think you're fooling, throwing around insults in the name of social consciousness. And Chloe, your idea is so short-sighted, I hardly see the point in me being here another minute, says Anita. Then go, I say. Dan, I'd like to see you in my office as soon as you're finished with this nonsense, she says and walks out. As soon as Anita is safely down the hall, Dan says, I'd like to explore your idea further, Chloe. I think it has tremendous potential, but my gut is telling me that the time is right for the Guide. And although we might have to refine our approach, tone it down a bit, and try to make it more user-friendly, I think it's a very powerful concept, and we should at least give it a try. He looks at her with so much love and sympathy. If you couldn't hear what he was saying, you would think he was telling her that her dog died. There's some shuffling around and mumbling as everyone gathers what trays to leave. I'm afraid it's time then, Chloe says. Time for what? Dan asks. Holding his tray in one hand and pushing his chair with the other, he picks up his bag and turns to walk away. Time for me to take a sabbatical from my position as shoe editor. Chloe, you've only been shoe editor for a few hours, he says, without looking at her. That's too soon to take a sabbatical. He dumps the remains of his tray into the garbage can and places it on top of the pile completely unmoved. Under normal circumstances, yes, I would agree with you. A few hours is not a very long time. But under these conditions, I simply can't go on. If you'll excuse us, Dan says, realizing that Chloe is serious and that they will have to leave the cafeteria if they want any privacy. No one else seems to be moving away from the table just yet. I think it's a very powerful concept, and we should at least give it a try. He looks at her with so much love and sympathy, if you couldn't hear what he was saying, you would think he was telling her that a dog died. There's some shuffling around and mumbling as everyone gathers their trays to leave. I'm afraid it's time then, Chloe says. Time for what? Dan asks, holding his tray in one hand, pushing his chair in with the other. He picks up his bag and turns to walk away. Time for me to take a sabbatical from my position as shoot editor. Chloe, you've only been shoot editor for a few hours, he says without looking at her. That's too soon to take a sabbatical. He dumps the remains of his tray into the garbage can and places it on top of the pile completely unmoved. Under normal circumstances, yes, I would agree with you. A few hours is not a very long time, but under these conditions, I simply can't go on. If you'll excuse us, Dan says, realizing that Chloe is serious and that they will have to leave the cafeteria if they want any privacy. No one else seems to be moving away from the table just yet. He puts his bag back down on the table and lifts Chloe out of her chair by her arm. They walk out of the cafeteria while everyone else lingers for a while, hoping to catch a word or two of their conversation. As soon as it becomes clear that they're out of earshot, one by one everyone leaves except for me. I know for a fact that Chloe can't get very far in her shoes, and that they're most likely going to use the empty office next door to continue their conversation. I take Dan's bag and get back in line to see myself an iced tea, and then I take a seat at a table next to the wall. After a few seconds I hear muffled voices. It's like listening to a play on an old radio. Chloe, you can't walk out of here like this. You'd be setting a very poor example for the rest of the staff, not to mention that you'd be taking unfair advantage of the fact that you're my wife. It's going to take time to work through all of our editorial differences, but success hinges on compromise. We can't all go around quitting when we don't get our way. First of all, success does not hinge on compromise. It hinges on not making stupid decisions. Secondly, I'm not quitting, I'm taking a sabbatical, and not because I didn't get my way. I'm leaving temporarily because I refuse to stand by and watch my sister go down. I know all too well what those editors are going to do to her, not to mention what our advertisers and readers are going to do to our numbers when this ludicrous idea for a fashion beauty magazine hits the stands. My sister has been trying to force the truth down people's throats her entire life, and let me tell you something, nobody wants it. Least of all girls who read fashion magazines. Why do people need to know the truth, Dan? Answer me that. Zoe isn't going to change the way girls are simply by telling them the way they are. Do midgets need to know that they always look a little fat? Of course not, because there's nothing they can do about it, and there's nothing girls can do about the way they are either. We are what we are. Maybe we're meant to form these amazing teams that men form. Maybe we're meant to operate on our own, or in pairs, or in small groups of 3, where one girl is always left out, and maybe there's a good reason why we're different than men. And if our differences and our inability to get along and form great teams is what causes men to have all the power, then that's just a shame. I agree. I just don't think announcing every single thing we do wrong is going to make a bit of difference. It's just going to ruin a perfectly good magazine. Sure, we can try to change for a while, but we'll always go back to being exactly what we've always been, which is more interested in fashion and beauty than forming a coalition. Most girls don't want to run the world, Dan. They want to have fun, and if being mean to each other is the way they have fun, right or wrong, no magazine in the world will be able to convince them to stop doing it. Chloe, that's a ridiculous argument. I can't even believe you would be satisfied with it. Well, I'm sorry, it may sound narrow-minded, but that's the way I feel. But more importantly, if I quit, I mean take a sabbatical, then Zoe will too, and that's exactly what I'm hoping she'll do. It will save us all a lot of embarrassment, and hopefully it will save my sister a lot of unnecessary pain. Your sister is not going to quit. She's committed to her cause, and I'm sure that she is more than a little disappointed that you totally contradicted her in that meeting after the way she stuck up for you. She needs your support now more than ever, and you completely let her down. No, Dan, she needs me to get her out of this mess before she destroys everything, and that's why I have to go. I obviously can't convince you that I'm right, and I can't bear to witness what I know is going to happen. I'm just not strong enough, and that's why I have to leave immediately. I need to begin preparing myself for the fight of my life. It's time for me to venture out into the real world and become the strongest, most capable woman I can possibly be, because that's the kind of woman you're going to need to bring this magazine back to life when it's all over. Chloe, what are you talking about? It's time for me to find my inner strength to conquer my fears, become the person I need to become, and then when you call me back, I'll be fit for the job. What job? The job where I save the magazine. Oh, that job. I realized something today. I'm only half a woman. That's why you don't take me seriously, and that's why I can't convince you that I'm right. Are you being serious right now? Because it's really hard to tell. I will tell you this. You're everything to me, and I need you here right now, not later. Now. I'll still be here in spirit, and I'll be in touch. You'll be in touch? Chloe, you're my wife. We live together, remember? I mean, I will be in touch throughout the day, silly, on and off. I'll send you ideas periodically and try to help you in times of trouble, but I can't physically be here. Not even for another minute. I love this magazine too much to watch it go down, but more importantly, I love my sister way too much to live through what I know is inequitable. I think you mean inevitable. Well, perhaps now I'll have time to brush up on my vocabulary as well. Chloe, do not walk out of here. Think about it, Dan. You want me to stay for all the wrong reasons. You don't want me to quit on my first day because you think I'm proving to Anita and the whole staff that I'm unprofessional. But I don't care about being professional, and you should know that by now. I don't have anything to contribute to A Girl's Guide to Girls. I'm not a psychologist, and I don't pretend to be one. Chloe, don't leave. What can I possibly do for you as shoe editor of a satirical feminism literary magazine? I don't know how much longer I can sit here and listen to Chloe butcher the English language. I was hoping to hear a real play, not one about grammatical errors and how I'm about to make an of myself. Okay, Chloe, go ahead then. If you're so sure this is the right thing to do, we'll just have to do without a shoe editor for now. Either that, or I'll have to find someone else for the job. Don't be ridiculous, Dan. You'll never be able to find anyone who can fill my shoes, but you're welcome to try. And then all I can hear is her heels scraping down the hall, then a little crash, and then pitter-patter of stocking feet. Dan comes back into the cafeteria to get his bag. He's holding Chloe's shoes, one in each hand. I was hoping you'd still be here, he says. What happened? I ask, pointing to her shoes. She walked right out of them on her way out, he says, shaking his head. I get up to pat Dan on the back, and we walk out together while I try to convince him that she'll be back. Dan walks back to his office, and as I'm heading toward mine, I spot Blair and Sloane walking by in the hall. She's gone for good, Blair says, and they give each other a little high five. They must have seen Chloe leave, and that pretty much clinches it for me. I'm not going to let anyone in my way, even though I know I'm in for the fight of my life. If I have to take on every single girl in this building, I will, and if I open the eyes of only one reader in the process, I will have accomplished something. Everyone deserves to know the truth, and I've got to tell it once and for all. Besides, after all these years, I may have actually found a best friend again. I'm not going anywhere. Chapter 5. I've seen Alex in the hallway a few times, rushing around with her head down, completely absorbed in her own little world. She's always dressed up, on her way somewhere important. She's impossible to approach. Whenever I see her whizzing by, I walk a little faster, but most of the time I'm just on my way to the bathroom or the cafeteria. Lately, I need to eat every 3 hours or my hands start shaking. This is something new. My symptoms are very similar to that of a rare neurological disorder that's been linked to pressure on the prefrontal cortex, although it's probably just my hypoglycemia acting up again. Either that or a mild vitamin deficiency of some sort or severe diabetes. Either way, I've got to stop spending so much time on WebMD. It's making me insane. Alex and I have so much to talk about, I don't know where to begin. I guess it's silly to go every single thing that happened to me since the day she left our school in the 2nd grade, but for some reason I want to tell her everything. I made sure I got to her office early this morning so I'll have a chance to talk before she's off and running. I knock on her door a few times, no answer. I knock a little louder until I hear a faint, "Who is it? Oh, you're here? I was just walking and I thought I'd say hi." I call to her. "Good morning," she calls back. I guess she'll open the door any second now. I knock again. "Who's there?" "It's Zoe Rose," I yell. I hear the doorknob turn, and then Alex pokes her head out. "How are you, Zoe? What can I do for you?" she asks, her neck straining between the door and the jamb. I was walking by and thought we could, catch up a little before the day begins. "Oh, I'm sorry. Can you give me until the end of the week to get my thoughts together?" "Of course, absolutely. The end of the week is great. But I was hoping maybe you and I could catch up a bit. Doesn't she want to throw her arms around me and tell she's been searching me for years on findaclassmate.com? It's just that it's been so long, Zoe. I saw you yesterday. I don't think you understand, Alex. Remember when you asked me if I grew up in New Jersey at the editorial meeting last week? Well, I did. I'm the same Zoe you thought I was. I was your best friend in 2nd grade, the one with the red afro, who was the same size as the preschoolers. You were right about the letter. It was about you and me. I just never dreamed in a million years I'd ever see you again. Never mind that I'd end up working with you. This whole thing is so bizarre." "You can't be serious," she says, staring directly at my head. "I'm totally serious. Believe me, this is not my natural color," I say, holding up a chunk of my hair. "This is unbelievable. I can't possibly describe how I felt when you were reading that letter. Part of me knew it was about me. How could it not be? But I honestly wouldn't recognize you in a million years. I just had to assume there was some other little girl out there with the same crappy childhood and dress. Alex, I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry. It's just that you brought back so many memories. That dress. You have no idea how badly I wanted that dress. I thought it was so beautiful. My mother did too, and she wanted me to have it more than anything. She saved up for so long. The day she bought it for me, I just sat on my bed and stared at it. I'm pretty sure I slept in it that night. I never would have dreamed it would turn out to be such an embarrassment. Once they started making fun of me, I hated it, but there was nothing I could do. It was all I had. I can just picture her falling asleep that first night with her new dress, trying not to move, thanking God for her one chance to feel like a princess. That overly pink, hopeful dress with its loose threads and limp bow and the lining that was sewn too long. How clueless she was, standing there in front of the whole class thinking she was being admired, not knowing how well those girls could spot a cheap dress a mile away and how badly it incriminated her. She was so innocent, that's what made them so cruel. I never would have read that letter in a million years if I thought you'd see it. I was writing about a memory, not a person. That was more than 20 years ago. I'd do anything not to have read it, especially to them. I'm glad you read it. Obviously your point is to defend me even after all these years. We were always looking out for one another. I can't believe I'm admitting this, but I still see those girls in my dreams. I fought so hard not to let them destroy me, and they didn't. But they certainly left their mark. Everything I am is because of them. I am determined to have everything they had. I hated being poor, but I pretended I didn't care. I wanted them to think I felt better than them, but I felt like a nothing. I don't feel that way anymore, though. I guess I owe them a thank you if you really think about it. They forced me to see myself for what I really was. They gave me the power to rise above it. I would have been so easy to give up, but I worked to get off where I am. They're all probably a bunch of country club housewife whores by now. Oh, I'm sure they are. I can't believe we're even talking about them, I say. She laughs and rubs her eye with her palm. Believe it or not, you are probably the best friend I ever had to this day. How pathetic is that? I've never been great with girls ever since then. Me neither. If I didn't have my sister, yeah, you have Chloe. You're very fortunate. I hear a loud thump on her office, and then Alex closes the door a little tighter against her neck. Listen, Zoe, I'm sort of in the middle of something right now, but I really want to talk some more. Can I call you? Sure, go ahead. I just wanted to apologize and tell you that I'll pull the letter out of the issue if you want me to. Absolutely not. It's a perfect letter for our launch. I want it to stay in. Okay, then. Oh, and whenever you're ready, I have some ideas for the launch cover. If you want to go out to lunch for something, I can show them to you, I say, bending my knees a little. I've been standing in the same spot for so long, I'm afraid the blood pooling in my ankles is going to cause permanent swelling. Lunch sounds good, she says. Are you free today? I ask. Today, I'm afraid not. I'm not free at all this week. I have back-to-back lunch appointments straight through Friday, 2 a day. Lunch is the most important sales event of the day. You should know that. She's practically judging herself at the door. It's like she's hiding a dead body in there. You eat lunch twice a day, sometimes 3 times, that whole sales thing, wow. Yep, it's quite a challenge trying to get the advertisers to commit to our lunch issue. I got the memo that you wanted to use the headline, The New Feminism. That's another thing I wanted to talk about. I say, thinking it might be a bad idea to switch over to sales until my appetite settles down. Don't worry, I can sell it. I just need a little more time. It's so competitive out there. Our editorial used to give us an edge because it was so blatantly sales-driven. Now we're giving a reputation as the magazine that cut its nose off to spite its face. Still, I intend to give this my all. I'm reordering my sales pitch to attract a different kind of advertiser. I'll be calling on Timberland, Nike, Adidas, Aerosols, Talbots, and Eileen Fisher this week. I'll let you know how it goes. We lost all of our big high-fashion accounts for the first issue, didn't we? No, not all. We still have Hanes. I don't know what to say. Just get out there and fight for what you believe in. There's nothing else we can do. We're trying to reform a nation of women here, right? Isn't that what you said? So let's do it. It's just a shame we can't start with our little girls, she winks. I can tell she wants to go back to work, but she's talking. I can almost remember her. She still moves her mouth the same way. She still makes me feel like we're partners and that together we can conquer the world. Something about her tone makes me want to finally open up about how difficult things have been for me lately. I'm trying to put up a fight, but I'm just so tired all the time. Stress is really starting to take a toll on me physically. I've always been prone to mood swings, and I've had a very serious case of walking pneumonia in 6th grade. I diagnosed myself, so I'm not 100% sure it was pneumonia, but I sure felt like it. Even walking pneumonia can be very serious, she says. Anyway, lately all I can do is ease the tension and eat incessantly. I feel so bloated. Can't even button my pants. I mean, look at me. I've gained 10 pounds, and I'm so itchy it's driving me crazy. I heard that stress can do that, she says. Lately I've been pouring pancake syrup on everything. It's hard to believe I was once responsible for single-handedly blowing off the lid off the refined sugar industry. And all that sugar has totally messed up my memory. My bill situation is completely out of control, and I never used to be like this. I hate to interrupt you, Zoe, and I'd love to hear more about your bills and everything, but I really have to get back to work. I realize you need to talk, and we will, I promise. I have a ton of stuff to catch up on, but I was just finishing something when you came by. I'm sorry. Actually, wait just a moment. I'll jot something down for you. She steps away from the door for a second and comes back with a pen and a small pad. She writes down a few numbers and hands me the piece of paper. Here are the names and phone numbers of the top psychiatrists, nutritionists, and personal trainers in the city. You need to get yourself under control immediately. This is no time to wallow in self-pity. You're eating to medicate yourself, and that's a very dangerous thing to do. Let me know how it all works out, okay? She says with a tight smile and a quick nod, indicating that she'd like me to go away. I went too far. Sure, okay, thanks a lot. I wave as she's closing the door. Well, I guess it's safe to say we're no longer inseparable. Chapter 6. What is wrong with you? Me? Nothing's wrong with me. I think the real question here is what's wrong with you. I just miss you because you've been traveling so much. I answer, no you don't. You just want to have sex all the time, and I have to be honest, it's really starting to get on my nerves. Well then stop going along with it, I say accusingly. I can't help it once you get me started. Then don't complain. I'm not complaining. I just need a break. My back hurts. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Just go and do something else for a while. Take a walk or start painting or something. I don't feel like taking a walk, and I can't just start a painting before work, and besides, I don't paint anymore. You know that. How about if we just hold hands? Nice try, Zoe. I'm not falling for that one again. Fine. I have to work on these photographs for the launch cover. Anyway, my favorite so far is a shot of a group of women, all different ages, holding hands in such a way that they form a peace sign. I think it pretty much says it all. It sounds a little dull to me. It may sound dull, but wait until you see how it looks under a bright pink headline that says, The New Feminism. I'm sitting as close to him as possible, hoping he'll change his mind and go for one more round, but I can feel him putting away. I imagine he's a great deal of pain after the amount of I've been forcing on him lately. It's almost mean. Well, as long as you're not going to take a walk, I think we should use this time to talk about us for a minute instead of the magazine for a change. Sure. I want to move forward, Zoe, and I want you to start thinking about a time frame. A time frame? You can't just pick a date and hope I'll be ready for the next step on the very next day. It has to come naturally. Actually, in your case, I think we should pin down a date. Otherwise, the day may never come. Well, then that should tell you something. What should it tell me? Exactly what you just said, that the possibility exists that I might never be ready. Don't say things like that, Zoe. Why not? You just said it. I said that I want to pin down a date, and I still do. A date for what exactly? Let's stop beating around the bush. A date to stop making some serious plans about our future. I want to start a family, Zoe. You know that. Okay, fine, but not right now. I really don't feel well, and I have to take a shower. Fine, go take a shower. We'll talk when you get out. I really do feel a little lightheaded, and not only because of the conversation, it's because I'm not sleeping well lately. I'm so worried about the launch issue. It's been keeping me up at night. Michael gets up and walks away without saying anything. I try to ignore him, but he makes a lot of subtle noise when he's upset. I email the shot of women holding hands to my office computer and go to the bathroom and turn the water on. Instinctively, I reach for one of my tester sticks. I don't believe it. I used up 150 of those things in less than a month. How is that even possible? Poor Michael. Is there any way you feel like going to the drugstore? I yell out. For what? He asks. But I don't bother to answer him because the phone is ringing now. It might not be the best time to ask for anything that has to do with me being deathly afraid of getting pregnant. He picks up the phone and yells, It's for you. It's Chloe. Hey, hi, what's up? I ask, anxious to get in the shower. Just calling to see how things are going? Well, let's see. I ran out of home tests. Michael is pressuring me to take the next step. Everyone at the magazine is pretty much against all of my ideas, and I just weighed myself, and I gained 7 pounds. What else do you want to know? Actually, I was really calling to see how the new ballet slippers were working out for you, but as long as you brought up the test thing, I was thinking perhaps you might want to try a different form of birth control, perhaps something that's used either before or during sex. I'm allergic to condoms, and I can't function on birth control pills. I become bipolar. You just get a little moody. That doesn't mean you're bipolar. Whatever, I don't need control. Only normal girls who actually menstruate need it. And as far as my slippers go, they don't fit me anymore, but I wear them every day anyway. You're not wearing them with sweat socks, are you? Of course not, I say, thinking I need new socks. As soon as we hang up, I realize that Chloe called me from her cell phone, and it's not even 7 o'clock in the morning. I call her back, and she answers after one ring. Where are you, by the way? I ask. I thought you'd never ask. Last night, I packed up Dad's car and drove to New Hampshire. I'm going to climb Mount Washington today. You're in New Hampshire? Isn't it amazing? I'm like a different person already. I mean, when was the last time I made a long-distance phone call? Are you out of your mind? You're going to drive up Mount Washington in Dan's tiny convertible? No, I'm going to climb it. With your feet? What shoes are you wearing? Only like the most adorable hiking boots ever. They're pink suede, and I'm wearing my new pink and gray blue Burberry plaid parka. I've got a new backpack. Is there a water bottle in your new backpack? Unfortunately, no. I couldn't fit anything in there like that, which is a shame, really, because I probably want a drink of water during my ascent. That's what they call it, you know, my ascent. Well, I suggest you bring a bigger backpack and a few bottles of water and something to eat, and sunscreen to make sure your cell is charged. Don't worry, I have a list of everything I'll need. I'm not stupid enough to bring this tiny backpack and nothing else. What else are you bringing? A suitcase. Colossal beads of sweat are beginning to form on my upper lip. You're going to climb Mount Washington carrying a suitcase? I ask. It's Louis Vuitton. Oh, good. Then you won't look like an idiot carrying it up the mountain. So anyway, we're all hanging out in the cafeteria waiting for the group leader to take us up. Stay on the phone with me until he comes out, okay? Who else is climbing with you? A bunch of old ladies and a group of stoned high school kids on a class trip. She's got no backup. I don't feel good about this. I tell her as calmly as I possibly can. In fact, I feel really queasy. Please don't make me nervous. I'm not afraid of anything anymore, and you shouldn't be either. Why are you so suddenly brave? It's sort of a secret. I promise I won't tell anyone. Okay, Mom gave me these amazing pills, and now I'm totally fearless. I was telling her about how I'm sabbatical to try to become a stronger, more adventurous person, and then we got to talking about how I never try anything new because I'm afraid of failing, and she suggested pills. Well, at least that confirms my suspicion that she's completely out of her mind. Oh, the instructor is here. I'll call you from the top of the mountain. Okay, bye. She hangs up. This is terrible. Chloe should not be climbing mountains. She can't even get off an escalator without stumbling and knocking everyone over. On the way to work, I keep checking my watch. I want to make sure I get there early to get my final cover choice down to production in time. I went back and forth so many times deciding between covers, but I'm sure this is the one. The right cover will make all the difference in the world. It has to set the precedent for everything we're trying to do, and I hope this one will just send the right message. When I get to my office and open the door, I get hit with a blast of heat. It feels like it's about 200 degrees in here. I can't have anything to do with the way I'm dressed. I'm only wearing a t-shirt and Chloe's corduroy skirt over a pair of long underwear, with double as underpants, and of course my slippers. It's hot here. I sit down at my desk and slip off my slippers and sweat socks and fan myself for a few seconds with my socks, but after a while, I can't take it anymore. I take my leggings off, which is fine really because my skirt covers everything, and I really should have worn long underwear to work anyway. It's just that none of my regular underwear fit me anymore. I don't think it was possible to grow out of one's underpants, but I feel a little bit better now. But it's really unbearable in here. You'd think whoever equipped this office with hair accessories and office supplies would at least have left me a few hand towels or something, but there's nothing at all in the linen category, so I have to use my socks to mop out the back of my neck. I walk out of my office in my bare feet to see if it's as hot in my office. Surprisingly, it's about 20 degrees cooler out here. I tiptoe by the fashion and beauty departments. The air temperature is fine around here, too. I go back to my office and call down to maintenance to have them check to see if there's a problem with my heat, and if they happen to have any type of industrial-strength antibacterial cleanser handy for my bare feet, but the line is busy. I call back a few minutes later and it's still busy. The air is clearly getting thick in here. I don't know how much longer I can take this. I try to create some ventilation by vigorously opening and closing the door of my supply closet, but it's like trying to cool down a sauna. I don't know what else to do. I try to ignore the situation because I have to get down to production, but as soon as I turn on my computer, I see that it's dead. I call downstairs to tell them I'll be there in a minute, but their line is busy too. That's strange. I call Dan, and again I get a busy signal. It's too early for him to be calling anyone. Maybe he's calling maintenance about something too. I crawl under my desk to see if anything is plugged in. What is going on here? Every single plug is in the wrong place, and I might not even be seeing straight, but this doesn't even look like my hard drive. How could this be happening? I crawl around the other side and begin switching the plugs. I'm sweating like crazy under here. I get up and retry my computer. It goes on this time, but my screen is blinking. The whole thing must have crashed. If this is my hard drive, everything I've been working on is gone. I don't believe this. I don't have my cover shot. Maybe something happened to my hard drive and my maintenance people put on a temporary one. Regardless, I have to go home and get the cover, otherwise I'll miss this morning's deadline and they'll go with the shot that I gave them as backup. I know I shouldn't have wasted until the last minute, but I wanted to be absolutely sure I had the right choice. Now I have nothing. I walk back out into the hall in search of help, but of course it's still too early for anyone except Dan and me and the maintenance and production people to be here. I can't very well walk around in a soaking wet t-shirt. I'll get sick. I go into the ladies' room to try to dry myself off under the hairdryer. I take a quick look in the mirror. The tip of my forehead is bright red. I jump a few times to see if the rest of my face is flushed. Something is very wrong with me. I hope I'm not having a stroke. Not here, please. Not now. I always picture myself having a stroke at home. This is awful. I'll never make it home and back in time with my laptop. I can't even think clearly. I'll just have to go down to production and tell them they'll have to wait. I'll take a cab home and back. That's what I'll do. I'll just get my shoes and socks and leggings and go home. I go back to my office and sit down for a second, but I can't even keep my head out. After a second or two, I let myself fall into my knees. I realize it's probably not a good idea to try to work in here, nor would it be appropriate for me to take off any more clothing. I'm too weak and dizzy to fully stand up, so I sort of stagger hunched over out into the hall. Zoe, what's the matter? I hear Dan's voice say, but I can't open my eyes. Is that you, Dan? I ask. Yes, of course it's me. What happened to you? Have you been drinking? I can hardly get the words out, but I manage to say, my office is very hot. I think I'm fainting, and I need to go home to get my cover art. I need to submit it right away. Don't worry about that, Zoe. Just tell me what's wrong. Did you take something? No, it's just that it's about 120 degrees in my office, and I'm so weak I can't see straight. Please help me get my cover art from home. I emailed it to myself, but my computer crashed, so I stopped worrying about the cover. We'll get it in on time. You're panicking for no reason. Sloan and Blair just came in, and I can send one of them to deliver it, but they'll never find it. It's at home. Unless you can get my computer to work, I emailed it to myself. I'll take care of everything. I'm sure we can get your computer up and running. He takes me by my wrists and pulls me up off the floor. We walk over to a cubicle, and I fall back into a chair. As soon as I hit the chair, I hear my thighs slap against the leather. I'm not sure what position I landed in or how far my legs are, but the next thing Dan says is, "Look, Zoe, I'm not asking you to go out and buy a new wardrobe for this job, but you've got to start wearing underwear and shoes." I'm so humiliated I may even be crying, but it's hard to tell. There's entirely too much perspiration in my eyes to determine what sort of liquid is pouring down my face. I can't hear him anymore. God, I hope I'm not dying. "Zoe, it's me. Try to sit up. Your eyes are opening. You're going to be okay." I open my eyes and see Michael sitting on the bed next to me. I turn my head and look at the clock. "What happened to me?" I ask. "You passed out and Dan brought you home. You've been asleep for almost 15 hours. What? Your body must be completely dehydrated. I made you an appointment to see a doctor this afternoon. Are you out of your mind? There's nothing wrong with me. My office is hot, that's all. I don't need a doctor for that. Zoe, you passed out cold. So anyone would have fainted. Believe me, if I thought there was something wrong with me, I'd be worried. But this time it was different. It was like I was being cooked to death. Oh no, I missed the deadline. My computer crashed, so I had nothing to give them. I heard all about it, and it's fine. Dan told me to tell you that everything was taken care of. Apparently they found what they needed on your desk, but I didn't have it on my desk. Well, they managed to find everything, and it's all straightened out." "It can't be straightened out. You don't understand. I'm the only one who has the art. Unless my computer suddenly started working. You're overreacting again, over nothing. This is not the end of the world." "It is to me. I'm responsible for this. If the cover is wrong, it will ruin everything. So you can't allow yourself to get so emotional over this. You're making yourself sick. Things happen in business all the time. You deal with it and you get through it. This isn't your life, Zoe. It's your job. But it's everything to me right now. I have to make this work. I have to succeed at this. Of course you want it to work, and you have every right to succeed, but it's not at the cost of your health. Think about what you're doing. It's proving some point about girls worth running yourself into the ground. It's a good point, don't get me wrong, but you got way too much invested in it. If you're thinking about a new magazine is going to somehow erase all the wrongs that you and every other girl suffered, you're going to be very disappointed. You're doing a great thing, and I'm proud of you, but no amount of education will ever what? Will ever make girls like them understand girls like you. God, Michael, you think I'm doing this for myself? A little bit. Well, then you're reading way too much into it. I'm just doing it because it's something that needs to be done. Fine. But you can't let it get to the point anymore. From now on, you'll work normal hours and get on with your life. You're just getting started at that place. You can't possibly keep this up without falling apart. As far as that cover is concerned, you need to stop thinking about it, and you can't do anything about it now anyway. The art was submitted, and the magazine went to press. You'll be able to see it in the morning. Just relax and try not to think about it. Okay, sure. I say and run into the bathroom. I must have sent some sort of stomach flu. That's probably what it was all along. Chapter 7. It's 7:30. I'm just about to leave for work when the phone rings. "Zoe, this is Alex. What's the matter? You sound terrible. Are you coming into the office soon?" "I'm on the way right now. Why?" "Did you want to see me about something?" "Yes, as a matter of fact. I'll be in your office when you get there." "Do you want to tell me what this is about?" "It's about the cover of the magazine. When I get to my office, Alex is sitting across from my desk with a pile of magazines faced out on her lap. "Let me see it," I say, standing in front of her. "First, sit down." "I can't sit down. I'm fully expecting something will go wrong." "Just show it to me." "Well, I'm sure you weren't expecting this," she says, and holds up a copy of the magazine. It says "The New Feminism" right across the top, in bright pink letters just the way I wanted it, and right below the headline is a photograph of a woman with long, dark, curly hair, topless, raising her arms up to the sky, revealing two of the hairiest underarms I've ever seen in my entire life. Michael doesn't even have that much hair under his arms. No man does. Fortunately, you can't see her chest because the photo stops just below her armpits. But her cleavage is about 8 inches long. In fact, it's one of the most revolting sights I've ever seen in my life. I'm going to be sick again, I say, and run to the bathroom. When I get back, Alex is sitting in the exact same position I left her. She might very well be in shock. "Is it safe to say I've ruined any chances of us selling even one copy of this issue? Please tell me you're not planning on taking responsibility for this." "Why shouldn't I? It's my fault. I missed the deadline, and somehow Blair and Sloan got their hands on the wrong cover. I knew something like this would happen, and it did. Are you out of your mind?" "I'm pretty sure I am. Yes, but what are you getting at?" "Zoe, you were sabotaged. This was deliberate. Blair and Sloan were making a point. I just can't believe they were given permission to turn it in the artwork for this. Tell me everything that happened yesterday." I go through the entire scenario, beginning with me walking into my sweltering office, discovering that my computer had crashed, and that I'd been given a new hard drive, and then passing out right before Dan asked me to start wearing underwear, and then finally waking up at home in the middle of the night. Well, it's pretty clear to me that went down here, and I'm not going to sit back and let them get away with this. She calls everyone to a meeting, and within 15 minutes, everyone is assembled in Dan's office, including Anita, who looks like she's just about ready to murder someone. I can't blame her. I want to kill me, too. Dan, if I may, I'd like to begin this meeting by asking Blair and Sloan what the hell they were thinking when they submitted this cover to production, Alex says, holding the cover up in their faces. Sloan speaks first, looking as innocent as a baby lamb. Dan asks us to go to Zoe's office and find the cover art and bring it downstairs right away. At first we couldn't find anything, so we tried to open her email because Dan told us Zoe had sent herself an email from home which contained the art, but her computer wasn't working, so we looked around her office for more, and there on her desk was this photo with the title The New Feminism, so we just assumed this was it. And now, in retrospect, can you think of any reason why this might not be the type of cover Zoe would have wanted? And did it occur to you at any point this is not a pretty picture? I did think that, Blair says, but I thought that's what Zoe wanted. I thought she was putting a girl on the cover who looked like her to say that she is the new face of feminism. Really? You thought that? Because Zoe doesn't strike me as the type of person who would try to turn people off to her cause before she even had a chance to get started, at least not deliberately, and this girl does not look anything at all like Zoe. You can't possibly blame Blair and Slim for this. Anita breaks in with a high-pitched squeal. Right now I would blame them for the color of my skin. They obviously replaced Zoe's hard drive with whatever piece of garbage they could find, and somehow I managed to get maintenance to turn her heat up so high she was forced to leave her office for nothing to show in the work she'd been doing. And then if that wasn't enough, they managed to make themselves available just in time to bring the cover art downstairs. Have you ever known Blair or Sloan to get to this office before 9:30 in the morning? Because this certainly is a first for me. The only thing I'm not sure of is where they got this photograph, but I can assure you of two things. They sure didn't find it on Zoe's desk, and I will, without question, get to the bottom of this. You can't prove anything, Alex. We did what we were told, and we used what we thought we were supposed to use. Well, that's just fine, and now I'm telling you something else to do. Get on the phone with every single advertiser in the magazine, and apologize for your little misunderstanding. This is not the message we were trying to convey, and whether our advertiser are comfortable with the underarms or not, that's something about the girl's face that is so angry and disturbing, I'd be surprised if the newsstands don't send it back. We didn't like it either, Alex, I can assure you. Don't play innocent with me, Blair. I see right through you, whether Dan does or not. Now, I'd like you both to leave so you can get started on your phone calls. Just a minute, Alex. I'm just as upset as you are, but I don't want my editorial people interfacing with our advertisers under any circumstances. Well, then you call him, Anita, Alex says and turns to Dan. Is there any way we can print a new cover before the shipment date? She asks. It'll cost a fortune, but I'll look into it. Anita ushers Blair and Sloan out of the room, muttering under her breath, but Ruth apparently didn't notice because she's still sitting here and smiling. Eventually she looks around and gets up and leaves without even saying goodbye. Once everyone is out of the room except for Alex and me, Dan finally speaks. Well, this is obviously a terrible blow, and we're going to pay for it big time, but the last thing we can afford at this point is dissension. We're in for a rocky period, and I need my stuff to stick together as much as possible. I realize the brunt of this is going to fall on you, Alex, but I'm sure you can imagine the shape we would be in right now without Blair or Sloan. I'm not 100% sure they were deliberately trying to sabotage Zoe's efforts, but I think it's safe to say their judgment is not what I thought it was. Regardless, we need to keep fashion and beauty pages on target while we iron this out. We can't stop firing people during our relaunch. I understand what you're saying, but please understand that they're trying to do everything in their power to destroy Zoe's plans, and you're the one who's ultimately going to pay for their mistakes, whether or not you choose to believe they were being malicious. The fact remains that they were. Understand that they have no interest in the magazine aside from getting their way. You're only going to hurt yourself more by keeping them on board. I'm trying to maintain some order here, Alex. I need my staff, but I'm going to talk to them and have my eye on them at all times. Right now I need to believe that they thought they were doing Zoe wanted. After all, I gave them full responsibility with very little direction to get the cover delivered. Dan, you have to understand I've never even seen that photograph before. They have gotten it from somewhere, and it sure wasn't from my desk or even my computer. Listen to me, both of you. I'm not stupid. I know about something devious went on here, but I think they were put up to it, and that's what's disturbing me more than anything. But I cannot go turn this place into a detective agency. I can't start training a new beauty editor and a new fashion editor overnight. They're good at what they do. You both are going to have to work around them until I figure something out. Just keep that in mind, and I'm aware of everything. I hate to admit this, but my mother didn't really seem that surprised when I showed her the cover. There's a lot of I wouldn't put past her, but she would never do anything to directly jeopardize the success of this magazine. It just doesn't make any sense for now. Just keep working on the next issue, and we'll have to eat this one. If we can go back to the press, which I doubt, we'll have to do a black and white cover to save money. It's a shame. I know how hard you worked on this, Zoe, but we'll get through it. As I walk through the halls, I can hear the phones ringing like crazy in everyone's offices. I can't imagine what the ramifications of this are going to be. One thing is for sure, we're definitely going to get noticed. Chapter 8. Ever since we started getting feedback from our readers and advertisers about the new editorial, there's this perpetual buzz that permeates the building. By midday, the buzz has sort of a jackhammer quality to it, and by 2 o'clock, everyone just walks around yelling. We've got more media attention this month than in the last 15 years combined. We've gone where no publisher has ever dared to go. It's no wonder the reaction from our advertisers has been unprecedented so far. We've lost Gucci, Yves Saint Laurent, Chanel, Diane von Furstenberg, Don Caron, Revlon, Clinique, and Estee Lauder, and we've received at least 20 bales of letters from our readers that essentially all say the same thing. WTF. Although the launch issue ran with a revised cover, someone leaked the hairy underarm version, and the media industry had a field day with it. The tension has been unbearable ever since. Anita refuses to acknowledge me, and therefore everyone else around here is afraid to talk to me as well. The whole situation is completely unnerving. It's like I'm back in school, peeing off the teacher for disrupting the class, making a spectacle of myself in front of all the other students, and this time I won't understand what is done wrong, which is comforting in some small way. We've all been working ungodly hours. No one leaves at 5 o'clock anymore. Some of the editors have even given up their weekly nail and hair appointments. Seriously, it's that intense. Despite the overwhelming hysteria, I have almost no energy at all. The faster the world spins, the slower I react, mostly because I can't help but overthink everything to the point where I'm finding it increasingly difficult to make even the simplest decision. Also because I've developed hives up and down my legs, which makes it very difficult for me to walk. Fortunately, our second issue, which focused on the best friends, did a little better in terms of newsstand sales. And we did get a little slight increase in ad pages, but the mail still keeps coming. The articles are meant to show the power of female bonding in the face of adversity, but somehow our article on why you find yourself strangely attracted to your best friend bald fat fiance got misconstrued. It included a very compelling interview with the bridesmaid who did everything in her power to run off with the groom, and the maid of honor who saved the day by letting the groom know in no uncertain terms that the bridesmaid in question had a very debilitating case of herpes just in case he was considering her offer. Alex and I worked on all the articles together, and we oversaw the layout from beginning to end. We worked day and night on that issue and personally hand-delivered everything to production. We watch each other's backs at all times now and leave nothing to chance. My whole heart is in this thing, and despite the failing numbers, I still feel as though I'm somehow being heard by the girls who needed me most. And on a more fashionable note, I was reading an article about the environmental benefits of using naturally dyed organic hemp instead of cotton, and discovered a new designer who was mentioned in the article because a major Japanese clothing manufacturers picked up its line. We were meeting with the designer this morning to take some shots of the clothes. We'll be the first American fashion magazine ever to showcase this revolutionary new fabric. Alex sees the designer as a very strong potential advertiser, and I see his natural alternative fabrics the perfect fashion statement for our new editorial. It will give our readers a completely different perspective on clothing. The spring fashion issue is critical to our overall bottom line, and the designer might just be the answer to our prayers. I can't believe it. For the first time in my life, I'm actually enjoying thinking about clothes. I've invited Blair, Sloan, and Courtney to the meeting because I want all of them to stretch their imaginations to the limit, to highlight the beauty and versatility of this new fabric and make it come alive on our pages. I was thinking they might be able to design some sort of hemp dollhouse, using the fabric for everything. The walls, the furniture, the floor coverings, even lampshades and accessories have all the little dolls wearing tiny organic hemp clothes. I've also invited Ruth and Rhonda because I'm going to need some unique selling pieces to start promoting this issue right away. Alex and I plan to get the meeting early, but as soon as I arrive in the showroom, I can sense something is wrong. The door is ajar, and I can hear voices. I walk on, half expecting to see the designer sitting and waiting for me, but instead I see Blair and Sloan. Why are you here so early? I ask. We're not early, you're late, Blair says. The meeting was set for 9, I say, looking at my watch. Actually, it was set for 8. Didn't you get the email? Amanda sent it. No, I didn't get the email. Did the designer change the time, or did you? I can't remember. Can you say? She asks Sloan. Not really. So you set the meeting for 8 o'clock and made sure the rest of us weren't here to meet the designer. Lovely. How'd it go? Not very well, I'm afraid, Sloan says. Really, and why is that? Well, for one thing, he came in with a design team, and they were all Japanese. They didn't speak any English whatsoever. My Japanese, I'm very sorry to say, is not very good. And aside from that, the clothes were hideous. So we pretty much told them we weren't interested. I feel all the muscles in my neck tightening, rendering me completely immobile. We continued discussing the matter for quite some time as civilly as possible, but I don't want them to know how much I had my hopes pinned on this concept, and they just destroyed it. It would be far too enjoyable for them, so now we're just sitting here chatting away, so this was another unfortunate mishap that couldn't be helped. I'm about to mention to them that I had scheduled the interpreter to join us at 9 o'clock. When Alex walks in, I try to turn my head to greet her, but I have to turn my whole body. Am I late? She asks, looking at her watch, wondering what Blair and Sloan are doing here at 8:30. No, Alex, you're not late. Technically, you're a half hour early, but the meeting got rescheduled for 8 o'clock. Unfortunately, you and I missed it because I neglected to triple confirm, but not to worry because Blair and Sloan took it upon themselves to tell our almost new clients that they weren't interested. Apparently they didn't like the clothes. You're joking, right? No, we're perfectly serious, Blair says with a little smirk, as if to say, and there's not a thing you can do about it, and both of you are aware that the designers flew in from Japan to meet with all the major magazines this week, and that we were their first appointment, and that we were going to try to negotiate an exclusive editorial for this issue. Their company is enormously funded. I was counting on getting a 10-page four-color insert from them. Nobody told us, Sloane shrugs. Sorry, Blair says, but do you realize we see dozens of designers every week and only for a fraction of them make it into the magazine? I mean, what were their chances? Their chances were 100%. We wanted this account. The clothes were awful, Alex. This designer is going to be huge. You should have at least kept him here until Zoe and I had a chance to see the line. But neither of you are fashion editors, and you shouldn't be using the promise of editorial coverage to get ads. That's not ethical. Editorial and advertising are supposed to function independently of one another. You know that. Technically, this meeting should not have been scheduled, Blair says. Alex explains to them that we're trying to keep this magazine from going under, and this would have been an enormous score for us, both in terms of revenue and editorial forecasting, and that sure corporate would have shown leniency at times like this and that in the future. She foresees no reason for them to suddenly take on something as weighty as ethics on her behalf. Advertorials are a perfectly legitimate way to do business, and there's no need to worry that we'd be compromising our integrity in any way, Alex continues. For some magazines, yes, but Anita doesn't like them, and you know that, Alex, Sloane says. I'm watching Alex's every move, expecting her to go ballistic on them, but she's staying as cool as humanly possible. She ignores our comment about Anita and focuses instead on the canceled meeting. She tells them not to give it another thought, and that it was just a simple misunderstanding that could have happened to anyone. I realize that Alex is walking a fine line, and I put her in this position. She's doing things she's never done before to get ads, and Blair and Sloane know they have the power not to help her. An entire breakfast is in front of us, which Amanda had ordered for the meeting. Alex makes a polite gesture towards one of the plates, encouraging everyone to eat. I try not to load up my plate too high as Courtney, Rhonda, Ruth, and the Japanese interpreter enter the room. Courtney is wearing 6-inch high heels that appear to be covered in glitter as usual. She has a few choice magazines in her arms. Alex invites everyone in for breakfast and explains that the meeting has been postponed, but we should instead take this opportunity to go over some of the other ideas for the fashion issue. She gives me a look as if to say, think fast, and then she takes the interpreter aside and quietly explains to him what happened. He immediately calls the designer on his cell phone and leaves a message in his voicemail. She invites him to have breakfast to make up for the fact that his time has been wasted, but he politely declines her offer. He assures her that he'll organize a conference call as soon as possible, and then he leaves. Alex calmly walks back to the group to ask to leave the discussion. She reiterates that our Japanese designer is just a small part of our plans, and that we have a lot of other interesting ideas to share. Something about the way she just repeated herself makes it obvious that we're in trouble. She reaches for a coffee cup, and I can see that our hands are steady. I hope no one else happened to see it. The fact that we lost this designer and his account is going to cost us everything, and everyone in this room knows it. Although I was hoping this issue would give our readers an entirely new perspective about the purpose of clothing and the many ways we can use it to express ourselves creatively and politically, there are certainly plenty of other ways to use our biggest issue of the year to influence our readers' thinking when it comes to addressing themselves. I think the first thing we need to educate our readers is the language of clothing and how girls speak to one another without saying a word, simply by letting their clothing do all the talking. We especially want to teach the girls who had no idea what sort of signals they're sending out how to hear what others hear when they talk into a room. I've written a feature article called Are Your Clothes Talking About You Behind Your Back that proves how clothing is manufactured and marketed to reach girls by selling a message that girls have been trained to buy into. What I'd like to do in this issue is focus on how our readers consciously use clothing to attract the opposite sex even after they come to the realization that it works against them in the workplace. I want to show them how they can stop falling into the self-defeating trap and show them how to start thinking about the purpose of clothing in a whole new way. I look over at Alex to see if she's comfortable with all of this, but she's staring into space, so I just keep talking. At the same time, we want to discourage the practice of making assumptions about girls simply because of the way they dress, especially since half the girls out there have no idea what their clothes are saying. So in other words, we want to tackle this issue from both ends. You mean like Dress for Success? Because there was a book about that once, Courtney asks. Yes, exactly. Some women are ostracized and ridiculed in the workplace. They have no idea why. We want to show those women how their clothing choices keep them from getting ahead, and at the same time, how we can prevent them from making friends. Was this editorial idea inspired by the pink school dress, by any chance? Claire asks. In some way, I guess it was. Thank you for noticing, I answer sweetly while trying to will the chandelier above her head to dislodge itself from the ceiling. You know, I was just thinking about how often I catch girls laughing at me behind my back. I mean, sometimes I'm saying something funny on purpose, but sometimes I could be just standing all night at the bank or something. It doesn't make any sense, and I've had this problem for years. Maybe I'm missing something. Courtney looks down at her body and then right at me. Well, in keeping with Zoe was saying about the way girls react to one another, Court, perhaps other girls feel nervous and threatened around you because you're not afraid to express your sexuality. Rhonda says most girls aren't comfortable walking around the office with bare thighs. But hey, if you've got 'em, flaunt 'em. That's what I always say. I'm sorry, but that's not your thighs, Courtney. It's because your thong is always showing, Sloane says. What's so funny about that? Courtney asks. It's only funny with half your is hanging out too, Blair says. Don't listen to them, Courtney. It's because you're misunderstood, Rhonda interrupts. I've known you for a long time, and you happen to be a wonderful person. When I first met you, I have to admit, I thought you were a little flirty. But then I realized you're just unusually friendly. It's possible, though, and I'm only guessing here, that you may have been absent-mindedly flirting with someone online at the bank that day, or wearing something people don't often expect to see at the bank. Courtney is a perfect example of a person who doesn't care what her clothing says about her, as well as a person who is being wrongly judged because of her clothing choices. Ultimately, it's her decision. She has the right to dress however she pleases, but she at least be given the opportunity to see how she's perceived and how those perceptions will affect her ability to move up in this predominantly female workplace, I explained. I think Zoe's forgetting that the person who promotes people around here is a man, and this seems like an awful lot of trouble to go through to get people to stop making fun of certain other people's clothes, don't you think? Blair asks Sloane. Hold on, Courtney interjects. I totally get this. You're saying that if a girl dresses up for work, other girls will unfairly assume she is promiscuous and treat her like she's some kind of criminal, which is totally unfair. Promiscuity is not a crime, and this time we put a stop to the ill treatment of sluts everywhere. I don't think she quite gets it yet, Rhonda says, but she's getting warm. Would you like to be contributing editor if we do an issue on sluts? Blair asks. I'm already an editor, Courtney says, not quite feeling the sting. Actually, it's a big coincidence that we got on the topic of the whole slut thing, because one of my readers sent in a question, and I've been sort of wrestling with my answer because I wasn't sure our new editorial was going to be pro-slut or anti-slut. We won't be pro-slut, I can assure you, but we will make a definitive statement discouraging our readers from condemning women based on their level of sexual activity as well as their attire. But I really don't mean to turn this into a discussion solely on sexual behavior. That's really on a very small aspect of what I'm trying to make about the language of clothing and how it defines us professionally and culturally. There are many other characteristics that our clothing assigns to us and many other labels that we may be unknowingly carrying around. So we are going to tell our readers it's wrong to have a lot of sexual partners, or are we going to tell them how to have a lot of sexual partners, Courtney asks. Again, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but to answer your question, I say neither one. There are enough magazines out there to teach women how to have a lot of sexual partners. There's so many other issues I want to explore that I don't think need to give our readers advice about their sex lives one way or the other. However, I do think it's important for us to take a stand against the denigration of women who are victims of promiscuity. You think sluts are victims? Courtney asks with a pained, thoughtful expression. I think there's something about sexual addiction that reeks of self-loathing. I also think self-esteem can be caught. And that once we enable our readers to reach a higher level of self-satisfaction, I think they will begin to see that they have more to offer than their bodies and their looks. Equally as important, I think those among us who resent sexually active women will be less apt to jump to conclusions when it's revealed that promiscuity is often the result of pitifully poor self-image. But like I said, I really don't want to make this the focus of our discussion. That's so weird. I always thought sluts were really just horny, Courtney says. Why don't you read your column and perhaps we can jump off from there, I suggest. Trying to move things along, Courtney clears her throat and holds her paper up in the air to read. Dear Courtney, I give my boyfriend 2 of his really good friends blowjobs almost every other weekend. It's not that I mind or anything, it's just that sometimes I feel like it's not that fair. I know it's wrong to expect something in return every single time you do something a favor, but I was thinking that if I asked for, say, $5 a head, I totally didn't even do that on purpose, I could make $25 every weekend, and I could really use the money. Do you think I'd be greedy? Love, LJ. P.S. I'm kind of in a diet. Do you also by any chance know how many calories are in 3 blowjobs? What's so funny? Courtney asks, looking around the table. Is that a real letter? I ask. Yes. Can you please read us what you have so far in terms of an answer? I ask. Sure. Let's see. Oh, here it is. I keep getting this one confused with a girl who eats paper. She's on a diet as well. Dear Deaf Not Greedy. First things first, 110. Now, as far as greediness is concerned, you don't sound like a greedy person to me, not at all. In fact, you sound almost too generous. I mean, you're totally going off your diet, and for what? Instead of asking them for money, why not hint around that you wouldn't mind a nice bottle of perfume or something? I wouldn't come right out and ask, but you might want to say something like, you boys are as sweet as, just fill in the blank with your favorite scent. If they're nice boys, they'll get the hint, and you'll get what you deserve. Then you can decide if you want to return the perfume or make a little money or simply keep the perfume as moonsome. And always remember, I love you, forever yours, Courtney. I'm not sure what to say. I can never tell if she's kidding. That's really great, Courtney. I never would have thought suggesting to ask for presents before moving on to hard cash, Sloane says. I guess that's why you're the mental health editor. It's a good thing she didn't write that letter to me, Rhonda says, because I would have told her her boyfriend is an abusive little prick. The next time he wants to blowjob, he should tell his 2 really good friends to help him out. I don't think they're homosexuals, Courtney says. Regardless of their sexual preferences, they should not be using that poor girl. Don't you see that? Rhonda asks. Actually, I think she's doing exactly what she feels like doing. She just thinks the arrangement is sort of one-sided. Anyway, I thought you just said you were going to be non-judgmental. If we show our disapproval of sluttery, then we are no different from the very girls we're trying to teach. If we tell her how she can't use her body, then how are we empowering her? We're simply manipulating her to adhere to an archaic, moral standard a liberal magazine like Misunderstanding should be trying to erase. I mean, who's to say whether certain behavior or any behavior is right or wrong unless it's hurting another person? And who's to really say why someone is doing what she chooses to do? Can you actually prove that someone who likes to give a lot of blowjobs has low self-esteem? Or that the act itself, no matter how many people she performs it on, is damaging to her self-esteem? How could anyone prove anything like that ever? I mean, it's not like anyone's going to believe us anyway unless we were, like, worried or something. I'm just trying to give her the information she asked for, which is a calorie count, and whether or not I think she's greedy. That's very existential of you, Courtney, I say, fearing that I actually agree with her on this. The reason my column is so popular, she continues, is because it's so dumb. Blair interrupts. No, it's because I answer people's questions as best I can without telling them how they should really be thinking or living. I give them answers, not psychological evaluations. Since when did we decide to become a moral dictators? Ever since Horace started writing to us, Sloane says, and since when did you start using terms like moral dictators and archaic moral standards in every other sentence? I got it off the cover of the magazine I used to write for. See, it says it right here. The new moral dictatorship. I just sort of used it in a different context. Why? Did I use it wrong? No, you actually sounded smart there for a second. I was just wondering how it happened, Sloane says. You make a strong point, Courtney, and you're absolutely right. We have no right to pass moral judgment or perform psychiatric evaluations on our readers. It's just that prostitution is illegal, the only thing I can say without bringing up my personal feelings into play. For some reason, I'm sort of flattered that she's reading my old magazine. I'm not sure why, though. I'm pretty sure she wasn't our target audience. Also, I think you're way off on your calorie count, Rhonda says. Seriously, that's what someone told me. Do you think it's more or less? I think it's more the girl who sits next to me at my Weight Watchers meetings counts it as a three-pointer. Somehow I never thought I'd end up in a meeting discussing the nutritional facts of sperm. The last thing I want to do is give out incorrect information. I probably shouldn't use that letter at all. Luckily, I have another one with me that's sort of similar. Should I read it? She asks. We'd be insulted if you didn't, Blair says. Okay, this one is sort of weird because it's about a girl who's been having sex with two of her relatives. Now the poor thing thinks she has acne down there, so the first thing I told her was to go see her pediatrician. This particular letter really touched me because I had a step-uncle who used to flirt with me all the time, and my aunt used to get mad at me like it was my fault. I was just about the same age as this girl, too. It's probably not her fault that her relatives keep falling for her. I never slept with my uncle, though. He was so fat. I never realized what a great example you are of someone who's constantly being misjudged because of her looks, Sloane says. I know I'm like the poster girl for misunderstanding, Courtney says, twirling her hair. I wish I could do something about it, but she seems hopeless. I hope you won't think I'm overstepping my bounds here, but I don't think your biggest problem with women is your clothes, Sloane says. You don't? Courtney asks. No, I think it's partially your clothes, but mostly your hair. And your shoes, Blair interrupts. My hair, she asks, feeling her head with both hands. Yes, you see, girls have a tendency to equate 3-inch black roots with poor grooming, and since girls equate poor grooming with poor decision-making skills, that puts you at a significant disadvantage before you even open your mouth, Sloane says. Exactly, Blair takes over, and we all know that in the world of archaic judgmental girls, things like overgrown roots, incest, and multiple blowjobs are considered immoral. And since most girls equate sparkly stilettos with strip clubs, Blair continues, pointing to Courtney's shoes, what comes down to is that girls treat you unfairly because you have the words, F me, I'm immoral, written all over you. It's also a style, Courtney says without flinching. As she's talking, something in her reading material catches her eyes. She's put her finger on the page so she can stay somewhat focused on the conversation, but keeps glancing back at the article. What's the style? Rhonda asks, touching her own hair and wondering if she might have missed something. Black roots and sparkly stilettos. It's very L.A., Courtney says half-heartedly. She's totally distracted by the article at this point. A cow could walk in here and she wouldn't bat an eye. L.A. hooker, Blair adds. Well, anyway, I didn't really want to know why those girls were laughing at me at the bank. I just sort of noting something that I thought was along with what you were saying. She lifts her finger on the page to make sure she didn't lose her spot. Courtney, there's no reason why anyone should feel singled out here. Although you are an excellent example of how some girls are unfairly treated by other girls, the purpose here is to reveal why it happened so we can prevent it and get on with business. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just reading this article on Fiverr. Courtney, you can stop reading that magazine now. No one really thinks you're enjoying it, Blair says. I take that as my final cue that we're not getting anywhere with this. I take a few more lame attempts to introduce some other ways in which our clothing defines us, culturally, socially, intellectually, etc., but clearly the burning issue here is how simply clothes define Courtney. We've made absolutely no progress today, and I can't watch Courtney suffer at the hands of Sloane and Blair for another minute. Clearly our fashion issue has already come apart, it seems. I let the discussion dwindle down to nothing and eventually announced that it's time to take a break. I ask everyone to email me with other ideas by the end of the week. There are a few marginally enthusiastic responses, but for the most part, everyone already knows we've got nothing and that we're just going through the motions at this point. We slowly filter out of the room as I catch Alex out of the corner of my eye dashing away. I spend the next week trying to get another appointment with the hemp people, but it's impossible to get them on the phone. They were probably scooped up immediately. I reach out to some other less exciting but equally ecologically aware designers, but none of them are big enough to become potential advertisers, nor do they feel they have enough designs for an enormous space I've allocated in the magazine of a fashion spread. As the deadline for this issue comes closer, I realize I've wasted so much time chasing down designers that don't want to be in the magazine. The only material I have is my notes from the showroom meeting. In order to make the deadline, I've renamed my feature article, "Are Your Clothes Calling You a Slut Behind Your Back?" and use it as the main focus of our most important issue of the year. I tell Alex, and she proceeds to go after every single lingerie and sex shop in the city for advertising. That's how desperate we are. We managed to scrape by with a serious commitment from Victoria's Secret, and my slut article is a feature story. I had to stretch that article out to 20 pages. It might just be the worst thing I've ever read. I submit it to the copy editor at 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon. She hands it back to me an hour later, and I deliver it to the typesetter. The important thing at this point is that we close another issue without folding. By the time I got home Friday night, my back is in a spasm, and I literally cannot get out of bed Saturday morning. Michael has been back and forth to the drugstore at least 5 times with every pain remedy on the market, but I can't move. I'm completely falling apart. I can't even eat solid food without getting heartburn. So I drink milkshakes all weekend, which isn't helping with the sudden weight gain. I finally find a comfortable position and proceed to sleep the entire weekend away. By morning, I'm so rested I actually pleasant to Michael. He's so grateful. He brings me breakfast and bread, which consists of oatmeal, a milkshake, a banana, a huge bowl of applesauce. I brought you a few things because I wasn't sure what you'd be in the mood for. He says and put the tray down in front of me. I smile at him and he looks at me suspiciously and leaves the room. "Why'd you leave?" I yell to him. By the time he comes back, the tray is half empty. "I don't know, you're acting kind of weird." "What do you mean? I thought you saw you smiling." Smile. Chapter 9. When I get to my office bright and early on Monday morning, I almost feel like my old self again. I already have some ideas brewing for the summer issues, and I think despite my all liquid, mostly sugar dairy diet of late, I've actually begun losing some of the weight I put on. I sit down at my desk and check my emails. There's one from Max that says urgent. I open the attachment and get a reading. It was clearly a revision of the slut article I handed in Friday night. In this vision, my point about girls being judged by their clothing is replaced with an expose on girls who have slut their way to the top to prove my point. I name the people in this very company who have done exactly that. I also name the men who slept with and where they slept with, and among my victims are Chloe, Courtney, Alex, and Rhonda. According to this, Chloe slept with Dan at the shoe closet. Alex slept with the publisher in London. Rhonda slept with the previous art director in Southampton, and Courtney slept with everyone, including a bunch of guys from the other magazines. Pretty much all over town. I can't even believe this. I call Alex, hoping this isn't the end of our friendship. As soon as she hears my voice, she says, "Well, I thought we had every base covered." "But they nailed you again somehow, didn't they?" "I've had it, Zoe. They're dead." "It's impossible, Alex. I literally handed the proofs to the typesetter on Friday. No one else was even here." "Well, apparently someone else was here, and she handed it in a revision. You neglected to do your research, Zoe. Otherwise, you would have been also mentioned in your article that Blair sleeps with one of the typesetters. Admittedly, he's the better looking of the two. Had you known that, you would have handed your proofs to the ugly typesetter. Why didn't you tell me?" "I just found out myself, but I can assure you, nothing like this will ever happen again. I've instituted a new policy. Either you or I have to sign off on every word and photograph that goes into the magazine in front of the ugly typesetter, whom I just promoted to type director, and nothing goes on in the magazine. It's going to be a pain in the but we have no other choice. The article is actually worse than the one I wrote," I say as I quickly skim through the pages. "Is any of this true?" I ask. "I don't know. I can't speak for anyone but myself. I certainly never slept with Rob, and I doubt Rhonda slept with the former gay art director, and Courtney couldn't possibly have slept with that many people in one lifetime, although I think it's safe to assume that your sister slept with Dan. In the shoe closet, she did hang out there a lot. I really need to talk to her. I wouldn't matter about it too much. Things worked out pretty well for her. Unfortunately, this article won't hurt us with our advertising or our readers. And that's all I really care about. In fact, they love this sort of thing. Alex and I pass by Dan's office to see that Anita, Ruth, Blair, Courtney, Sloan, and Rhonda are all standing in front of his desk. I poke my head into the office and announce that Alex and I would like to have a word with everyone before we even inside the door. Anita holds out a hand to Alex. "You, of all people, must be devastated by this, Alex. Here you must have thought Zoe was your good friend, the way you two have been spending so much time together. And honestly, Zoe, to point the finger at your own sister, you must be ashamed of yourself." "Nice try, Anita, but Alex already spoke to the typesetter and he told us what happened. You and one of your little puppets, the one who has a thing for the cute typesetters, added all of that stuff about who slept their way to the top, and Alex knows that I didn't write any of this, and yes, we are good friends because we trust one another, and I don't even have to check with my sister," I say, throwing the magazine on Dan's desk. "You didn't honestly think you could turn my sister and my best friend against me, did you? I think they know me a little better than that, Anita, but I admire your effort." At least this little trick didn't cost us any money, so honestly, I can't really say I care. There's a dead silence. Finally, Rhonda speaks. Which one of you sleeps with the typesetter, she asks. Blair is turning bright red. She's about to spew any minute. But you said you thought he was ugly, Courtney says. I think she might have been referring to the other typesetter I cut in. I don't think that should be your main concern right now. Aren't you even a little upset about what was written on you? Blair asks. Not really. You've said this stuff about me before. It's not really news, and I knew you wrote it the second I read it. What kind of person are you? I'm afraid she's a very sick person, Rhonda says. And what do you have to say for yourself, Sloane? Because I know you had to be out on this somehow. I had nothing to do with this, Sloane says, giving Blair a cold look. I guess she sleeps with Anthony, too. He wasn't that cute. And Nita leaves in a hurry as soon as she comes to the realization that no one cares about this article. I thank everyone for trusting me. And Alex and I stay to talk about Dad about what we need to do to stop all this nonsense. Dad says he's been giving it a lot of thought and he realizes he has to make a move soon. He tells us to watch out for one another while he comes up with a plan to resolve the situation. I'm beginning to feel very sorry for him. The only way to resolve this is to get rid of me, and he knows it. On the way out, I turned out to Alex and said, How did you get the typesetter to tell you what happened? This is a very complicated place, Zoe. Anita has her people and I have mine. Seriously, you have people? Who? All in good time. Chapter 10. On my way to the subway, I realize I've left all of my notes at home and my slippers are ripping. I finally gained so much weight that my shoes are too small. I've never even heard of that. I walk back home as delicately as possible so as not to tear them in half, and for some reason I feel like crying the whole way. I never cry, never ever. When I get back to my building, the doorman hands me a bouquet of flowers, tells me they were just delivered a few minutes ago. He asks me why I'm crying, and I tell him it's because my shoes ripped. I guess he's used to seeing people cry over their shoes because all their shoes does is nod. I bring flowers upstairs and read the card. They're from Michael, of course, who's doing another mini book tour. I read the card. I miss you and I'll be home this afternoon. I hate being away from you. Love, Michael. I try not to start crying again, but here it comes. He knows how stressed out I've been lately, even though pretty much all of my symptoms come and go, making them suspect. There's no denying that I don't even know how I can record it. I'm looking pretty bad these days. How could he still love me? I put the flowers in water. I change into my other slippers, and I pray that they're magically bigger on my other pair, despite the fact that they're the same size. I collect my papers and head back out. I stick out the meeting when I also come to wearing these little ballerina shoes in the first place. I looked down at my notes for today's meeting. Somehow I still managed to leave half of them alone, but I'm still thinking I can wing this with what I have. I keep thinking that each text issue will be the one that turns everything around. Dan and Alex have been a little less nervous lately because our slot issue actually did pretty well, all things considered, but we're still in a financial trouble. And I need a very strong editorial statement this month to pull us out of this mess I've created. That's why I've decided to focus on Why Girls Get Bad When Overweight Girls Want to Borrow Their Clothes article. I spent a great deal of time researching eating disorders in college, and I think our readers will find my perspective on this topic quite intriguing. Of course, Alex will have to advertise her for feed. Just the word fat, and they all come running. I take a hair clip with my top drawer. I rip open the plastic wrapper and clip all my hair on top of my head and gather my notes for the meeting. I was ready as I'll ever be. I head to the conference room to secure the fact that I've finally chosen a subject that will garner the support of all the editors. This topic's so universal, I know it's going to be the one that finally saves me. I mean us. Blair and Sloane are already here and are ready to walk down the runway. Blair is wearing some kind of long, flowy shirt, dress, nightgown thing over the jeans with size heels I've ever seen. It's almost like she's balancing on two pencils. I hope she doesn't accidentally trip over a huge pile of animal waste on she steps outside the real world where people don't wear pencils. God, I hate her. Sloane is wearing a beautiful creamy-colored skirt suit. The skirt is sort of longish with wide pleats and flares out. She is wearing crocodile shoes and a matching handbag with clasps that may very well be a diamond. If you look very closely, you can see that the white wool skirt has a little flowers in which sticks up her check and the lining is embroidered with the same sort of flowers. I try to imagine myself in that suit. It looks pretty good on me, except for the skirt's way too long. I actually look ridiculous in it more than I think about it. Then her pantyhose have a little design on them too. However, they came with the suit. Right, it's here today, and Amanda's just here, and she looks absolutely perfect as usual. She's dressed in a black sleeveless turtleneck, a black wool pleated skirt, black tights, black patterned leather slingbacks, and a black and white houndstooth blazer with pearls. And then here comes Courtney, and she's practically naked. She's wearing 2 large breasts with a small peasant shirt under them, a jean skirt that could have easily been worn as a belt. Her legs are totally bare, and she's wearing a hot pink high heels again. Her hair is wavy and messy. She's wearing lipstick that matches her shoes. Amazing. Blair and Sloane's comments about her hair, shoes, and clothes have absolutely no effect on her whatsoever. I looked down at what I'm wearing. I'm so sick of these overalls. Dan and Alex walk in together. Alex looks like she's entertaining the courtroom of the biggest case of the decade. Maybe it's the hair. It always looks like it's being televised. She takes on her laptop and a slew of other electronic devices and begins plugging herself in. I always forget how impressive she is when she first walks into her room. Instead of magazines, Courtney is using a hot pink nail file to occupy herself today as its little red heart over it. I'm sitting mesmerized by the fact she's not the least bit embarrassed when Rhonda starts walking in wearing colossal Jackie O sunglasses and what appears to be the remake of Hairspray headdo. Her outfit is silver, and by that I mean lipstick, jumpsuit, the belted trench coat, the pocketbook, and other platform students. Cosmic is the first thing that comes to mind and then out of my mouth. Oh, stop it, I look terrible, she says, blowing up her hair even more while running her tongue across her upper teeth. No, you don't, I say, searching for something a person who cares about clothes would say. That whole astronaut thing is so happening right this second. Please, I look like the Tin Man, she says, untying her belt. But what the? I got this whole outfit on sale, 40 off. I'll probably only wear it once, so I figured, why not, right? I guess 40 off anything is a good deal, even a cleverly configured roll of Reynolds wrap. The truth of the matter is that someone who should have been making clothes out of tinfoil a long time ago. That's the whole problem with clothes, in my opinion. They should be more versatile. The only article of clothing I ever owned that made perfect sense was my paper smock. It had a waterproof underside. You could write, paint, glue, or spill your juice all over it, and no one said a word because it was disposable. I miss that smock. Dan stands up to begin the meeting, and I quickly gives me the floor. I spent the last couple of weeks trying to come up with a more palatable approach to our editorial. I realize that we're skating on thin ice with our readers as well as our advertisers, and we can't afford to ignore their reaction. With that doesn't mean we have to abandon our cause or suddenly turn timid. We simply have to find a way to repackage our message with even greater enthusiasm, and I think I found the perfect hook for our next issue. I look over at Alex. I can tell she approves of the way I'm handling this. Let's start with the weakest link in the female chain. Who can tell me what type of girls get the least respect from other girls and why? Courtney's hand shoots up. She's practically jumping out of her seat. I totally know this. Great, let's hear it. I say, fat girls, like a moth to a flame. There is a moment of silence. Everyone in the room shifts uncomfortably in their seats or tucks their hands under their thighs, almost as though they're doing an imaginary weight check. Every girl in this room would qualify as skinny by anyone's standards, but they all feel a little stab of recognition at the sound of those 2 words. Either they've been fat, hated someone because she was fat, or live in fear of being fat, but no matter what they're thinking, they all agree that the union of words fat and girl is the most weird adjective-noun combination in the English language. All I want them to know is why. Excellent, Courtney, I couldn't agree more. Girls typically alienate overweight girls, and they do so for simply one reason only, fear. It's just that simple. You mean you think deep down girls think fat is contagious? Because that's a medical impossibility I happen to know for a fact. Courtney says while licking the dust off her pinky nail. No, I think they're afraid of catching fatness, I explain. I think it's more a case of being afraid to face their fears. If a girl is afraid of dying, she will likely avoid people who are very old or very ill. By the same token, girls who are afraid of being fat feel uncomfortable around overweight girls or pregnant girls. I choke on those last 2 words. That's so sad for both the elderly and the fat, Courtney says while cheerily tilting her head and speeding up her nail filing technique. I'm trying to envision what her life story would sound like if she ever decided to write it down. I imagine it would be something like, so far nothing bad, having a few, the end. I'm trying to stay focused on what I'm saying, but for some reason I can't get the words out anymore. It's like my mind suddenly went completely blank. I hadn't meant to bring up the topic of pregnancy, and that's the last thing I wanted to discuss, and now I'm sure someone's going to bring it up again. I'd love to change the subject altogether, but I don't have anything else prepared. My chest starts to tighten up, and I can already tell I'm going to have an anxiety attack right here, right now, in front of everyone. I try to control my breathing, but it's coming in fast little spurts, and I can already feel the sweat bursting from my pores. What's even worse than my fear of discussing pregnancy girls is the disturbingly loud fan overhead and the fact that my stomach is growling. The fax machine is pumping out page after page, and no one is responding. What if it's an emergency fax, and what if the ceiling fan spins out of control and starts flying around the room? Of course, the likelihood of such a thing is very small, and yet I feel the need to prepare for it somehow. I hold my arm above my head as though it will somehow protect me from a 50-pound spinning blade and try to count every time I inhale, and I am pretty sure I'm stopped breathing altogether. I have to get up and walk around or I might not make it through the meeting. Why the hell do I have to live like this? There's got to be a reason to control these feelings. I push my chair away from the table and slowly stand up. I hope no one can tell what's happening to me. I need to find something to do to get my mind off myself. I walk over to the fax machine and pretend I'm only mildly confused about the incoming fax and not that I'm 100% certain it's from the President of the United announcing that we're under attack. I quickly pull it out and read it. Dan asks me if the fax is important. I tell him it's from Chloe. Really? I thought she was out bear hunting today, someone says. It could have been anyone. Normally I would care, but I'm too busy trying not to run out of the room. Would you like me to read this out loud? I ask, trying to steady my voice. It's addressed to the editorial department. Sure, Dan says. Go right ahead. I take a deep breath, and as soon as I begin reading, I can hear Chloe's voice, and I feel myself calming down. Hi, everyone. I have a very exciting concept to share with you. I've been working on it for months. The idea came to me a while back while I was just on the climb of Mount Washington for the very first time. Unfortunately, I never actually made it to the top of the mountain because I got a huge blister walking from the car to the mountain base. There was nothing I could do about it except wait for the rest of the group with fresh muffins. Thank God for pink suede hiking boots. Anyway, while I was walking back to the car, I suddenly got this amazing idea for an article. I believe I will give us a whole new identity. It's all about how I wore the wrong boots to go hiking, and how that made me feel both as a person and as a mountain climber. All the other climbers had boots that were specially designed to prevent them from getting an injury such as mine. Suddenly I got to thinking, why not let performance footwear be your life coach? I mean, think about it. When you're outfitted in the right footwear, you suddenly feel empowered in a way that you could never be in a pair of high heels. Suddenly you fear toppling over is suddenly gone and no longer have to live in pain. The right pair of hiking boots can make you places you never dreamed of going before. The article possibilities are endless. Finding your inner soul, how Gore-Tex changed my life, one woman's journey, one sensible step at a time. I could go on forever, but I think you know what I'm saying. Let me know if you want me to go ahead and write one of these articles, because I think any of them would give us a leg up on the competition. That was a play on words. Speak to you soon. Love, Chloe. While I'm reading, I can sense that my heart rate has slowed down considerably. I take another deep breath and notice Anita has slipped from the conference room. She sits down listening intently. When I finish, she asks, "Is that it?" "That's it," I answer. "Well, that's just fine then. Can I have that fax, please?" she asks. I hand it to her and she crumbles it up before I even have a chance to let go. I can't think of anything less feminine or less inspiring than a girl in hiking boots. The last thing we need is to lose ourselves in great outdoors. I'll be back later to check on the progress of this meeting. I've got an appointment, she says and storms out. I look at Dan and she shakes his head. I sit down without saying anything, but as soon as I hit the chair, it feels like I either sat on something or I suddenly grew another vagina. There's something between my legs that was never there before. That much I know. I try to ignore it, but it feels like a pair of socks. Should we continue where we left off? Because I have something to say, Sloane says. Go right ahead, I say nonchalantly, as though there's nothing unusual going on between my legs. Well, what I was about to say before the facts came in is that I hate to disagree with you, but I'm pretty sure girls are not afraid of fat girls. They simply refuse to associate with fat girls the same way they refuse to associate with girls who smell. As a rule, girls try to avoid things that disgust them. I completely disagree with that, Blair says with her chin up. Big women can be incredibly beautiful. Another moment of silence. No one knows what to say. It's almost as if Blair suddenly sprouted a soul. She holds her breath for a few seconds and then cracks up. She cackles and coughs, straining to catch her breath until Sloane joins in with her own brand of hysterical, uncontrollable laughter. I just realized I've never seen Sloane with her mouth wide open before. I can't believe those are her real teeth. Some of them are extremely pointy. It's all making sense now. Sloane and Blair are vampires. Blair smacks Sloane on the knee to get her to stop laughing, then puts her hand over Sloane's mouth to control her. I think girls don't like fat girls because fat girls repel men, and girls don't like to get too close to things that repel men. Isn't that right? Courtney asks. Everyone ignores her because Blair and Sloane are so entertaining. It's hard for anyone to take their eyes off two such pretty girls laughing themselves sick over people's figure problems. They look so happy. Perhaps, and I'm certainly not claiming to be an expert by any means, but it might just be that people tend to equate certain physical characteristics with personality or character traits, Amanda says, putting her hair neatly behind her ears. With both hands, she's used to girls like Blair and Sloane. She's equally pretty and notably smarter, so it only takes her a few seconds to pull her attention away from them. The rest of us reluctantly follow her lead. I'm not sure about this, but I would venture to say that it's not entirely out of the question for some people, or some girls rather, perceive fat girls, as you call them, as weak or perhaps lazy. Of course, that's completely unfair, but I'm not so sure it's not true. Way to speculate. I spread my fingers across the width of my thighs. I think it's because thin girls just assume they have more in common with other thin girls. Like, for instance, they probably both use Pam, Courtney says. And when you say Pam, you're referring to the cooking spray, are you not? I ask. Yes. So to sort of put it together, what you're saying is that the thin girls are more attractive because they represent more desirable character traits? Pretty much. So in effect, self-control is a magnet for positive reinforcement from other people. Or you could just use the word love instead of positive reinforcement, Courtney suggests. So in other words, not eating equals love and acceptance, I ask, leading the witness. Sometimes I wonder, though, because recently I saw a really cute guy holding hands with a fat girl. At first I thought that's so weird, then I thought maybe he only has one leg or something, but then I noticed that he had both legs, so who knows. Maybe she wasn't fat when he first met her. Sometimes skinny women let themselves go when they feel comfortable and in love. And we all know what happens then, Blair says. You mean when they let themselves get pregnant? Courtney asks with a little giggle. My forehead is perspiring again. I think I need some water and perhaps a cot. Pregnant or not, we can't always be in control of what we eat. I mean, we have plenty of times when we have eaten something that just makes me hate myself. There's nothing I can do about it except I look over at Sloane, who looks worse than I feel. It's almost like she might be having some sort of allergic reaction to something. Her eyes are watery and her hair suddenly looks dark and greasy. It could be sweat. It's hard to tell with the blondes. Her face is turning red and she's clenching her fists and holding them down at her sides almost as if she's trying to stop herself from gnawing at them. I'm about to scream, does anyone have an EpiPen? When suddenly Sloane interrupts Courtney. Last night I was starving to death and really irritable, and my roommate's dog was barking like crazy, and I didn't want to take her out because I knew I would get something to eat, and I knew my roommate was thinking the exact same thing. So she totally scammed me. She was like, if you take her out now, I'll take her out at 11, and if you do go out, will you pick me up some spare ribs? And I was like, are you serious? I'm afraid I don't understand, Amanda says, leaning on the table with her hands neatly folded. Me neither, says Courtney. Why doesn't she just walk her own dog? Sloane's roommate is a total, Blair says, patting Sloane on the leg. I knew it the minute I met her. So are you saying that your roommate has manipulating you into walking the dog? Amanda asks. No, she was trying to get me to eat. My roommate's on Atkins, so she can eat spare ribs, but I can't eat anything or I gain like 100 pounds. Sloane is breathing funny, but I have to get to the bottom of this. I thought I knew everything about this eating disorder thing, and then along comes Sloane's roommate, and I'm slumped all over again. Why? I ask. Because they like the same guy, and Sloane's roommate is the most competitive girl on the planet. All she wants is to get Sloane fat. Blair spit the word planet. Granted, it's a hard word to say without spitting, even when you're not foaming at the mouth. I never should have moved in with her. I knew she was out of her mind. She's constantly weighing that poor dog, Sloane says. How exactly was she trying to get you to eat? I asked. She totally knew I would buy something and eat it when I bought her spare ribs. Obviously, confirms Blair. So what did you do? I ask. What did I do? I'll tell you exactly what I did. I bought a whole effing quart of chicken fried rice, a quart of chow fun, and 2 quarts of lo mein, and ate it all standing up, and then I brought my roommate her precious spare ribs, and then I walked out of the door, walked 2 blocks, and stuck my finger down my effing throat. Silence. I admit I forced the eating disorder thing to come up, so I speak. I mean, one couldn't help but assume that at least someone in this room might serve as an excellent working model of how an eating disorder works, but somehow I didn't really expect anyone in particular, let alone Sloane, to really admit they throw up their food, and now I can't stop picturing her vomiting up chicken fried rice, and I hate vomit more than anything. It makes me vomit, and I don't feel particularly well to begin with. So you threw up chow fun? Courtney asks. Sloane's face is drenched. She's totally enraged, seething with some sort of vampiric girly venom that I can only assume is exactly the same substance that causes acid reflux. She pushes her hair back and leans in toward the table, addressing Courtney. Yeah, I did, okay? Like you never threw up your food. No, it's just that I mean, maybe once or twice I did way back then, when I was like in high school, but as a rule I always avoid noodles to this day. Courtney says, blowing a little dust off the table. Italian food is 10 times worse, Blair says, and then looks around as if to say, so shoot me. I actually like her a little better now. You throw up? Sloane asks Blair, as though she just discovered they both from the same little town in Kentucky. No, I mean, I've done it, but I don't do it regularly. Well, I do, Amanda says, standing up, and I'm not afraid to admit it. I throw up every day, and I hope I admit it is the first step toward recovery, and that I mean for all of us. I don't believe what's going on here. This is absolutely insane. Do you realize what you people sound like? Rhonda asks. Sloane stands up, sorely in need of an exorcism at this point, and turns to look at Rhonda. I don't care that I sound like. Do you realize what you look like? Why the hell would I want to recover from the only thing that ever made me feel good about myself? You'd think I'd rather look like you? Sloane, pull yourself together. I understand that you've all decided to come clean on this eating disorder thing, and I think this is very admirable. But it's not going to happen at the expense of another person's feeling. Is that understood? Alex is standing up now. Thank you, Alex, Dan says. I'm surprised he managed to get the words out. He looks a little disoriented. I'm not trying to insult anyone. I'm being honest. That's what Zoe asked us to do, and I'm doing it. Rhonda isn't helping herself by keeping the extra weight on. You think she enjoys being a little overweight? All the poor girl wants is a husband, and every time she goes on one of her J dates, she comes back distressed. If we're supposed to be so helpful and honest, why can't any of us tell us why she's not finding a man of her dreams? It's because men don't like big hips. There, now she knows what every single guy who never called her back was really thinking. And now she can do something about it. Is that so mean? I'm 5 pounds away from becoming a lifetime Weight Watchers member. What the hell are you talking about? I may not have a perfect figure, but according to the charts, I'm already in my ideal weight range. You're the one who's not helping herself because you should have had your head examined a long time ago, Rhonda says. Except for the silver jumpsuit, Rhonda might have just become my new idol. Oh, please, those weight charts are a joke. I'm 5'8". According to those charts, I'd still be considered a normal at 150 pounds. I look like a cow at 120. I need to be thin, otherwise I feel self-conscious all the time and walk weak and unattractive. Honestly, Rhonda, I'm not saying that you're any of those things. I'm just saying that I would feel that way if I looked like you. Thanks, I can't tell you how much this means to me, Rhonda says. Can you please stop using Rhonda as an example? Amanda says, practically in tears. You're hurting her feelings. She doesn't deserve this kind of treatment. Honestly is one thing, but I'm finding this intolerable. Rhonda, I just want to say what I've never even noticed your hips. Well, I'm having an exhibition later. Remind me to put on the guest list. In the meantime, don't worry about hurting my feelings. I don't have to look perfect to be happy. I have a life. I have friends. I don't have a boyfriend at the moment, but I go out and have fun every weekend. People don't only love perfect people. In fact, I bet someone did a study they'd find people who try to be perfect are very unlovable because all they think about is themselves. I think that's where the confusion lies. If you're wondering why I'm not horrified by the fact that you think my hips are too big, it's because I don't measure my overall worth by any one particular part of my body. My body is my body. Some parts are better than others, and I accept that. I always have. I don't want a guy who wants a girl with a perfect body. I want to hate a guy like that. The reason it's taking me so long to find a right guy is because I'm searching for a human being. I'm not looking for an butt man or a leg man or a breast man. I'm looking for someone who finds me attractive but who is also interested in me as a person. I'm looking for someone who is interested in how I like to spend my day, my relationships, my family, my music, my recipe for Kugel, and my collection of antique Raggedy Ann dolls. Good luck with that, Blair says. One day I'll meet a guy who loves me for who I am and what I am and includes my hips and my thighs. Trust me on this, relationships based on measurements don't last very long. The funny thing is, Courtney interrupts, I was just thinking to myself that you should wear jumpsuits more often. They're very flattering. Thank you, Courtney. You're a wonderful person. I mean that, Rhonda says. Dan opens his mouth to speak. It takes a few seconds, but he eventually whispers something that resembles a word. I think it was either so or sod. After a few more seconds, he manages to piece together a real sentence, but the guy is truly taken aback by the fact that his staff is so heavily populated by Lily Mix. Well, I've certainly gotten an education here today, and for the record, Rhonda, I just want to say that I think you look great, but we seem to have veered off track again. I look over at Sloane, who's mumbling something to Blair. If I go over 500 calories a day, I blow up like a balloon. Rick hates having sex when I'm fat, and he notices immediately. He's like a human scale. He's always slapping my hips, saying, if you keep it up, we're going to have to get you a new saddle for those bags. Rhonda leans forward and says to Sloane, if I were you, honey, I wouldn't be so worried about me not finding the right guy. I'd be much more concerned about the fact that your boyfriend sounds like he'd have a lot more fun riding a different kind of horse altogether, the kind with balls. From my experience, men who hate hips typically don't like girls. I wish I had met Rhonda in kindergarten. I could have used a friend who wasn't afraid to say balls in front of a group of people, but right now I really need to get out of this room and pull myself together. I don't feel well at all. I attempt to wrap things up by making it clear that I don't intend to touch this eating disorder thing without the advice of a professional. Bulimia is a very serious disease, and although it's been beaten to death by virtually every magazine in America, I think that if we handle it properly, we may be able to encourage our readers to face up to what they've been doing to their bodies and to get proper help. Of course, I'm a big believer in the healing power of humor, but we need to tread very carefully here. Dan looks over at both Sloane and Amanda with sincere concern. So, can you give us a quick list of headlines before you break? Okay, sure. I say, wondering if perhaps I should rethink a few of these. But I might not do all of these in light of what we've learned here today. Suddenly, this topic seems a lot more frightening to me than it did a few minutes ago, but so far I have the article on my white girls get mad at overweight girls who want to borrow their clothes. I've wanted to use that one for a while. But when I have the one about why some girls eat their makeup, and about the one why you can be sitting in the car with a friend and suddenly you hit a bump and one of their teeth falls out, and with the help of today's discussion, I'm toying with the idea of adding another one. Are you starving yourself because your boyfriend wishes you were a boy? OMG, Courtney throws down her nail file. What a great idea for my column, homosexuality, getting to the bottom of bulimia. I love it. It's even got like a huge pun in it. She's so excited I think she might scream. But I don't get the one about teeth. Courtney adds, sometimes when a girl has been throwing up for a while, her teeth rot. And as gross as that sounds, it's a lot grosser if it happens to a friend and you don't know why. That's called ignorance. And although humor is sometimes offensive, it works. Humor forces people to sit up and take notice of the things they need to face before it's too late. It's just as therapeutic to laugh at their problem as it is to cry about it. I agree with you, but we have to face up to the fact that not all of our readers have a sense of humor. I think we pretty much established that, Rhonda says. That's because we're still not reaching the audience I'm targeting. I'm going after a highly educated demographic, readers who are able to look below the surface, and besides, I'm not going to write articles on girls who are starving themselves to the point of death. That's not what I'm talking about here. And I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. I'm talking about the girls who occasionally vomit, the ones who aren't even necessarily thin, but they're used vomiting as an emergency dieting technique. They need to stop too. That's true, Zoe, and I agree with you about all of this. Humor is therapeutic and a great way to approach this topic, but I think the focus of any article on eating disorders should include the importance of eating 3 meals a day and exercising at least 5 times a week. That's what I do, and I've never had a weight problem, but I agree with you that we have to get the word out that binging and purging, even on special occasions, is obviously not an option, Alex says, looking around the table. Well, based on Zoe's description of your childhood, if that was in fact what she wrote about in her letter from an editor, you don't exactly qualify as the norm, given that you most likely suffered from malnutrition in your formative years. It's a well-known fact that the total loss of body fat for any length of time permanently alters your metabolism, so you have an unfair advantage over the rest of us, Blair says. I look over at Alex, hoping she's not thinking that I had not written that letter. Blair wouldn't have had that information, but as usual she looks completely unmoved. You're right, Blair. I did have a tremendous advantage over all of you, so you'll have to forgive me. I hate to change the subject, but believe me, I understand perfectly why girls get mad when fat girls want to borrow their clothes. But what makes you think that some girls eat their makeup? Sloane asks. Because it tastes like candy, and it's got like 0 calories, and it's fat-free. At least that's what somebody told me, Courtney says, and then covers her mouth. There's a long silence. I used to eat Play-Doh, Blair says. OMG, I used to eat Silly Petty, Sloane jumps in. Look at that, they're practically sisters, Rhonda says. After a second or two, Sloane ventures to speak again. The truth of the matter is that weight is not really a health issue at all. It's a jealousy issue. Women get angry when they see a friend of or a celebrity get thin. Instantly, the successfully thin girl is accused of being too thin or dangerously anorexic. Meanwhile, the girls who are so concerned are paying a fortune for gym memberships and food delivered to your door diets because they will try anything to look like the girls they are suddenly so worried about. If only someone would tell them the truth about the one little fingered diet, we could blow up the whole billion-dollar diet rip-off industry once and for all. If you want to do something good for women and you want to tell them the truth, teach them how to vomit, instead of all this bullcrap about so-called eating disorders. I've been throwing up since 9th grade, and I've never had a problem with it. I'm certainly a lot healthier than some girl who's walking around with a load of fat choking her heart. And what's more, for the record, Sloane continues, diets don't work because no one can control what they eat for any length of time. Eventually it all backfires, and every person making money in the diet industry knows it. Yeah, like anyone in this building doesn't throw up their food on occasion. I mean, come on. I've yet to walk into a bathroom at least once a day without hearing someone retching in the stall next to me, Blair says. Every time one of them says throw up, I feel a pinch in the back of my throat and then my mouth fills up with saliva. Please, God, don't let her say it again. We should get this over with right now. Amanda, Blair, and I have all admitted that we throw up. Rhonda admitted that she doesn't throw up, but we all know she should. So how about you, Alex? Tell the truth. You mean to tell me that the thought has never even crossed your mind if you happen to miss your daily run? Not only have I never deliberately vomited, but the more I sit here, the more this meeting proves how very desperately we need to expose how dangerously far some girls will go to stay thin. And although I agree with Zoe that none of you are severely bulimic, it's still a disease no matter how often you do it. And although I like the idea of healing through humor, I am very nervous about this. If we do decide to cover the topic in our editorial, I suggest we treat it with the utmost tact and delicacy. And how dare you ask me that question? Okay, fine, this one knows so far. How about Zoe? Are you brave enough to admit it? Have you ever vomited to lose weight? Please don't say that word again, please. Just answer me, Zoe. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Do you vomit up your food? Sloane repeats. It's a simple question, Zoe. We pretty much all admitted it. You'll feel a lot better once you get it out. Do you or do you not vomit? No! I managed to yell as I grabbed the garbage can under the conference table, and I launched into a lengthy audio-visual presentation of the contents of my stomach. As soon as I lift my head from the garbage, Blair takes a picture of me with her cell phone. I immediately get a vision of that shot gracing our cover of Are You Ready for Summer's issue? But as I stand up to leave, still holding the garbage can, I see Alex grab the phone out of Blair's hand and delete the shot. I'm deciding whether to run to the bathroom or all the way home when I spot Inigo walking toward me in the hall. Somehow, in the time she left and came back, she managed to change into a floor-length python coat, matching boots. All that dead skin is giving me the chills, and I'm pretty sure I have to throw up again. As that just I suspected, out it comes again, right in front of her. It's a good thing I brought the garbage can with me. Before I even had a chance to duck into the bathroom, I see Anita glance at her watch. My goodness, isn't it a little early in the day for that sort of thing? Chapter 11. The last time I was sick was when our Aunt Dottie slept over and made her famous onion burgers. I wanted her to love me, so I ate 11 of them, despite the fact that my whole family warned me that they weren't digestible. I tried to stand up until I'm too weak. I think I might have to sleep here tonight. I attempt to lift my head off the toilet paper roll I'm using as a pillow on the toilet paper-lined toilet seat when I hear the bathroom door swing open. Zoe, are you still in here? I managed a barely audible grunt, and within a second or two, Alex has crawled under the stall door and is sitting right next to me on the floor. Alex, what are you doing? I'm sitting next to you while you throw up. You're going to get all dirty. What the hell do I care? And how many seat covers do you layer in that toilet seat? About 11. You should be okay then. Unless I missed a spot. It looks pretty well covered to me. You know what I was just thinking? No, what? Remember that time I came to visit you after I had just read the letter about your pink dress? Yeah. Why didn't you invite me in to talk? You wouldn't even open your door. I was trying to get rid of you. I had someone in my office. Really? I thought you just didn't like hearing about all my problems. Well, that too. So it is Guy? Yep, anyone I know, sort of. Are you going to tell me who it was? Yes, but now really isn't the time to talk about it. Fine. Let's go back to the meeting. I'm finished throwing up, I say. We can go to my office, Alex says. You can absolutely go back to the meeting if you cannot go back into a meeting after you vomited in it. Is that your motto? It is now. She's definitely the same old Allie. As soon as we enter Alex's office, I can think of a few more reasons besides hiding a man which you might want to let just anyone in here. The place looks like a bomb hit it. For someone who keeps herself looking so immaculate, Alex is quite the slob. There are food cartons everywhere, and banana peels and spilled coffee cups, about a dozen sweaters, piles of magazines, and letters and phone books, and some old food delivery bags. Her garbage can is so full it fell over, and there's another pile of garbage on top of it. The place is a dump. No matter, we always work in my office. It's a shame, too, because this is a really cool office. She's got an enormous window with an amazing view of the park. I like what you've done with the place, I say. It's pretty disgusting, isn't it? I never let anyone in here, especially not the maintenance people. They're notorious snoops. I'm planning on cleaning it up very soon, so make yourself at home. I like to make a few phone calls. Feel free to look through my stuff. I sit down at Alex's leather couch and pick up a magazine while Alex starts making phone calls. I should probably call Chloe and tell her what happened, or maybe Michael, or I could just sit here and doze off for a minute. I've never been so exhausted in my life. When I wake up, Alex is still on the phone and she's eating a banana. She puts one finger to her mouth and moans. 1 minute. As soon as she hangs up, I ask her how long I slept. About an hour, she says. Seriously? I never fall asleep. I know, but lately you've been so tired, she says, mimicking my voice. And your thighs itch and you're gaining weight and you can't remember anything. You've been late paying your bills and the first time, and she suddenly stops mimicking me and she stands up and begins slowly walking toward me. When she's standing right next to me, she stares directly at the top of my head. I can only assume she's looking for signs of redheadedness when out of nowhere she yells, "Oh no, where did you get that hair clip?" "Why?" I yell back, assuming there's something crawling on it, and as I rip it out of my head, but then I understand her concern. As soon as the hair clip falls to the floor, I see that all my hair is still stuck in it. "What the H just happened?" I scream. "That hair clip still has a razor in it. Someone was circulating a bunch of those hair clips around here last year, and there was a massive hysteria until a memo went out warning everyone to report it immediately if they found one on their desk. Someone must have hidden one in your desk. When you first clip it in your hair, nothing happens. When you take it out, the opening mechanism releases the razor." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that there's a very sick person among us, and whoever she is, she's back in action." "No, I mean about my hair. Is that really my hair in that clip, or does it just look like my hair? Because if it's my hair, I'm going to go into shock now, so please call an ambulance before I'm no longer conscious," I say, and close my eyes. "Zoe, try to control yourself." "I can only control myself if you tell me you're lying. Please tell me you're lying." "Zoe, it's not what you think." "You mean I still have my hair?" I ask, afraid to touch my head. "A lot of your hair is in the clip, but your hair still looks long. It's not an afro?" "No, definitely not. Swear to God, your God or mine." "You don't want to swear. It means you're lying." "It's not that bad, I promise. You just need to get used to it. And I need to make another phone call, so just calm down." Alex is whispering into her cell phone just outside of her office. I can only assume she's talking to her mystery man. I quickly put both of my hands on my head and feel my eyes fill up. I can't believe I'm going to have to relive my childhood before I even had a chance to recover from it the first time. Chapter 12. Alex has agreed to let me stay in her office for the rest of my life and also to let me sterilize it for her so I can live here comfortably. I send her to Duane Reed to get me some supplies so I can get started cleaning right away. I didn't expect her to agree to so easily, but I think she is happy to get a break from me. I've been ranting and raving about my hair and falling asleep on and off between each little fit for 2 hours. I have no idea what to do with myself, and I'm already getting claustrophobic in this office. I'll have to get some sort of air purifier if I'm going to stay here for any length of time. Alex wasn't lying about my hair being longer than it was since second grade, but it is definitely sticking up in some key areas, and therein lies the crux of 90% of all my insecurities. I attribute the other 10% to the fact that I read far too many medical journals as a child. The good news is that it's almost 5 o'clock. Everyone will be cleared out of here soon, so I can walk freely around the building and get a change of scenery. I have the rest of the evening planned out perfectly. I'm going to call Michael and tell him I'm working late, and then I'll call him in the morning and tell him I fell asleep at work. No one will notice me, except for the fact that someone is now knocking on Alex's door. I can't answer it, but I can't ignore it either. Whoever it really is wants to see her. The knocking is getting incredibly loud. There's only one solution. I scramble into position against the wall and yell, "Come in," as casually as possible. In walks Ruth, holding hands with what appears to be a man. It's hard for me to see exactly who he is and what he looks like because I'm standing on my head. The only thing I'm 100% certain of is that Ruth is wearing a tube top. They really should institute a dress code in this place. There are 2 rolls of fat hanging over the waistband of her polka dot miniskirt, and it seems one of her knee socks has fallen on her ankle. I am hoping this is all an optical illusion. "Oh, excuse us," Ruth says. "Are we interrupting something?" "Not at all. I'm just doing a little yoga." "Where's Alex?" she asks abruptly. "She's shopping for cleaning supplies. Can I help you with something?" Ruth's companion is half in, half out the door until she gives him a hard yank, reeling him into the office. He stumbles a bit, then gets his balance, and from where I'm standing he's the handsomest man ever to walk the face of the earth. He's got to be at least 6'2", with piercing blue eyes and long sandy blonde bangs that cover half his face. The sleeves of his jacket are a bit shorter on him, which adds to his overall disheveled adorableness. I wonder if he is her grandson. "I'd like you to meet my new beau," Ruth says. My feet fall to the floor, but I make no attempt to lift up my head. Basically, I'm facing them through my legs, which means they're both forced to talk to my... But there's no way I'm standing up without a hat. I move my arms around as best I can to mimic a flying motion, as if it's all part of my regular yoga routine. The handsome one is doing that twitching thing people with long bangs do, and he's got a sort of crooked smile. The sort of crooked smile that gives me chest pains. I immediately recognize these as the same chest pains I got the first time I was kissed, and find comfort in that memory because it enables me to forego my fear that I'm having a heart attack. Ruth gives him another yank, and for some reason that makes him smile. It's kind of an "isn't it ridiculous that I'm this good-looking" smile. He's obviously a model that she picked up somewhere in the building, but she never mentioned him before, and he's definitely the sort of thing that one would mention. I'm just about to ask them how they possibly could have met if this is some sort of joke, when he reaches around Ruth's waist with both arms and starts making out with her. I feel a rush of bile instantly flood in my throat. I walk stiff-legged with my head still down by my ankles over the garbage can just in case. His hands are all over her, and Ruth is having a time standing up. Both of her knees have collapsed in toward one another. This is obviously the most exciting moment of her life. I just wish I didn't have to witness it. They're so into each other, I doubt either of them would even notice if I stood up, but as soon as I start to straighten up, Courtney walks in, so I stay put. "So this is the handsome devil you've been bringing around for show and tell," she says to Ruth while looking right into the handsome one's eyes. "It's strictly show," I say. So far there's been no telling. Ruth's face turns bright red as soon as her boyfriend returns Courtney's gaze. I must say Courtney looks particularly sex-kittenish today, with her hardly wearing any clothes at all. "Oh, I didn't realize you were there, Zoe. Are you feeling better?" Courtney asks me. "Oh, much better," I say. "That's why I decided to stand on my head. It prevents me from throwing up." "Where's Alex?" she asks, as though she understands. "She's out getting cleaning supplies," I say. "Oh, can you tell her I came by?" she asks, and then turns her attention to the model. "So anyway, it was nice meeting you," she says with a faraway look as she reaches out to shake his hand. He's all misty-eyed, too. He's probably kicking himself. Had he the foresight to wait just a few more minutes before committing himself to the first person who grabbed him out in the hall, he would have had an opportunity to meet the girl of his dreams. Timing is everything. It seems Ruth senses that her new boyfriend already found a new love interest, so she grabs him and tells him a little secret, all the while licking his ear until he shivers. I can't look anymore, so I turn myself around by taking tiny little steps until I'm facing the wall. Courtney and the male party doll are obviously meant for each other. Anyone could see it. Ruth quickly drags her man out of the office, and Courtney sits down. "He was gorgeous," she sighs. "I know," say to the wall. "I mean, he was absolutely perfect." "I agree," I say, and dumb. "I know," she says wistfully. "Where do you think she met him?" she asks. I can only assume she picked him up in the hall. In case you haven't noticed, there are guys who look like him walking around all over this place. They're called models. All you have to do is stand outside one of the studios and just grab one as they're walking by. But I only want him. That's ridiculous, Courtney. They're all the same. You know that. Just go down the 5th floor and take one. That's not very romantic, and besides, there was something special about him. I felt a connection. That's just because you both have the same highlights. No, it's because I've seen him before. We made eye contact. I know we could have had something. Stop thinking about him. He looked like a scarecrow. You really think so? Absolutely, and for all we know, he might not even be able to speak. He didn't say one word the entire time he was here. I thought it was because he was shy or a foreigner, and besides, I'd be willing to teach him. He might not have any capacity for learning at all. So? I can't help remembering the time Courtney recommended a glycolic pill for a woman who had written in to confess that she'd been stealing money from her housekeeper's purse for 3 years. How long do you think Ruth has to live, she asks me. Probably not that much longer. Then I'll wait for him. Suit yourself, I say, and change position so I'm sort of resting in a fetal ball with my hands covering my head. You know, a lot of cool moves, Courtney says. Yeah, well, I've been doing yoga for years and years. Do you mind if I read the letter that I came here to discuss with Alex? Not at all. Go right ahead. Okay, here it is. Dear Courtney, lately I've been waking up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat. I have joint pain, sores in my mouth, and a rash that spreads all the way across my nose to my cheeks in the shape of a butterfly. Also, I'm Jewish and my boyfriend doesn't know. My question is, should I tell him? Your friend Marcia Lowenstein. She looks at me, waiting for some kind of feedback. So far, so good. Read me your answer, I say. Dear Marcia, Shalom. Well, the first thing you should do is get yourself a good pair of cotton crotch panties. If you're sweating like that, you could easily develop a yeast infection. And what with all your other ailments, you really need to be comfortable in that area. Now, as far as your other symptoms, I suggest a good moisturizer without heavy perfumes for your rash and Anbesol for those painful mouth sores. As far as your boyfriend is concerned, first find out if he's anti-Semitic. That means someone who doesn't like Jews. And always remember, I love you, forever yours, Courtney. Can I ask you why you wanted to discuss this letter with Alex? Well, you did recommend cotton crotch panties and a moisturizer, so I wanted to see if Alex wanted me to specifically mention one of our advertisers' brands. Courtney, that woman has lupus. I recognize all the symptoms. She needs immediate medical attention, not crotchless panties. I said cotton crotch panties. Whatever, she doesn't need new panties. She needs to see a rheumatologist. Poor Courtney runs out of the office practically in tears. By the time Alex comes back with a bag of supplies, I'm so nervous and worked up over Marcia Lowenstein's help, I can't even think about cleaning. I explain this to Alex, and she immediately shoves all the cleaning fluids under her desk. Thank God I didn't feel like watching you clean anyway, she admits. Well, I just want you to know you had a couple of visitors while you were gone. Ruth came by with her new boyfriend, and then Courtney came by to discuss panties and moisturizer. I was expecting Ruth. Were you expecting her to show up with a boyfriend? Yeah. You mean you know about him? Uh-huh. Is that not the oddest couple you've ever seen in your entire life? No, not really. Why not? Because her boyfriend works for me. You own an escort service? No, don't be ridiculous. Then explain what you mean by works for me. He does favors for me, that's all. What type of favors? Well, for example, today he's going to get Ruth to take him back to her apartment and have sex with her. That type of favor. Alex is transferring the contents of her desk into neat piles on the floor. What are you doing? I ask her. I'm organizing myself for tomorrow. Well, that's good. It's always nice to meet an organized pimp. I'm not a pimp. Well, I guess technically today I am. But mostly I use him for spying. He doesn't have to sleep with her as long as he gets the information from her apartment that I'm looking for, but he probably will. He'll sleep with anything. Oh, now I remember you telling me that you had someone who does this sort of thing for you. Where did you find him, and what type of information are you looking for? He doesn't look familiar to you? She asks. I guess so. I sure have seen his picture in issues. Has he been modeling for a long time? He started a few years ago, but he was in demand almost immediately. Before becoming a model, he was a bartender, and before that, he was in jail. Of the 3 careers, I'd say the modeling is the most lucrative. But of course he spends everything he makes. How about his bony knees? Did they look familiar to you? She asks, and then takes a bite of the candy bar on the desk. It looks like he's been sitting around for weeks. His knees? How would I know what his knees looks like? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Don't tell me. He's your brother. Is he the one who pushed us on the swings? It's hard to say. My memory isn't as good as yours. I can't believe it. That's amazing, Alex. He's still gorgeous. He's an idiot, she says, and throws the rest of the candy in the garbage. What a waste. I totally would have eaten that. No, I realize that. It's just he's so cute. How did you possibly set him up with Ruth, and why? I've actually been preparing him for this particular assignment for a while. Basically, I hired him to help me untangle some of the more subtle alliances in this terrorist network we call an office. Obviously, Sloan and Blair have always been Anita's little helper, but I'm still not sure exactly who does what around here, and we need to figure out how Ruth fits into the picture, once and for all. To get a clearer understanding of how their whole system operates, it's the only way we can protect ourselves more efficiently. Have you always been this investigative, or just since I started working here? You just pull a clip out of your hair and had a razor in it. Aren't you a little curious as to how it got in your office? Honestly, I just want my hair back. As far as I'm concerned, they're all guilty, and I don't really care which one of them is responsible for each and every little one of their little schemes. However, I do appreciate the fact that you went to the trouble of hiring someone to help me. How did you know you'd be able to get them together as a couple? And I thought you ate 3 meals a day and nothing more. That was only partially true. I also eat junk food and bananas all day. I think Blair was right about my metabolism. The truth is, I eat like a pig and I can't gain an ounce. As far as my brother and Ruth, all he had to do was stand next to her. The rest was easy. By the way, he was the guy I was hiding in my office the first time he came to see me. I still don't want anyone to know he's my brother, so please don't mention it to anyone. Who would possibly tell? And that was him on my cell phone before. I didn't want to tell you about him until my plan was underway. I had a feeling you'd try to talk me out of it. I didn't want you to interfere. You kept him secret for a very long time. I'm not used to confiding in people, especially when I'm doing something I'm pretty sure is illegal. What makes you suddenly think Ruth has a bigger role in all of this? I still think she's mostly a secondary player, but lately she just seems to be more visible, which doesn't really make any sense. She's at every single meeting, and I've caught her walking around the editorial floor at very odd hours. She never used to come down here. You don't pose a direct threat to her, and you're the only thing that's new around here, and that's why I'm curious about her sudden interest in what's happening on our floor. Anyway, her apartment is a great place to look for clues. Maybe she's coming down here more often because she got promoted and she wants to get more involved. She hardly even works. The promotion is just a little change. You're right, though. She does come down here a lot, but what'll you do if he can't get himself into her apartment? Are you serious? She's right. All he'd have to do is visualize asking her and he'd be in the door. So what kind of arrangement do you have with him? He just does whatever you want him to? Let's just say he owes me a lot of money. He's working it off slowly. Wow, I'd love to have a boy slave too. What are your other brothers up to these days? The youngest is in rehab. The oldest is on the road. Things turned out for them exactly the way everyone predicted. I could have been just like them, believe me. The instincts are there, but I fight them every day. When I first got out of high school, I worked 3 jobs, and then I started taking college courses. So I was only able to work 2 jobs, but as soon as I graduated, I started working here full-time. Dan hired me after a 3-minute interview. He basically asked, "What are your qualifications?" And I said, "My mother is a drunk, my brother is in jail. My father ran away when I was 11, my older brother is on drugs, and I'd like to be rich." I forgot to tell you while Courtney was here, I think she fell in love with your brother, too. It was incredible in a way. She went down almost immediately. That's pretty funny. I bet they make a fascinating couple, I say. Has she heard him speak yet? No, why? He gets me and I confused. I don't think that type of thing bothers her very much. Just then Alex's cell rings. It's her brother. They talk for a few minutes, and then Alex sort of snorts and tosses her phone down on her desk. "My brother liked you." "That's so sweet. Did he mention my hair?" "No, not a word. He just wanted to know if by any chance I needed him to sleep with you, too." "What did you tell him?" "I told him no because you have a boyfriend, remember?" "Oh, right." Chapter 13. It was only a matter of time before I had to finally leave Alex's office. It smelled like rotten bananas, and it was making me sick. I couldn't think of any other place to go, so I decided to go home and face Michael. I'm about to open the front door to my apartment, but something's holding me back. It's not that I'm afraid for him to see my hair. It's just that I'm already anticipating that he's going to say, "It looks fine," which will set off a whole chain of events that will inevitably turn into a fight, and I'm too tired to fight, even though I know I'm the one who's going to start it. I open the door and yell out, "Welcome home," and head directly to the bathroom and shut the door. A few minutes later, he knocks on the door. "Hi." "Hello," I answer. "Are you okay in there?" "Fine, thank you." "Aren't you even going to kiss me hello?" "Of course I am. I'll be right out." A half hour later, he knocks again. "Are you all right in there?" "Yes, I'm fine. I just need a little more time." "What's going on, Zoe? Are you sick or something?" "No, I mean I might be, but I don't think so." "Do you need help? Do you want me to come in and get you?" "God, no." "Are you upset about something?" "Yes, very. So open the door." "I'm afraid that's not possible. I lost the majority of my hair today. I'm just trying to get reacquainted with my old self. The one I wished was never born. So I'm going to need just a bit more time." "Zoe, what are you talking about?" "Somebody put a hair clip in my drawer and I used it, and it had a razor in it. It's sort of a sick joke somebody played on me and it cut off all my hair." "Are you effing kidding me? Which one of them did it?" "What difference does it make? I have an afro. That's all there is to know. I don't care what sort of hairstyle you have, Zoe. I care that this happened to you." "You don't care about my hair?" "Not particularly. I'm not a hair man. I never was. Now let me in." I'm not even answering him anymore. I'm too busy staring at myself in the mirror. Do you want me to break the door down? Because I've always wanted to try something like that. If you do, I'll jump out the window. No, you don't. You can't possibly care about your hair that much. And since when do you put other people's clips in your hair? Weren't you afraid of catching some kind of scalp disease or something? It was in its original wrapper. Well, if you won't open the door, I'm going to get something to eat. Do you want anything? No, thank you. Are you sure? I was thinking Chinese. As soon as he says Chinese, I feel sick again. I don't want anything. Just get something for yourself. I can't believe what I look like. I'm not upset about it anymore. I'm thinking of it more from a sociological standpoint. I find it fascinating that I am once again a victim's circumstance, and people's perceptions of me will be based on the fact that they think I've chosen to wear my hair like this on purpose. And because of that, they will assume a whole host of personality traits that I don't actually have and treat me accordingly. For example, they will think everything I say is meant to be funny, and that I'm so comfortable with my God-given hair that I'm not trying to hide the fact that it looks ridiculous. They'll think I'm this incredibly evolved, carefree person who's totally comfortable in their own skin, and then they will tell me things about themselves that are far too personal, and I won't have the faintest idea how to respond. I sit on the edge of the tub and turn the water on. I thought I'd come so far defying my maker with my long, not funny anymore hair, but once again he gets the last laugh. I hear the doorbell ring and I don't care who it is. I'm not coming out for anyone, so I put my feet in the tub and run the water, but as soon as I moved around a little bit on the hard ledge, I noticed the thing between my legs again. What the edge is helping to me? Even my vagina is falling apart. If nothing's sacred anymore, I take the hand mirror off the shelf. I'm scared, but I've got to see what's going on down there. I force myself to look, and then I try not to scream. Your sister's here, Michael yells while I sit here trying not to react. And she has a present for you. I open the door and stick my face out, careful to keep the bulk of my head out of sight, and order Chloe to come into the bathroom immediately. She's carrying a large package wrapped in brown paper. She leaned it against the wall and slips into the bathroom. I slam the door and tell her to turn around to face the wall. She immediately obeys. Now turn around slowly and don't open your eyes yet. I have 2 things to show you, and you need to brace yourself. One of them is my hair, and the other one is my vagina. No matter what you think of either of them, do not react. Okay, she says. Now close your eyes and turn around. Chloe has her eyes closed like a little kid watching a horror film. You don't have to hold your breath just because your eyes are closed, I say. She exhales and says, thank you. Okay, ready? First look at my hair, but don't say anything. She opens her eyes and yells, OMG, what did you do? I told you not to react, I yell back. Is that bad? I didn't think it was that bad. She's covering her whole face with her hands. And then she mumbles, no, I really like it. See? Michael says from outside the bathroom door. She likes it. I thought you were going to get something to eat. I just said that to get you to come out. Well, get away from the door, I called to him, and then I turned to Chloe and take her hands in mine. Listen, you're going to have to mentally prepare yourself for a little better for the next one, okay? Okay, I'm totally ready. You promise you won't scream because I think I've either grown a second or something terribly is wrong with my original one, I say, pointing in the general vicinity of whatever's hiding between my legs. Please don't make me look down there, Chloe begs. Aren't you even a little curious as to what's wrong with me? No. But what if it's serious? I think Michael would have noticed if there was something suddenly abnormal about it, don't you? Not necessarily. It seems to come and go. Well, you should have it checked by a professional. I don't know the first thing about vaginas, and I wouldn't look at it even if it fell on the floor. I can hardly stand to look at my own. And more importantly, why did you cut your hair? I mean, I love it. I'm just wondering what you were thinking. I put a clip in my hair that I found in my drawer at work. It had a razor in it and cut off all my hair. I heard about those clips. They were all over the news, or at least they were in the Fashion Daily. I can't believe you put someone else's clip in your hair in the first place. It was in its original wrapper. We've been in the bathroom for quite a while now, experimenting with different hairstyles on my large sphere, and I can tell Chloe is getting bored, but I don't want to be alone. What's all this stuff behind the toilet, she asks. Bills, I say. How come you keep them behind the toilet, she asks. I'm hiding them. Some of them have definitely been sent to me in error, and I've made several irate phone calls explaining the situation, but now I can't remember which ones I'm supposed to pay and which ones I'm disputing, and the whole situation has gone out of hand, and every time I sit down to sort it out, I get so worked up. I'm pretty much waiting for the situation to work itself out at this point. I don't want Michael to know because I can tell he thinks I've been acting strange lately. I just hope they don't turn off our phone. Yeah, that would really mess things up for you. I can't believe it, Zoe. This isn't like you at all. I know I'm not thinking clearly at all lately. Sometimes I honestly think I've lost my mind. She looks at me in the mirror a little more intently for a second and says, turn toward me. I turn my head toward her, and she says, come closer. I mean right up to my face and tilt your head back. Why, do I have a bloody nose? I asked. No, worse. What? Tell me. You have a mustache. I do not. Zoe, you do. Look closely. You have to get rid of it. How? We'll go for laser treatments, but in the meantime, you have to shave it off. I can't shave my face. It'll grow back nubby. Exactly, and then we'll go for laser treatments. Before I have a chance to argue, she's already located the shaving cream, and she's lathering up my upper lip. I think we're making a terrible mistake here, I mumble. Maybe I should bleach it. That never looks right. We have to shave it. She reaches in the cabinet above the sink and pulls out one of Michael's razors. Well, he keeps this nice, she says, tilting it back and forth. Now hold still. She's gently shaving off half my mustache when the doorknob turns and in walks Michael. What the H are you doing? He yells, and Chloe drops the razor in the sink. Nothing, I scream and slam the door shut. That was a terrible answer, Chloe whispers. Now he knows. You're both sick, Michael says. Chloe, I can't believe you didn't even lock the door. Neither did you. Well, now what am I going to do? We're going to shave the other side. No, we're not, and I meant... What am I supposed to do about Michael? What do you mean? Chloe, he saw you shaving it. So, forget it. This is ridiculous. I can't believe you. You were supposed to come in here and fix my hair and not shave my mustache. Well, it had to be done, she says, eyeing the razor. Put it away. I'm not letting you finish, and can you tell Michael to leave so we can get out of this bathroom? Where would you like me to tell him to go? She asks. I have no idea. Tell him to pack himself a duffel bag and find himself a room somewhere until I can face him again. I have too many things to work out right now to deal with him. Okay, Chloe says. When she comes back to the bathroom, she says, you can come out. He's gone. He really left? Yeah, he said to call him when you're normal again, and I see you shaved the other side in the meantime. I couldn't leave it like that, and I can't believe he actually left. I think he was on his way out anyway. For good? No, of course not. We leave the bathroom to go and sit on my bed and try to figure out what happened and what to do about my bulbous head. Chloe agrees with me that the only viable solution is to find my ski hat. We search through a bunch of cartons, but the ski hat is nowhere to be found. We do, however, find a photo album of my family on a Disney cruise. I'm standing with my back to Minnie Mouse in every picture while Chloe hugs her, wearing a wide toothy grin as though they're long-lost friends. Why were you so mean to Minnie? Chloe asked, studying the pictures with her head tilted. I knew she was a fraud. I remember telling her so. She didn't even have the decency to answer me. She wasn't allowed to talk, Chloe says. They got fired for talking. Yeah, well, I still think she was very rude to me the entire cruise. What's this? Chloe asks, holding up an old beat-up spiral notebook. I think it's my old diary, I say, lifting it right out of her hand. That's so cute. You recorded your entire childhood. Can we read it? She asks. Normally I would refuse, but Chloe was there for the whole humiliating ordeal, so there's no reason to hide it from her. We sit side by side while I read. Dear Diary, as it turns out, my brother's been lying to me about absolutely everything. For starters, remember that whole Santa Claus thing? Turns out he's not even half Jewish. Trust me, I make a lot of calls, and you know those chocolate circles she gives out on Hanukkah? The ones that look like money? Well, you're not going to believe this, but they're counterfeits. The woman belongs in jail. Sometimes I wonder if any of these people are even my real relatives. How could I be the only redhead in an entire family? Every night I go to bed and pray that I will wake up with a different hairstyle, but every morning I wake up and there it is, just sitting there straight up, exactly the way I left it. The good thing about it is that I don't have to comb it or anything. It hardly moves. Tuesday. I called town hall again today, but they still refuse to give me any information about my real family. I know they're in cahoots with my mom. I just know it. Yesterday I asked her about 1,000,000 questions the second she woke up to see if I could catch her off guard. I climbed up onto her bed and waited silently in the space between her and my dad. I must have been staring at her for over an hour. As soon as I saw one of her eyelashes flutter, bam, I started brightening. How long have you and Dad been married? Were you ever married before? What time was I born? What did I look like the second I came out? How much blood was on me? Did you ever kiss another man besides Daddy? I thought this rapid-fire method would surely temper her out, and that a few morsels of valuable information would soon be mine, but as usual she kept her cool and continued spitting out lies. She's the kind of liar who can look you right in the eye and just belt one out like she's the most innocent thing in the world. She doesn't even crack a smile or try to cover her face up. For instance, she told me there was no blood on me at all, and that I was the most perfect baby she'd ever seen in her entire life. She said my lips were like a tiny cherry blossoms, and that my skin looked like I had been bathed in a river of pearls, and my eyes were like 2 little emerald dewdrops. I guess my hair hadn't come in yet, I said. The whole time she was lying, she was holding me in her arms, and it was hard for me not to cry. She's so beautiful, and she smells exactly like baked apples, and I swear you never felt anything as smooth and silky as my mom's cheeks unless you felt skin on the dead butterfly's wings, which I have personally. And I was lying here thinking how much I wished I could believe her. She hit me with another one. You know, in my beauty parlor, women pay a fortune to have their hair permed to look exactly like the hair you have naturally. Curly hair is so much more interesting, she lied. I will never lie to my little girl the way the woman lies to me. It's too confusing. I don't want my daughter to spend her whole life wondering why people don't treat her like the adorable person her mother pretends she is. Your friend Zoe Rose. We skip a few blank pages and find my elementary school field work all of which is incredibly depressing. Teacher, Miss Desmond. Specimens, Eliza Martins and Karen Westman. October 10, 1980. Eliza Martins has lying blonde hair. Today she is wearing leg warmers. Even though it is about 78 degrees out, she must be very sensitive to weather. October 18, 1980. Karen Westman pulls Eliza's hair 118 times today. They are best friends. At recess, they pretend they are twin sisters and that their mother, the tree, is always yelling at them, and they gang up on their mother, the tree, and then they run away to another tree. They seem to enjoy this. October 20, 1980. Karen and Eliza trade snacks every day. Today, Eliza got 2 chocolate chip cookies. Karen got a bag of Doritos. They were both wearing the something pink and something purple, except exactly the way Chloe mixes the 2 colors. I always thought pink and purple were an either-or type of thing. I checked my lunch bag to see if I had anything good in case someone wanted to trade snacks with me. As it turns out, freeze-dried yams aren't equivalent to anything. October 22, 1980. I told every single girl in the whole class that I think I might be a genius, but I still can't get any of them to be my friend. How is this possible? Who wouldn't want to befriend a young genius? October 23, 1980. Karen put Jell-O in Eliza's blonde hair today, so I told on Karen, hoping that Eliza would like me better, but she told Karen that I was a tattletale, and now they both hate me. Why, God, why? October 26, 1980. Eliza was sick today with an ear infection. Karen and I are now officially best friends forever. My life is finally turning out right. October 27, 1980. Eliza is back in school today. It is almost like Karen forgot all about yesterday. I wrote her a note to remind her, but she definitely forgot. I guess memory loss can strike at any age. October 28, 1980. Today all the girls were telling secrets and I admitted that I still play with Legos, and on occasion very small cars. Turns out I'm the only one. What's the point of living anyway? October 31st, 1980. Halloween. Today I learned that secrets are supposed to be lies. I also learned that you are not supposed to tell girls that you don't have any friends as a way of making new friends. No one liked my Florence Henderson costume. November 1st, 1980. I saw Karen write a note and leave it on Eliza's desk. I picked it up before Eliza turned around to read it. It said, Dear Eliza, everyone hates you. Your enemy, Anonymous. I quickly threw it on the floor. It was loaded with spelling errors, and I wanted no part in it. Eliza turned around, and just as I was throwing it, she picked it up and read it. Karen told Eliza that she saw me write the note. At lunch, Eliza and Karen held hands and told secrets the entire time. I think I'm the only kid in the whole school who eats lentils. November 2, 1980. Today I won the spelling bee. I offered to give Eliza my certificate. It is a bright yellow spelling bee on the top, right next to my name. I didn't want to give it away, but I would do anything to make Eliza like me. She didn't want it, though. Karen said she would take it, but I offered to give her complimentary spelling lessons instead. By the time I finished reading, Chloe is fast asleep. I tuck the diary under my bed and wake her up. She mumbles something about the present that she forgot to give me. I can't believe you bought me a present for no reason. That's so nice of you, I say, feeling guilty. I already know it can't possibly be something I'll enjoy in my current state of mind. Is it fuzzy? I ask. No, it's not fuzzy. Why would I surprise you with something fuzzy? Well, it's important that I rule out certain categories altogether. I was just picturing one of those furry phones. I thought you might be disguising it in that enormous black box. You're not even close, she says, and walks over to get the present. What I have here is a work of art that I want to share with you. Really? I never would have guessed that. I hope you didn't waste a lot of money on it, because if you did, I don't even want to open it. Zoe, I brought you a present. You have to open it. Why do you have to make such a big deal over everything? Well, to be honest, I've been thinking a lot about artists lately and how much I resent them as a people. You're against artists now, too? No, of course not. I'm not against artists in and of themselves. I'm against the worship of artists. Chloe turns her head. I can't blame her. Sometimes I can't stand to hear what I have to say either. It's bad enough listening to myself think. It just bothers me when people think the simple act of putting a brush on a canvas is something worth celebrating. Zoe, what's happened to you? You were an art history major. People rarely celebrate an artist's character. They celebrate his genius. Most people mistake the two. You're just frustrated because you never make time to paint anymore. I get up and walk toward the kitchen to get a drink, but lately my refrigerator isn't cold enough, so everything tastes bad. I think refrigeration in general isn't what it used to be. It's almost like you're against everything, she complains. No, just art. How could anyone be against art? That's like being against trees. Actually, it's nothing at all like being against trees. But I just feel as though people only look at a work of art in search of something that reminds them of themselves. And when they find it, they think, hey, there I am. Therefore, an artist must be a genius. It's the emotional equivalent of seeing oneself on TV or staring oneself in the mirror. It just doesn't seem worth it to me anymore. It hasn't for a long time. Did this anti-art thing by any chance start out when you got turned down to have your work exhibited in that contemporary young American artists and photographers showcase photography show thing, or whatever the hell it was called? I almost forgot about that exhibit. Thanks for reminding me. And as usual, you've turned the rejection into a cause. Gee, when you put it that way, it makes me feel so much better. You just saved me thousands of dollars worth of therapy I was planning on never having. So you submitted a painting of a dead bird. What did you expect? I was trying to make a statement. And you're still not over it? Not really. Well, maybe this will help. She hands me the painting and walks over to my mirror and starts brushing her hair. The mirror is the only thing I've hung up since we moved in, but in light of what happened today, I'm thinking of taking it down. You used to stare at your art books for hours, she says absent-mindedly. I know, you're right, I say. I just can't enjoy them anymore. I feel my eyes burning. And can you believe I cried this morning for no reason at all? I never cry. Everything just seems off lately. And this has nothing to do with my hair. I cried on my way to work before any of this happened. Everything suddenly seems so hopeless. I can't get anywhere at the magazine, and I feel like it's because all anybody wants is lies. The reason my dead bird was rejected was because nobody can face the truth anymore. I'm pretty sure that's not why it was rejected. Why do you think it was rejected? I asked, cringing at the thought that she might actually know and I might be able to handle the truth any better than anyone else. It's because there were bugs crawling all over it. It was rejected because it was gross. Gross and real, I say in my own defense. That's why I will never acquire another piece of art for as long as I live. I want to experience lies and just read the newspaper. It's much cheaper. I prefer to remain completely unconnected to art in every way. That way, if I do happen to stumble upon something real, there's no risk of falling in love with myself. Well, whatever, I still want you to have this, because despite everything you just said, I think you're going to like it. Please open it. It's getting late, and I have to go home. In an impulsive attempt to get her to stay, I take the package from her and start ripping off the paper. I breathe in, puff up my cheeks, and blow out. I'm prepared for the worst. I try not to look at it, but the shot of color jumps out at me. I numbly continue to rip and unravel. Long strips of the paper drops to the floor, curling by my feet. What is this? I ask. Is it titled? Yep, it's called 3 Happy Daisies. Hold on a minute. I've seen this painting before. I know I have. I remember the colors, layers and layers of pinks and reds and cranberry and fuchsia, all fighting against one another. I can almost smell the petals, feel the drops of water falling off the canvas. I can hear the stems brushing up against one another, shaping to come together to form one big, enormous flower. I have to take in each flower separately, over and over again. I take another deep breath and let all the anger rush out with a long, satisfying exhale. I love this, I whispered. I love the way it makes me feel. Who are you talking to? Chloe asks me, or the painting. I can't answer her because there's a pounding in my chest. I'm just sitting there, listening to myself, looking at the painting. I can actually hear my own body responding to it. There it is, I finally managed to say. I have that feeling that I haven't felt in so long. I was wondering if I would ever feel it again. It's the feeling I used to get when I saw something so beautiful I wanted to consume it, to keep it inside of me forever. See, I knew you'd like it. It's true. I feel almost reborn. I'm not angry anymore. It's been so long since I felt this excited about something. See? And all it took was 3 honest, happy daisies. You're right, Chloe. This might just be the most honest piece of work I've ever seen. Well, I'm glad you like it, because it's yours, Chloe says, putting her hands together. Absolutely not. I couldn't take this from you. You have to keep it, I say. No, I insist, because truthfully, it's yours. Don't be ridiculous. I'm glad you showed it to me, but you should keep something like this. It's not mine. It's yours. You painted it. What are you talking about? I ask, unable to take my eyes off of it. Mom gave it to me when I went by to pick up some of my old stuff. You painted this in 6th grade. You gave it to me for my birthday, and now I wanted to give it to you. I painted this? I can feel it somehow, but I don't remember the way I remember my other paintings. And yet I do remember something, a feeling, but I don't know what it is exactly. I really don't remember painting this. I don't remember ever being this happy. Maybe you were lying. I could never lie this well. Chloe sits down next to me. We're both staring. I'm staring at the painting, and she's staring at me. After a long silence, Chloe leans over and says, the important thing is that it's not like you're sitting here and staring at yourself in the mirror. I put the painting down for a second, and then I pick it up. I realize how this must look to her after everything I've just said, but she's my sister. She's seen me do a lot worse. As soon as Chloe leaves, I dig out my old diary and read it for a little while longer until I can't take it anymore. I slip the notebook back under my mattress and try to put that little girl out of my mind. I hate knowing what she looked like, how she spoke, how ridiculous her hair and clothes and shoes were. She was so odd and so much older than she was supposed to be, completely incapable of fitting in. I actually hate her. I hate her for ruining everything for me. Why couldn't she be like everyone else? I wish I'd never found my old diary. I hate facing her, and here I am, right back where I started. I walk back to the living area and rip open a few more boxes to get my mind off my old diary. After sifting through a few cartons of books and canvases, I discover my ski hat sitting right on top of my old gas mask in a carton marked accessories. I slip the hat on, it's just perfect. It looks almost as though I chose to wear it on purpose, and I can't believe I totally forgot this crazy old mask. I used to wear this thing everywhere during the anthrax scare. I'd get such an overwhelming sense of security just looking at it. I'm always surprised more people don't purchase gas masks, especially for traveling. They're so practical. Nothing could go wrong when you're wearing one of these babies. I try it on over my ski hat, and leaning back against the carton, remembering all the good times I had wearing it around the city. Not a care in the world, totally safe and protected from everyone and their germs. Chapter 14. By the time... Chapter 14. By the time Michael comes home, I've fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep, perhaps for the first time in months, but his screaming wakes me up. "What the F are you wearing?" he yells. "What? Oh, this? It's just my gas mask. You scared me." I almost forgot I had it on. It's surprisingly comfortable. "Well, take it off," he yells. Fine, I say and slip it off. "I'm not even going to ask you why you're wearing it. I'm just going to ask you to please put it away immediately. I don't know what's gotten into you lately, Zoe," he says as he carries a couple of deli bags into the kitchen. "I was just trying it on." "What did you get to eat?" I ask. "I ate at the diner, but I picked up a few essentials for you around the corner." "Any cereal?" "Yeah, I got you 4 boxes of Captain Crunch." "Oh, what's the matter?" "Nothing. I got you Cocoa Puffs, too," he says. "How did you know I switched to Cocoa Puffs? I only eat them at work. I noticed that you keep a box of them in your pocketbook lately." "Well, it's nice of you to notice. I'm suddenly so grateful to have a boyfriend. After reading my diary, I'm being a lot nicer to him. If he ever knew me as a child, I doubt we'd be living together." I walk over and kiss him, and then he asks me to please put the mask away by the time he comes out of the kitchen. While I'm deciding what cereal to have, the phone rings. It's Chloe. "Are you feeling better?" she asks. "Yes, much better. I'm in love with my painting." "Good, I wish you could see me right now," she says. "Why?" "I'm trying on the cutest skydiving clothes. I got them at Paragon." "Any particular reason?" "I forgot to tell you I'm going skydiving." "In the sky?" "Of course in the sky." "Who is that?" Michael asks. "It's Chloe. She's going skydiving." "In the sky?" he asks. "Yep. Can we discuss this later?" I ask. "I'm about to have some cereal." "Okay, sorry. But I just want you to know how excited I am to be finally going skydiving after all these years." "When are we going?" I ask. "I don't have any definite plans, but now that I have the clothes, it's just a matter of time." We hang up, and I try to remember a time when Chloe said she wanted to go skydiving. As far as I remember, she's never mentioned it, except once when we were playing that game where you have to choose between the 2 worst things you can possibly imagine. I asked her whether she would rather be forced to jump out of the plane or get raped, and Chloe said, "I'd so rather get raped." Michael comes into the bedroom, and I'm shoving my mask into a carton in my closet. "I take that ridiculous hat off while you're at it. Your hair is fine. I can see it sticking out a little, and it looks very cute in that way." "Trust me, it doesn't. But I'm only wearing the hat because I'm cold." "How long are you planning on wearing it, then?" "I'd say roughly 2 years. Chapter 15. Michael is away again for phase 2 of his book tour. I called in sick today and yesterday because I have some sort of virus. I never called in sick before. At first it felt like sort of freeing, because everyone at work seemed to understand when I listed all of my symptoms. Stomach cramps, blurred vision, arthritis, insomnia, TMJ, excessive fluid retention, gum sensitivity, general malaise. But then I started panic about the fact that it seemed almost too understanding. It sounded like they were treating me like someone who was having a nervous breakdown. Of all the things that are bothering me, my gums are the worst. I have to eat gallons and gallons of ice cream to numb them. I flipped through the channels looking for a decent morning news program, but the only thing that holds my attention is Mary Ellen's tip of the day. Mary Ellen is exactly the type of grandmother I always wanted. Today she's using a potato to take out juice stains from what looks like an old napkin. I love this show. As soon as it's over, I try to roll myself onto the side, but for some reason my hip is bothering me. It's too soon to be having bed sores, although I actually haven't been moving very much, unless I have to answer the door to go to the bathroom. I'd like to get out more often, but it's just not worth it. I've never been overweight before. It's incredibly exhausting. Although it's sort of interesting to see how my body has responded to the incredible amounts of food I've been shoveling into it. It's not surprising to me that people find themselves inching toward the 1,000-pound mark once they take their beds. I'd hate for something like that to happen to me, but if that's the price I have to pay for lying around all day or ordering in, so be it. One thing I was surprised to find out is that you can get a pizza delivered as early as 9:30 in the morning. Most people aren't aware of that. As soon as I'm back on my feet, I'm going to spread the word. I'm about to dial for my first pie of the day when my phone rings. My caller ID indicates that it's my mom. Hi, Mom. How did you know it was me? I have caller ID, remember? I tell you that every day. All right, sorry. So how are you feeling today? Any better? The bloating is out of control. It's more like elephantitis at this point. My rash has flared up considerably since we last spoke, and the vision is absolutely still blurry. My hip is sore, and other than that, everything is fine. You were right to suggest I stay home for a few days. I'm definitely contagious, and besides, the air quality in that place was just horrendous. So have you been to the doctor yet? No. You need to see a doctor, Zoe. You do realize you're pregnant, don't you? No, I wasn't aware of that, but thank you. I'm serious, Zoe. I've been trying to keep my mouth shut about this, but you have to face up to this. Mom, I think I would know if I was pregnant. I'm just fat. Michael's been gone for 2 weeks and it's impossible. Zoe, please, you're much farther along than 2 weeks. Mom, stop. This kind of thing doesn't work on me. It never did. You should know that by now. You can't scare me into going to the doctor by picking random illnesses out of a hat. Pregnancy isn't an illness. It's not? Of course not. Well, anyway, I'm not. I've taken enough home tests to prove it. I think you need to take one more. I'm all out. You're joking. Why would I joke about a thing like that? Suddenly you're all out? That's called denial, Zoe. You know you are, and you're afraid to face it. I can't get. I only take those tests because I like to prove it to myself every now and then. I've gotten 2 periods in the last 10 years or something like that. I'm not exactly fertile. I'm probably not even a woman. Of course you're a woman. Then why do I feel so unfeminine? It's because of the way you dress, Chloe, and I have been telling you that for years. Whatever, but as long as we're on the subject of Chloe. In the meantime, to tell you that I think you stepped way over the line when you told her that Whopper you'd still consider a white lie. Which Whopper? Remember when you told her that you're never going to die because you took a special pill? Well, guess what? She still believes you. Just the other day she was saying how lucky we are that you found out about the special pill before anyone else. The reason I told Chloe that I wasn't going to die was because she was up every night for 2 months with nightmares about me dying. When you gave birth to your baby, then talk to me about how it's wrong to lie to a suffering child. I understand why you lie to her, Mom. I just think you should tell her the truth before she turns 30. I also don't think you should be giving her pills without a prescription. That's very dangerous. I know your intentions were good, but giving someone drugs is actually considered a crime in this country. I don't give her drugs. I'm pretty sure anti-fear pills, as Chloe calls them, qualify as drugs. Well, in this case, I can assure you they don't. And why is that? I asked. I gave her Tums. You gave her Tums and told her they were anti-fear pills? I gave them to her because she was petrified of doing the type of things that she thought she needed to do to become the person she always wanted to be. All she needed was a little courage, and Chloe responds well to placebos. Don't you feel guilty manipulating her like that? She's a grown woman. She has a right to understand the world beyond the ones you've so craftily redesigned for her. Don't you think she's entitled to know the truth? Besides, now she's threatening to go skydiving. Of course I think she's entitled to know the truth. But I think she's more entitled to be happy. You treat her like she's my child? Exactly, that's why she's so childlike. I never realized that before. Is that such a terrible thing? Well, it can be embarrassing at times. Chloe seems to be doing very well, in my opinion. She has parents and a sister and a husband who love her. She's out there in the world, trying to conquer her fears. She makes everyone she meets smile, and she will soon be back at work, doing what she loves to do. I don't think she turned out so badly, do you? No, actually she turned out pretty well, come to think of it. What do you suppose you did differently with me? Nothing, why? Oh, I don't know, I seem to be just a tad off. Zoe, you're wonderful. Face it, Mom, I'm a mess. Maybe you should have lied to me more often. I lied to you plenty. I'm very proud of you, Zoe. I'm proud of you exactly the way you are. Your sister adores you, I adore you, your father adores you, and you're the most wonderful boyfriend. It's like I handpicked him for you myself. You're a writer, and therefore you're free to do and say as you please, and that's all you've ever wanted. And soon you'll be a mother, and then you'll know love like you've never imagined it could be. The moment that child looks up at you with a questioning look in her eye, asking you what it's all about, and what's going to happen next, you'll forget every ugly truth you've ever known, and you'll want to rewrite the entire world to keep my baby safe and happy. So don't talk to me about the truth. Don't talk to me about how I messed you up. You are, until you're a mother. Then and only then will you understand the miracle of who you are and what you have to offer another person. I hang up and call my gynecologist. Although I seriously doubt I'm pregnant, I wouldn't mind going to the bottom of the thing between my legs. I think that's important.